Let's do it. Let's get live for free agency. It is here. It is here. Oh my goodness. Free agency is here. I appreciate everybody jumping in as we get ready. Just 5 minutes away from free agency. So much to get to. I expect moves to be coming down fast and furious as we start. I've got the multi-screen situation set up so that I'm not missing anything and everything. Let's get to where exactly we are right now before free agency gets going in just a few minutes. The Houston Texans last week signed Dalton Schultz and Kaimi Fairbairn to extensions. They also brought back a couple of players over the weekend, including Khalil Davis, Eric Murray, and Desmond King. Signed a defensive tackle from Jacksonville, whose name I have yet to learn how to pronounce. And now we are just moments away from free agency, where there are so many things that the Texans need to take care of. The biggest thing, the must-have number one that the Texans have got to take care of is the running back investment. They have got to get some running back help in the building. Only Dameon Pierce is on the roster that played last year. They got a couple of practice squad guys that they signed to futures contracts, but there's a number of options in free agency, from Saquon Barkley to the most recently reported from Aaron Wilson, Zach Moss, and so many players in between. The Texans have got to get something in the building when it comes to the running back position. That's the number one priority on offense. The number one priority over on defense is that the Houston Texans have got to keep the engine of the defense tuned up, meaning they've got to invest in this defensive line. They've got to make sure they spend on the part of the defense that DeMeco Ryans is so in love with and has talked about time and time again they're going to spend this offseason on the defensive line. His final comments after the Ravens game at the press conference was, that's what I believe in. That's where we're going to focus on adding to in the offseason. He's talked about it being the engine of the defense a couple of different times. Those are your two must-haves. Everything else kind of trickles in and fills in from there. So I appreciate you jumping in live. Everybody in the chat. The chats are certainly encouraged, and I'm going to do my best to get to as many of your comments as you put them in there and as I can. And, of course, we'll be paying attention to the screens over here, making sure we don't miss anything when it comes to news that pops up. So where we are right now, the absolute latest, I would say, from that standpoint, is Zach Moss is the newest name to kind of be connected to the Texans. Aaron Wilson put him out there about 30 minutes ago. Connor Hughes talked about how the Giants, if they were set to lose Saquon Barkley to the Eagles or the Texans, both of whom are involved at $10+ million APY. So the running back market is one to be paying attention to. I expect some big-time moves to go down right as the deadline pops off, which is just a couple of minutes away, so I appreciate everybody getting in here early. Low-key. I did not put any makeup on, but my goodness, I probably could use it. Is that eyeliner? No, it's not. It's a lack of sleep. Sean, good to see you in here. Miles and that cognac, good to see you in here. David Phillips says, hit the likes. I certainly would appreciate it. Throw that thumbs up on there. We are just about a minute away from free agency getting going. How about that Michael Pittman contract? I got to imagine that made Nico Collins smile from ear to ear when Michael Pittman got his big deal, about $23 million a year. That's kind of the floor for Nico Collins. Gunner, good to see you. El Mario, good to see you. Juan, appreciate you jumping in. Johnny, good to see you. You're the best, Jake. Thank you for the kind words. Legal tampering season is here, just about a minute away. Let's see what happens here. I would think that something right off the bat is popping off. KB, good to see you. Show me the touchdowns. Not going to say that for the kiddos. Jacoby, David, let's go. It's worth noting that as the Saquon Barkley rumors happen, It's Eagles versus Texans, according to Connor Hughes in New York. So Eagles versus Texans again. Howie Roseman and Nick Caserio have done a couple of deals, and now they're fighting each other. Teams can now legally talk with agents and players who don't have agents, and deals will start to fly through. So Adam Schefter, the Bears are expected to make a push to land Eagles free agent running back DeAndre Swift. He's expected to be primary Chicago target. Okay. That's the real Adam Schefter, too. Trying not to get smoked by any of these fakies. Okay. So DeAndre Swift and the Bears are a match that Schefter is reporting should be trying to get together. That's a player that I've thought about for the Texans quite a bit. Should they miss out on Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs? Or they want to bring back Devin Singletary and put a running mate in there with him. So if DeAndre Swift and the Bears is the match, that kind of takes him off the board for the Texans. Hey, where are the deals, okay? You guys have been talking about these for weeks. Can we get some announcements already, please? Come on. Where are the deals? Get the tampering going. Let's go. Let's tamper. Thought there'd be a DeAndre Swift rumors is the first thing? Man, come on. Come on. I tell you what, El Mario, I do have a confetti stick, a confetti boomstick. If the Texans sign Saquon Barkley on this live, I'll do the confetti boomstick. Greetings from Austria. Hello. We're international on the Cody Stoots channel. Hello. Appreciate you for checking in. It's Straussy. Okay, thank you. KB says he's feeling Pollard instead of Barkley. Okay, so DeAndre Swift and the Bears is the hot rumor here. Nothing has gone down. It's worth noting that these deals are just agreed to. They are not announced. Okay, they are not announced and official until later in the week. They can just be agreed to. Almost 99.9% of these deals, when they get agreed to initially, they stick. So it's not like, something's going to change or jump off or bop off. Diana Rossini. The Eagles and the Texans are expected to have strong interest in signing running back Saquon Barkley, per sources. Okay, so the Eagles are fighting the Texans for Saquon Barkley. All right, so, hey, go out there and beat the Philadelphia Eagles for Saquon Barkley. Look, the Texans have way more money in free agency than the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay, they've got almost $20 million more in free agency money. If you want Saquon Barkley, you can keep him away from the Philadelphia Eagles. You just go pay him more money. Joe's checking in from Thailand. Renee's checking in from the UK. International. I love it. I love it. Yeah. As Voided Being says, pin goes to paper later in the week. Diana Rossini. Christian Wilkins is a top target for many teams, including the Minnesota Vikings, the Cleveland Browns, the Detroit Lions, and the Houston Texans. That is what Diana Rossini is reporting right now. Christian Wilkins, a top target of 4 different teams, including the Cleveland Browns, Detroit Lions, Minnesota Vikings, and those Houston Texans. Appreciate everybody for jumping in the live. I'll try to get to comments. I'm watching the X/Twitter to make sure I don't miss anything. Yeah, the Texans are number 1 worldwide, the Houston Texans. Let's do that. Let's get them worldwide, baby. Worldwide. Appreciate everybody tuning in. And where's the Saquon Barkley signing? Damn it. The people want Saquon Barkley. Put it in here. So, Saquon Barkley is my top guy when it comes to running backs. My number 2 guy is Josh Jacobs. Jacobs and the Raiders apparently had a conversation before free agency got started about him sticking around in Las Vegas. My understanding is he wants to stay in Las Vegas, even though, I think the contract situation and sort of the play of the team has not been the most fun thing to deal with the past year or so. But Josh Jacobs is my number 2 guy. At that point, beyond those number 1, number 2 guys, okay, after those 2 guys, that's when I feel very strongly that the team needs to re-sign Devin Singletary with whatever move they make in free agency when it comes to running backs. So beyond a Jacobs and a Barkley investment, I almost get to the point where I would require a Singletary investment or a multi-running back investment to be content with the running back spot. So, for instance, say, if they signed Derrick Henry, I would like Devin Singletary back with Derrick Henry. If they signed Zach Moss, I would also like Devin Singletary. Diana Rossini says Xavier McKinney, the safety, I know a lot of people have talked about him, is the top target of the Green Bay Packers and the Philadelphia Eagles. How about that? The Packers and the Eagles looking into Xavier McKinney. Nothing on the Texans from that standpoint just yet. So Rossini with 2 Texans connections through the first few minutes here of free agency. The Minnesota Vikings, the Browns, the Lions, and the Texans checking in on Christian Wilkins, the big defensive tackle out of Miami. 9 sacks last year. He's kind of an Iron Man. He's a couple years removed from playing the most defensive tackle snaps in football, I believe, or some of the most defensive tackle snaps in football. I think he was top 3 in total defensive line snaps a couple of years ago. He's an Iron Man. As I mentioned, he plays a ton of football. The pass rushing prowess showed up this year. I don't know that at $25 million a year, he's the right guy, but that's a conversation for when the deal goes down, if the deal goes down. So that's the first connection. That's the defensive lineman. We talked about that engine, making sure that engine of the defense keeps humming. That would do it if you added Christian Wilkins. I don't love the move, but I certainly understand why people would. The other one that they have talked about or talked to or been interested in, according to Diana Rossini, is Saquon Barkley, talking to the Eagles, or getting interest, from the Eagles and the Texans. So those are the 2 right now. Barkley in a fight with the Eagles, and then Wilkins in a conversation with a couple of different teams, as the big fella is looking to make over $25 million per year in average annual value. Jake is watching from a 400-foot wind turbine. That's a pretty unique spot to be watching for. That's a pretty unique spot. So the Armstead paperwork, I don't know that that's necessarily official. I believe it's going to be designated as a post-June 1st cut, so they save a little bit more money. So Armstead, look, when it's official, if the Texans want to talk to him, they could talk to him. They can get him signed up and taking care of business. It's a guy that's a pretty interesting name. If the money gets high, I'm out on it. I'd rather pay Christian Wilkins a bunch of money than pay Eric Armstead a lot of money, if that makes sense. So, Wilkins at 25, I like that a lot more than I like that a whole lot more than Armstead at 20, something of that nature. Saquon isn't always injured. Shaking my head, the guy is a beast. Played more regular season games the past 3 seasons than Christian McCaffrey. More regular season games in the past 3 seasons than Christian McCaffrey. Obviously, McCaffrey's played in the playoffs a little bit over the past couple of years, but Saquon's not as injury prone as people think. Also, it's a little harder to get back on the field when the team stinks to high heaven. Okay, the team stinks to high heaven. It's a little harder to get back on the field. H-Town Swarm. Cody, if you could choose, who would you pick at 23? Well, if Quinyon Mitchell, the corner from Toledo, was there, that's who I would have the Texans selecting. I don't believe Quinyon Mitchell's going to be there, so it's kind of got to see how everything shakes out from that standpoint. All right, for AFC South news, Jeremy Fowler saying that Calvin Ridley, now that he's set to be a free agent, the Jaguars, Patriots, Titans, and Panthers could be in on Calvin Ridley. Now, Ridley is an interesting player. He did not have an amazing season by any means, but it wasn't a bad season either. I just feel like maybe there was a higher expectation from people for what he was going to bring to the table this past season. He's an interesting name to be taking a look at here. 7 says, Barkley or Wilkins if y'all had to choose. Now, obviously, they have the money for both, but it would vastly restrict various other things that they do if that's the case. But if I had to pick just one, I would pick Saquon Barkley. I would pick Saquon Barkley if I had to pick just one. What says the chat? What says the chat? Barkley or Wilkins if you had to pick one. I know some people would pick Wilkins just to have that that defensive line shored up. Look, if you get Christian Wilkins, and he's the defensive tackle for this team next year. Your defensive tackle room is going to be Malik Collins, Christian Wilkins, Khalil Davis, Kurt Hinish, the guy they signed from the Jaguars, whose name I haven't learned how to say yet, and probably another guy, all kind of fighting. They kept 4 defensive tackles out of camp last year, so there's not a ton of room there. There's not a ton of room there to be making a bunch of moves and things like that. From a numbers game standpoint, obviously Wilkins, Collins, and I would think Davis and Hinish are your favorites to get in there at defensive tackle. But I don't know what you do at defensive end. I don't know what you do at defensive end if you sign Christian Wilkins. I don't know if you're just hoping that 23 is a defensive end that you really like, someone like Chop Robinson or someone like Darius Robinson, both the Robinson guys from Missouri, so Chop Robinson from Penn State. Maybe you're hoping that that's the defensive end situation. Obviously, Collins, Wilkins, and Anderson for 3 of the 4 defensive line spots is a pretty strong defensive line, and then you just kind of figure out that defensive end spot. You just kind of figure out what you're going to do with that other spot. So pretty intrigued to see what the end move would be if you get Wilkins. If you don't get Wilkins, I'm very intrigued to see what the end move is, because is it going to be re-signing Jonathan Greenard? Is it going to be an investment in a 1-year bounce back like Chase Young? Do they go the mercenary route where they go with Jadeveon Clowney for 1 year? You could do a lot of different things at the end spot. And again, remember, this team rotates defensive linemen a ton. They'll do hockey changes where it's 4 new D linemen in each time. So this team will rotate defensive linemen. So having depth at that spot, not just 4 guys that play, 90% of the snaps. DeMeco Ryans keeps those guys fresh. You saw it late in the year when they were kind of managing injuries with Will Anderson and Jonathan Greenard, but you also saw it earlier in the year when they do those hockey changes. All right, we got our first deal here. Rap Sheet and Mike Garafolo are reporting that a 3-year, $24 million deal has gone down for DeAndre Swift and the Chicago Bears. So 3 years, $24 million for DeAndre Swift and the Chicago Bears. Boy, that's a bummer. That's a guy that you could have pivoted to if things didn't work out with a Saquon Barkley pursuit or a Josh Jacobs pursuit. Let's see if I can get in here. And, here we go. There it is, Garafolo. Bears have agreed to terms with DeAndre Swift on a 3-year, $24 million deal, according to he and Rap Sheet. Chicago and Swift. Shane Waldron's the new offensive mind there in Chicago. There is your first signing in the books. $8 million for DeAndre Swift. Look, really good pass-catching running back. One of the highest receiving yards for running backs over the past few seasons. So that is a guy that can do a little bit of everything. If you have Khalil Herbert dynasty shares, they just went down, unfortunately. But DeAndre Swift to the Bears, 3 years, $24 million deal. And that's not a up to $24 million. Feels like it's $24 million on the nose. So there's the first deal, and a Texans target comes off the board. I say Texans target. He was kind of a secondary target. So a secondary target comes off the board. I tell you what, $8 million a year for DeAndre Swift, that makes me feel like Saquon Barkley. That makes me feel like Josh Jacobs. They're going way past the $10 million that I think most people expect them to get. Man, it feels like they're going to go way past that. The $10 million. If Swift is getting, just over $24 million, man, 15.3 guaranteed according to Adam Schefter. So 15.3 guaranteed. That's actually not a huge amount of money guaranteed for DeAndre Swift. So the guarantees are interesting because the guarantees are interesting because it makes it very easy to move on from a player if you look at it when it's, say, a 3-year, $16 million deal and not a 3-year, $24.5 million deal like Adam Schefter is reporting. All right, so DeAndre Swift, our first one. Man, Saquon could be looking for some big cash, man, some big cash. If Swift is going to $8 million a year, and Saquon could be getting a lot more than that. A lot more than that. What's your take on the T. Higgins trade request? Makes sense for him because he wants the long-term deal, and a trade is the best way to get that done. I don't believe the Bengals have any reason to trade him or any desire to trade him. And if they do, I don't know exactly how many teams are going to be in on T. Higgins being maybe their guy or their number one guy. I would say this, I don't believe for one moment the Houston Texans will entertain that, because if you get T. Higgins, you got to sign T. Higgins. And if you get T. Higgins and sign him, you immediately got to turn around and basically give the same money to Nico Collins, because Collins' last season last year, T. Higgins dreams about having that type of season. You know, and I'm not sending draft compensation on top of paying T. Higgins a whole heck of a bunch of money. I'm not doing that. That seems like a foolish way to spend money. Well, everybody thought there was going to be this big fury at the beginning, but no big fury just yet. Okay, I do want to put in, let's see here. So Deion Dawkins got cut by Buffalo, it looks like. Looks like that's what he's tweeting. Texans not in the market for an offensive lineman. I'd be very surprised if they spent any sort of significant money or a big time draft pick on an offensive lineman. It would make, nearly no sense. If you want to get in, let me see if I can make all this happen here. If you want to get in, that's the link. I'll pin it to the top here. You can get in if you'd like to get in from an audio or a visual standpoint. You want to chat. I will say this. If you're jumping in, be prepared to get dumped right off in case something big happens. But Deion Dawkins headed to free agency. Yeah, that'll be a pretty interesting name to be hitting free agency here. Again, no offensive lineman investment, maybe some depth guys, but you got to look at the offensive line this way. You got a starter at left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. You got a starter in right tackle, Titus Howard. You've got a starter at right guard in Shaq Mason. Then you have a starter at either center or left guard in Juice Scruggs. Okay, let's just pretend Scruggs is the left guard. At center, competing at center, you've got Jarrett Patterson coming back off of his injury. You've got Kendrick Green competing for that spot. If Scruggs is the center, then you've got, again, Patterson competing for left guard, Kendrick Green competing for left guard, and then Kenyon Green competing for left guard. So you've got a lot of options from an offensive line standpoint, not to mention Michael Broker is still on the team, and they re-signed Dieter Elson, I think is how you say his name. Now, again, options, I wouldn't necessarily turn to one of those guys in a game, but investment in the offensive line is so low on the priority. They have options at the offensive line, so I don't believe they're going to spend at the offensive line. Not to be all Mike Florio, but aren't teams supposed to avoid using the franchise tag to hold a guy hostage? Was a report earlier that they haven't been negotiating since 2023. So the spirit of the franchise tag is to continue a long-term negotiation with the player. That's the spirit of the franchise tag. Teams use the franchise tag to hold people hostage. That is what they do, to make sure they're not negotiating with other teams. It's an exclusive franchise tag, so he can't talk to other teams. They might give his agent permission to seek a trade, but with that, with that, I would say that you got to agree to the compensation before he can do something like that. Like the Bengals would have to know what they're doing. I know what the Bengals are doing. They're trying to make sure that they've got him for one more year, and they just give it all they got for 2024, which makes them a pretty scary team here in 2024 to be paying attention to and to be spending some time here in 2024 looking at where the Texans rank in 2024. If they're going to be going all in, makes them a pretty dangerous team. And don't the Bears already have two good running backs? I like the Bears running backs. I like Khalil Herbert a lot. I have some dynasty shares in Khalil Herbert. Okay, so DeAndre Swift, the big one here. Let's talk a little bit about the Texans' own free agents. So Jonathan Greenard, no news on him and no real buzz on Jonathan Greenard as he's hitting free agency for the first time. He's made less than $5 million. Okay, he's made less than $5 million in his career. So you got to think a big-time raise would be something that's very attractive to Jonathan Greenard. So Greenard is a guy that I would love to see the Texans bring him back at the right number. What exactly is that right number? I'm most comfortable at about $15 million a year. That's probably where I'm most comfortable. But if it gets to 16, 17, the biggest thing about a conversation about Jonathan Greenard's contract is you've got to build in some sort of protection for the team. You've got to build in some sort of protection for the team because of his injury history. Greenard has had some stuff pop up here, and the injury history is something to pay attention to when it comes to him. So it'll be very interesting to see when he gets signed exactly what that's going to look like. So from Jonathan Greenard let's go to another starter on defense, Steven Nelson. I don't believe Steven Nelson's coming back. I don't believe Steven Nelson should be the move, but this is one of the ugliest free agent classes from a cornerback standpoint that we have seen in recent memory. And if he ends up being the so Deion Dawkins is signing a contract extension? I thought Deion Dawkins said he was leaving. So Deion Dawkins trolling people. Adam Schefter reporting that he's signing a 3-year, $60.5 million extension. He'll be the fourth highest paid tackle in the league. So Deion Dawkins was trolling people. All right, have some fun there, Deion Dawkins. Have some fun. Oh man, Deion Dawkins, you crazy fella. You crazy fella. All right, so Steven Nelson, bad cornerback class, okay? Really bad cornerback class. Not an impressive group of cornerbacks. The best one that's out there is L'Jarius Sneed, and I say that he's out there, air quotes, because he's franchise tagged, and you'd have to trade for him. So then you start thinking about, okay, well, I don't want to trade for a guy. I don't want to send compensation and make him a really highly paid cornerback. So then you start thinking about a guy like Kendall Fuller from the Washington Commanders. You start thinking about Sean Murphy Bunting, who played with the Titans recently. Chidobe Awuzie, who is a guy that I really like for the Texans from a bounce back standpoint. He's had some injury issues over the past couple of seasons. Him bouncing back and playing corner for the team would be pretty interesting. All right, so with no moves popping up just yet, let's go to the live chat with somebody. Dime Time, you're in here. No video, you got audio?
Cody Stoots, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. Fire away. What you got for us?
I just want to say it's awesome that you're live during the day, man. Gives me something else to do while I'm at work. I was stoked to see it. I've been really enjoying your channel. I'm not what you would call a smart man, but I would like to see us spend a ton of money. I don't know how salary caps work, but I know that the Browns are paying a QB just $1 jillion trillion, what it seems. The 49ers, you hear about how much money they're spending. I think we're a big market team. I would like to see us spend some money and just go all in. We've suffered long enough. Give the fans. I went to the playoff game this year against the Browns. That was the most fun I've had in so long. I'm ready for 2, 3, 4 seasons of just all in. If that's what I would like. I could be wrong, but that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, look, they've got a ton of money, and they can get whatever they want here in free agency. It's just a matter of exactly what do they want, how much they want to invest in that. And Nick Caserio talking about those, he didn't call it windows. He called it like periods or whatever it is. The operating within that 2-year segment that he talked about. I do wonder if they don't love this free agency class, they're kind of betting that maybe next year's free agency class is a little bit better, but 2024 is really important too. So as much as they want to look towards next year, 2024 is super important to this team, and maximizing what 2024 is going to be, that's a really important one as well. And, you don't want to sacrifice 25 and 26 at the expense of 4. You don't want to sacrifice 24 at the expense of 5, sacrifice 24 because 25, 26 would be good. You want to be good every year. And spending money this year is how they're going to stay good and maybe even get better than they were in 2023. And yeah, free agency is exciting, man. Spending money is exciting. And, you want to carry that excitement into the offseason. They're going to have, obviously, in a couple of weeks, the big uniform reveal. Then it's the draft. Lots of good stuff. What else you got for us, Dime Time?
That's it. Just wanted to tell you where I'm from, and hey, I appreciate what you're doing. I love your videos. It's where I get all my info from. So thanks.
Man, I appreciate you jumping in. Appreciate Dime Time hopping in. You can get in with the audio. You can get in with the video if you want. Appreciate him jumping in. Okay, so your big signings that have gone down. Deion Dawkins got an extension. Who cares? Okay, he's an offensive lineman. Not important. DeAndre Swift, 3 years, just over $24 million, according to Adam Schefter. $16.5 million in the first 2 years for DeAndre Swift. So 16.5 in the first 2 years, according to Ian Rappaport, for DeAndre Swift. Will be very interesting to see how the rest of these running backs start to shake out. Let's get caught up on a couple of these comments here. Mr. Bo on the top, appreciate you jumping in. 713 Houston Sports, what's up, Ruben? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to have Ruben in here hanging out. Check out his channel. He does a great job talking about the Texans as well. Luis asks about Jeff Okudah. So Jeff Okudah, who, of course, was a very disappointing high draft pick at cornerback, got traded, played pretty well this past season. Okudah's projection was a lot of money, but he had an okay season for the Atlanta Falcons. So it's kind of one of those are you paying because this guy's a former top pick? Are you paying because this guy's actually pretty good? It's trying to figure out exactly what he is. From a money perspective, it's hard to figure out. I would not invest in Okudah. I'd lean towards a veteran on a shorter-term deal that's a lot cheaper. So that's where I would go with the cornerback spot. I'd stay away from Okudah. No way Mitchell's available at 23. Yeah, Quinyon Mitchell, not going to be there at 23. So not great. I love Quinyon Mitchell. Big question is, will Caserio go 4 years on a free agent contract? Good question. You may need to go 4 years on Greenard. You want to build in some protection for him, but you may need to go 4 years on Greenard just to kind of push it over the finish line if another team is interested in him. So DeAndre Swift with some big guaranteed money. Chris Wecht put this together. Here's a list of running backs with more guaranteed money than DeAndre Swift. McCaffrey, Kamara, Taylor, Bijan Robinson, Nick Chubb, and Jahmyr Gibbs. That's it. Swift got a big contract, man. DeAndre Swift, he got paid. It's a good deal for him, a good deal for his agents. And the Bears got the money. The Bears are an interesting case study, too, because they had a bunch of money last offseason. They spent big money and still have a bunch of money this offseason. Like the Bears still have before this DeAndre Swift deal, they still have like $60 million in cap space. So they've still got plenty of money to go move around, make some other moves when they spent a bunch of money last year. And I feel like that's maybe a little bit of what you kind of look at with the Houston Texans is like they've got a lot of money this year. So could they go and spend some money, maybe a big contract this year, and then have big money again next year? Did Wilkins go to the Texans? No, nothing official yet. You catch up on the rumors. Diana Rossini says Saquon Barkley has interest from the Eagles and the Houston Texans. Diana Rossini from The Athletic. Christian Wilkins, the defensive tackle from Miami, has interest from the Vikings, the Browns, the Lions, and the Texans. So a hot and heavy market for Christian Wilkins and a hot market for Saquon Barkley between two contenders. Isn't that fun to say? Isn't it fun to say that the Texans are a contender? How about that? Thoughts on Huff from Branson Thomas? That'd be Bryce Huff. So Bryce Huff, defensive lineman from the Jets, had a bunch of sacks this year playing not a lot of snaps this year for the Jets. So he's an intriguing player. It kind of feels like Trey Hendrickson from a couple of years ago where, boom, he explodes right as he's about to be a free agent. The weird thing about him is not playing a lot of snaps is kind of just like, does that make sense? Why would they do that if he's been productive? And look, if the Jets don't chase him or don't want him, then I would assume the Texans don't chase him or don't want him. It's a similar style of defense. D'Amico Ryans and Robert Saleh are friends. I would have to think if they were interested, they do some homework and some checking just to find out there. Are all the big deals happening today? I hope so. I hope so. Hadn't been any big deals except for DeAndre Swift so far. I mean, we are 30 minutes into free agency, and that's it. DeAndre Swift's the only free agent to be changing teams. Deion Dawkins gets an extension. That's it. Kenneth, good to see you. Hey, we're talking about the Texans free agents a second ago. So Greenard, try to bring him back, make sure the money's right. Steven Nelson is one to pay attention to because the cornerback market is not great. George Fant, player I would love to have the Texans re-sign. The tough part about that is George Fant played well enough last year that he's probably going to get an opportunity to be a starter somewhere, and he's probably going to make more money than the Texans would be comfortable paying him as the sixth offensive lineman. Fant's a tackle, can't play center, can't play guard. So he'd be your swing tackle because he's not starting over Laramie Tunsil. He's not starting over Titus Howard. I'd love for him to bring Fant back, but I just don't know the market's going to make it possible. Again, Fant would be a very, very fun guy to bring back. Punter Cam Johnston, I would bring him back if I was the Texans. Changing kickers makes me nauseous. Changing punters makes me uneasy. One of the better punters in football. No reason to move on from him. Unless, I just can't get I can't get the vision of Nick Caserio paying so much attention to that punter from Iowa, Torrey Taylor, at the Senior Bowl. Like, there was literally real football going on, like 7-on-7 drills, 11-on-11 drills. Like, there's real football going on to his left. And Nick Caserio kept going, just watching the punter from Iowa punt on the other end of the field. I can't get that. Can't get that out of my mind when I think about the punter situation. I didn't think that 40 minutes into a live stream, 30 minutes into free agency happening, we'd be talking about the punter. But nothing's flown off the shelf just yet. A couple more Texans free agents. Linebacker Blake Cashman. Aaron Wilson's reporting that the Texans will get a chance to match any Blake Cashman offer. They'll get the chance to get the final offer on him. So it'll be interesting to see if they entertain whatever Cashman gets, should he sign with another team or get the offer from another team. It'll be interesting to see if they match whatever he gets from another team. Colton asks, Stoots, what do you think about signing? I'm assuming you mean Wilkins, then potentially trading up for an edge rusher or corner rather than standing pat at 23. You're dipping into your assets to improve the team if you do that. You spend a bunch of money on one player and then trade up and you lose some assets to trade up. You're sort of dipping in your ability to kind of add a full amount of improvement to this team. Look, for the right guy, though, I suppose you would make that investment. Yeah, David, did not expect Swift to be the first signing. Very nice deal for him. If they don't re-sign Greenard, what's the chances that Young would be cheaper? It'd certainly be a shorter contract, I would think. It'd be a shorter contract for Chase Young. He's probably looking to bounce back, rebuild the value. What better place to rebuild the value than playing opposite Will Anderson and having a nice defensive tackle room to push things out to you. So Chase Young would be a nice pivot if Greenard is not the guy that the Texans are able to keep. Working, driving, appreciate you giving updates. Love the show, you and Landry. Hey, I appreciate you, Super Dave. Appreciate you checking it out. Yeah, have some fun with having some fun with Landry Locker on a lot of this free agency stuff. We'll do some draft content together. Brandon wants to stick it to the other AFC South teams, get ahead of the Colts and Jags, take someone they want. A lot of good wide receivers for those guys. A lot of good wide receivers. All right, Diana Rossini, the Titans are expected to hop in on this second wave of running backs available. They are not in on Derrick Henry. They checked on DeAndre Swift, but are holding off to muscle up on offensive line and wide receiver positions. Okay, thank you, Diana. JB Riljabala. Wings or Whataburger for lunch? You could get the wings at Whataburger and knock two birds out with one stone. I wouldn't recommend that, though. Depends where you're getting the wings from. If you're going boneless wings, if that's your favorite, just get Whataburger. If you're going like wings, I get wings on a Monday. Spice it up. Get you something spicy. Looks like Antonio Brown's the new Adam Schefter on Breaking News. Good Lord, what did Antonio Brown say? I'm almost afraid to look it up. All right, so AB's not doing anything crazy. Man, get out of here, Antonio Brown. I want to know what's going on with Saquon. Last thing we saw was Diana Rossini said that the Houston Texans and the Philadelphia Eagles have interest in Saquon Barkley. That's the last thing we saw. Case in quesadilla. Wilkins needs to be a Texan due to his great comedy. If we lose someone that's a great man to bring up the mood. Yeah, Wilkins is one of the more entertaining players that I have seen when he's Jonathan Greenard's on the Minnesota Vikings. Tom Pelissero is reporting with Ian Rappaport, the Vikings are signing edge rusher Jonathan Greenard. So he is gone after 4 seasons with the Houston Texans. Wow. Let's see if we can get the deals done, or the deals, get the terms of the deal. But Jonathan Greenard is headed to the Minnesota Vikings. All right. There you go. There's one of the first big ones to fall. Wow, the Vikings coming out of nowhere for JG. We'd heard that the Vikings, the Vikings are a weird team because they had Danielle Hunter last year. He was the sack leader as far as free agents go. Hunter played really well for them. They thought about trading him. And now they are seemingly going to let him go, and the Vikings are going to get Jonathan Greenard. 13 sacks out of here. That means that he is getting a big deal, I would think. And Aaron Wilson is reporting Tony Pollard is expected to sign with the Tennessee Titans. Okay, you know what, David? This hurt more than I thought it was on Jonathan Greenard. That hurt more than I thought it was going to hurt on Jonathan Greenard. That was that one didn't feel good. I don't like that. Yeah, so there you go. Ian Rappaport, the new stud pass rusher for the Minnesota Vikings, Jonathan Greenard. 13 sacks this past season. I think 12 and a half actually is the official number. But really good at stopping the run, really good at rushing the passer. Will Anderson loses his running mate at the defensive end spot. And then Aaron Wilson, seconds ago, reporting that Tony Pollard is going to be a member of the Tennessee Titans. So Tony Pollard, according to Aaron Wilson, is going to the Titans. Okay, good job by Aaron to get that one. Can we break some Texans news now? I'm just kidding. I'm giving you a hard time, A-Dog. All right, so what do we think about Jonathan Greenard going to the Vikings? What's the thought process there? Look, if they came up with the big money, it certainly makes sense that he's leaving. I'd be interested to see the exact terms, because if that's the case, then man, if the money is within a good range and the Texans didn't keep him, that stinks. That stinks. Yeah, I like this Loki. Yeah, go get Danielle Hunter, pay him back. That's great. Okay, so Jonathan Greenard, incredible human being, super nice, always willing to talk to the media on and then just off the record, just kind of BS and hang out with them. If you remember, the Texans decision maker at that time, Bill O'Brien didn't even want Jonathan Greenard. He was screaming at the phone. That was the COVID draft where everybody drafted from home. He was screaming at the phone, "That's your pick. That's your pick." And then Greenard ended up being a much better player than pretty much any of the other guys that Bill O'Brien liked. And then injuries, was productive when he had a little bit of health, but the health hadn't really shown up until this year. And then he was really productive this year with the Houston Texans under D'Amico Ryans. And I would tell you this, if you can get that out of Jonathan Greenard, you can get something out of a player to replace Jonathan Greenard. Okay? Like, you can get something out of the replacement for Jonathan Greenard. Getting that dialed up there to the next level. Let's talk about the Tony Pollard thing. As my good friend and former colleague at ESPN 97.5, Andrew Carlson, is talking about, hey, Pollard to the Titans. This is actually a great move for the Tennessee Titans. Now, no numbers are out yet, but Pollard works best in a tandem. As the feature back, Tony Pollard's not the guy. But in a tandem, he works out really well in a tandem. And he and Tyjae Spears is a really nice 1-2 punch. And if Will Levis is anything of note, they've got the makings of a little bit of offensive punch to them there with the Titans. Now, that offensive line stinks. Their wide receivers outside of D-Hop stinks. But most notably, Pollard is a potential Texans target until he came off the board. He's on the Titans now. So let's see exactly what the compensation was on that, and then where this running back market starts to kind of shake out. Where exactly, you figure out who the Texans are going to go chase and what they're going to go do. Be really intriguing to see exactly what the Texans can put together from a running back standpoint, with DeAndre Swift already off the market, and with DeAndre Swift already off of the market, and with Tony Pollard now off of the market. Let me send out a little tweet here. Just bear with me here. Breaking down all the free agency moves as they happen. JG gone for the Texans. Talking about that and so much more. Tune in. You all get to watch me author a tweet live. All right. So, Jonathan Greenard gone. That's a bummer. Great for him. Great for him. And Schefter just tweeted, wow, 4 years, $76 million with a $42 million guarantee. Woo! Good job, Jonathan Greenard, who checks in at nearly $20 million a year. Nearly $20 million a year. 19 per year, 42 guaranteed. That's a huge deal for Jonathan Greenard. And I know exactly why the Houston Texans didn't make that deal. Man. Wow, that is big money. I'm not going to sit here and tell you he's not worth it, because if healthy, Jonathan Greenard's worth that amount of money. But I certainly understand why the Texans didn't make that level of commitment for Jonathan Greenard. 1 year of success. He's had 1 year of health, and you've just got things that you need to do elsewhere on the market. That paying Jonathan Greenard $19 million a year, and again, 4-year commitment. We talked about, hey, you got to build in some protection for the team. So maybe 3 years is kind of the number that you're most comfortable with. But man, 4 years, $76 million, $42 million guaranteed. Good job by Drew Rosenhaus to get that for Jonathan Greenard, and happens to a great guy. Man. Yeah, Isaiah. Man's got paid. Casario wasn't doing that. Yep. That's a big if, Cody. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a really big – if Will Anderson stunk this past year, then you would have to have paid Jonathan Greenard. But Anderson was good. He was Defensive Rookie of the Year. He was the Defensive Rookie of the Year. So, but, you know, Anderson playing well, and, you know, just – look, you got to trust this coaching staff. If they can get that out of Jonathan Greenard, you got to trust that whatever guy they line up opposite Will Anderson as a starter, they can get a lot out of him too. All right, so 3 years, $24 million for Tony Pollard. Adam Schefter dropping the compensation on that. And quote tweeting Aaron Wilson as he did it. Good job, Aaron, and good job, Adam Schefter. So $8 million. So $8 million is, you know, the top of the free agent market's not off the board yet. Okay, the top of the market's not off the board. So $8 million in that second tier, the Pollard and Swift. So $8 million. So what are we thinking here for Barkley? 10, 12 a year? He's not making less than $8 million a year. You know, he's not making less than $8 million. So again, I promised El Mario, they signed Saquon Barkley while we're on this stream here, and I've got a confetti cannon. I'll shoot it off right here at my desk. It'll be a horrible thing to clean up, but it'll be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. I would also tell you this about the Jonathan Greenard situation and him having one really good year with the Texans under this coaching staff, and then jumping and going to you know, the Vikings for the 4 years, $76 million, $42 million guaranteed. That makes the Texans a really, really attractive spot for that rebuild the value guys. So guys that want to come here, play a year, rebuild their value, and then bail. That makes the Texans a really attractive spot for guys to come and rebuild their value. And if you get a bunch of those guys, like if you're turning the corner on those guys a bunch over the course of, you know, 3-4 years, A, you're going to get comp picks. B, you don't become beholden to a guy, so you're not betting on a same guy if he gets hurt or something like that. So as far as the maybe it's just a churn opposite Will Anderson. the Texans may go to. Barkley going at least 3 for 33. Yeah, I mean, he's not getting less than 26 million, 28 million. So, he's not checking in at less than 9, I would think. Cody, you're the man. Who would you love for the Texans to sign? I mean, JG would have been nice. I mean, my number one's Barkley. Go get Saquon. Jonathan says 3 years, 40 million. I don't know if it's going to be that much. It could be that much with like some fake money in there. It could be one of those where it's it says 40 million, but there's actually only like, a far less amount guaranteed. You can do that with Saquon Barkley. You could do that. What's the max you'll spend on Jacobs or Barkley? 14, 15 million is probably a lot for those guys. If it's like the fake 15 million where it's like, hey, like it's 15 million a year, but actually only 7 million a year is guaranteed. Like you can live with that. Like you'll be okay with that. It's going to look bad in the headlines, but it's going to look bad in the headlines, but I'd go there. Again, the money that you see for running backs, like the initial, hey, this many years, this much, it doesn't matter as much as the guaranteed. Because if the guy's got signing a 3-year deal, you're really hoping for 2 good years out of him. That's what you're hoping for. So it looks like David Bakhtiari is leaving the Green Bay Packers. That guy's, I mean, he's headed to the Jets, right? Apologies, had to sneeze there. Figured you didn't want to hear me sneeze on cam. Tyler says, glad JG is gone. He was a fine dude. I'm sure decent player. Okay. But him being a Jack's guy pick always made me have an unnatural dislike for him. Good luck and God bless JG. You're out of Houston. That's mean. I never associated Jack Easterby too much with Jonathan Greenard. Will CJ get $50 million a year with the Texans or screw that up too? I haven't. The quarterback conversation, the quarterback conversation and how much those guys make will change drastically over the next couple of years. So it would be foolish for me to kind of talk about CJ's contract situation right now. Because it's going to drastically change. So Texans will go for any other wide receiver other than in the draft. I mean, if the right guy shows up for the right number, I'd chase him. There's a couple of names. If Darnell Mooney's number was lower than expected, or if Marquise Hollywood Brown's number was lower than expected. Bentley says, give me credit for breaking news, Greenard to Vikings. Are you Ian Rappaport? Are you Tom Pelissero? That's the trick. Hit the like button. Hey, appreciate that. Nicholas Jones, Barkley and Frankie Louvu, the linebacker from the Carolina Panthers. Well, that'd be nice. That'd be real nice. Chase Young just saw what we did with JG and is waiting to be a Texan confirmed. Look, it would make a lot of sense. The rebuild the value, come in here, got a taste of the defense last year playing in San Francisco. It's not 1 for 1, but got a taste of the defense. Not the exact thing, but I mean, are we really tweeting about coaches' sons in the middle of free agency? What are we doing? Super sad about Greenard. Wonder how we'll replace him. I mean, there's some defensive end / edge guys out there that are intriguing. Daniil Hunter was the top sack guy. I don't know if he exactly fits what the Texans would do with their edge spot. They maybe would want someone a bit more traditional, a bit more hand in the ground, but that's a guy that's out there. We talked about Chase Young a couple of different times. Bryce Huff from the Jets. He has a little juice to his game. That's a name to pay attention to, keep an eye on from that standpoint. Zadarius Smith, who played for the Cleveland Browns this past year, previously with the Packers. So Zadarius Smith is an edge guy, a defensive end type guy. Has a little bit of, has stood up a little bit, has, had a hand in the ground a little bit. So a couple of guys to pay attention to. The draft is certainly a way that you can go about that. You could certainly go about the draft. The tough part about thinking about the draft for replacing Jonathan Greenard is you can guarantee you get a guy in free agency. You cannot guarantee that a guy's going to be there in the draft. Brian Gandry says, I want Latu at 23 since JG is gone. Latu is the UCLA defensive end, not a freaky athlete, but a technician, and would be a nightmare for teams opposite Will Anderson. Would be a nightmare for teams. Would Zach Moss and Singletary in a third-round rookie be a bad thing? It depends who the rookie is. I like Marshawn Lloyd the most. But yeah, I mean, that'd be a decent room. That's not a great room. That's a room you can win with. You can win with Singletary and Moss and a rookie. You can win. I hope CJ leaves Houston. I hope you leave the chat. How about that? Good to see Landry Locker in here. The locker room featuring Landry Locker is a fantastic video option for you here on YouTube. Subscribe to Landry's channel. JJ with a very specific reason as to why he didn't like Jonathan Greenard. Always replying mid-question. Oddly specific and hilarious. Greenard got paid and Bill O'Brien's coaching a no-name college. Ha. Yeah. 4 years ago, Jonathan Greenard was an unwanted draft pick by the Houston Texans, and Bill O'Brien was on top of the world running the Houston Texans. 4 years later, Jonathan Greenard is one of the highest paid defensive ends in all of football, and Bill O'Brien's the coach of Boston College. Yeah, major pain. Great point. Great point. Sam says, should sign B-tier talents. Give me Al-Shaair. That's Azeez Al-Shaair, the linebacker. Bosa or Khalil Mack, whichever one is cut from the Chargers. McKinney and Luvu. So McKinney's not a mid-tier talent. He's going to be the highest paid safety in this class. So he's not mid-tier. He's going to be expensive. And Luvu's not going to be cheap, but he's not going to be expensive. He kind of falls in the mid-range of some of these players. But I am intrigued. I'm intrigued to see what those mid-tier B-level free agents shake out to. Cody, if you had to choose who'd be the best fit coming to Houston Texans in free agency. Well, look, Chase Young at the edge spot for 1 year is a great fit. Get him motivated, get D'Amico Ryans coaching him up, light a fire under his behind and set him loose. They've got to get better at running back. They've got to be better at running back. They've got to invest in the running back spot. They probably need 2 guys in free agency. Dameon Pierce is the only guy on the roster. They clearly don't trust Dameon Pierce because once Devin Singletary played well, Pierce never got his opportunity to come back, never got his job back. He never earned it back. And then once Singletary really got moving, they never really gave Dameon Pierce the chance to earn the job back. But they don't trust Dameon Pierce. So you've got to get better at running back. Well, Devin Singletary is a free agent, and Pierce is the only guy on the roster, so you probably need to sign 2 running backs. So Barkley's my favorite. Josh Jacobs right behind him. Derrick Henry right behind him. And then if I was power ranking them after that, my next 2 in the power rankings are gone. DeAndre Swift's a Bear, and Tony Pollard is a Titan. So then it's Zach Moss, it's Antonio Gibson from the Commanders, it's Austin Eckler on a bounce back, it's A.J. Dillon hoping that there's more than what he showed in Green Bay, but they have got to figure out this running back room. Is it more likely this was a one-year wonder for JG or the start of something special? I mean, honestly, to me, it feels like it was the start of something very solid for Jonathan Greenard. Like if he goes through and rips off 10 sacks a year for the next 4 years, that's probably worth it to the Vikings. Like they obviously want more, but it's something to think about. Like 13 sacks a year and what JG, like this year was not special. It was a very good year. You're special when you can do it every year. So until he does it every year, he's not going to be special. Now, 13 sacks, one of the best run stoppers in football, plays 16 games next year. Okay, start of something special. I tend to believe JG is not quite as good as the season he just had. That's where I fall on Jonathan Greenard. So when the money gets to $19 million per year, okay, it just becomes a situation where you don't want to make that investment. Pedro, good to see you. Houston Rocket, anything on Patrick Queen yet? No. Mark quiet on these linebackers. Real quiet. Real quiet on these linebackers. So 3 years younger. Go from Danielle Hunter to Jonathan Greenard for Minnesota. The Vikings have also shown interest in Christian Wilkins and have inquired about Chiefs corner L'Jarius Sneed, according to Jeremy Fowler. I have to imagine signing Jonathan Greenard takes them out of the Christian Wilkins sweepstakes. Now, Wilkins, if you remember from earlier when we were talking about this, Diana Rossini reported 4 teams for Christian Wilkins as the teams that are interested right now. The Detroit Lions, the Cleveland Browns, the Minnesota Vikings, who in my opinion would be out now because they've signed Greenard, and then the Houston Texans. So maybe down to 3 teams for Christian Wilkins, with the Vikings spending a bunch of money here. A lot of people saying Jared Verse, the defensive lineman from Florida State, to replace Jonathan Greenard in the draft. He's not going to be there. I don't believe he's going to be there. Eddie Mendoza, whatever happened to Dylan Horton? Dylan Horton stepped away from football in the middle of the year. That is all we really know. And we have no return time or no return timeline on Dylan Horton. Saquon to the Eagles, is that true? The Eagles are interested, but nothing official on Saquon Barkley's landing spot. Diana Rossini saying that the Eagles are interested. Bobby Thornton just sacrificed his goat so we can get Christian Wilkins. Okay. Are you going to make some, I hope it was like a, sacrifice to and then eat the goat. I haven't had goat a bunch in my life. But I think I had goat in Mexico City when I was there. That's what, hold on. I don't want to say something stupid. Isn't that what cabrito is? Cabrito's goat? I've had goat. Don't sacrifice your animals for free agency gains, okay? Save that for the draft. Yeah, I do feel like the meme of the guy poking the Texans logo, like do something. Do something. Did Casario sleep in? Well, I tell you what, That guy's never slept in his life, it feels like. What I heard is Nick Caserio is regularly in the building before anybody else and finished his workout before anybody else is in the building. Like, think about how early you have to get. Think about how early you have to get to the building to be finished with a workout. And that guy's in shape. He talks about the, I don't know what it's called. I think it's called a Nordic track is the official, but it's like the stair stepper thing where you have the hand things and you also put your feet in there. That's one of his favorite machines, which is hard. Okay, Connor Hughes, 6 minutes ago. There are increased rumblings that the Eagles are willing to go north of $12 million for Saquon Barkley per sources. That's higher than the Texans, which is believed to be near $11 million. This would be quite the splash for Howie Roseman. Okay, so let's pull this up here. Let's let everybody look at this in real time. So this is Connor Hughes. SNY TV covers the Jets and the Giants. Increased rumblings that the Eagles are willing to go north of $12 million, so more than $12 million for Saquon Barkley, and the Texans are believed to be near $11 million. If you're losing Saquon Barkley over $1 million, that's silly. That's silly. Don't lose Saquon Barkley over $1 million buckaroos. Okay. Jeremy says, it feels like Christmas, but they haven't opened the presents yet. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Didn't the Bills already try the Singletary Moss combo? Yeah, I think they did, actually. It worked better here. Smarter coaches. Okay. All right. Hold on. Extension for Drew Sample. Nobody cares. All right. So $1 million is the difference. Bro, get him. Does he know about the whole state income tax thing? Come on. DJ Bieneme, 6 seconds ago. The Texans are being aggressive in going after Saquon Barkley more than Nick Caserio has been in regards to the running back position during his Texans tenure. Hey, baby. Yeah, be aggressive. Don't let $1 million. What are we looking at here? $1 million? They're going north of 12. Texans are stuck at 11. $1 million? That doesn't throw anything out of whack. Go get Saquon Barkley. $1 million? Cut somebody, save $1 million. Quick sidebar about that, though. If you're Saquon Barkley, really think about this damn thing, okay? Really think about this damn thing. Yeah, I know he went to Penn State, Philadelphia, yada, yada, yada. Eagles fell apart last year. Eagles, maybe on the downslope. Texans, maybe going up. So if you're Saquon Barkley, let's think about this a little bit here. Where do you have potentially the most success? Where are you going to be able to maximize your production? Sure, the Eagles probably got a better offensive line, certainly. But the Houston Texans are a better team for Saquon Barkley right now than the Philadelphia Eagles are. $1 million be damned. Now, easy for me to say because I don't have $1 million. If I did, I'd still be doing this, but I don't have $1 million. Easy for me to say, screw the $1 million. But as Pastor Reggie in H-Town would put, what about the state income tax? Yeah, there's the $1 million. Hey, Saquon, do you want to make the exact same amount of money as you would on a $12 million deal in Philadelphia for an $11 million deal in Houston? Oh, okay, great. Come to Houston. Zach says, screw the conversation. Just go up to 13-5 and get it done. Look, again, I would go as high as they aren't going to get Saquon or anyone else. They just want to save their money. Carlos, there's no room for stuff like that. Gage says, hell, I'll throw in $1 million for Saquon. Yeah, you could crowdfund the extra $1 million. You could crowdfund the extra $1 million. So, when it comes to the Saquon conversation, really good receiving back. When there's competent quarterback play, like when the quarterback has played well, Saquon has played really well. 2 years ago when Daniel Jones played well, okay, that's Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones played well. Saquon was awesome. He's one of the best running backs in football. Had the best year of his career 2 years ago. And that offensive line stunk for the Giants. And Daniel Jones isn't even any good. So when you start thinking about it that way, you drop him on the Texans, that'd be the best team he's ever played for. So the potential for him to explode is really high. Okay? There's really high potential to explode and be really good because it's the best team he's played for. So when you start thinking about the money, when you start thinking about the commitment that you could make to him, like, okay, like if it gets to $14 million a year, okay, woo, $14 million a year, like, oh my God, that's too much. If the guaranteed money is lower, who cares what the actual average per year is? Like, if the guaranteed money is manageable, who cares what the big fake number is? So the Eagles want to go to, $12.5 million. Okay, cool. Go to 13. And it might just be as simple as figuring out the guaranteed money. Look, Saquon's not playing all 3 years of a 3-year deal. I don't believe that. Nobody believes that he's going to play all 3 years of a 3-year deal. So look at it as a 2-year deal. Okay, if it's 2 years and cost you, $20 million guaranteed, go out and do it. Cody, if they get Saquon, needs you get so hyped. If they get Saquon, we've already promised the confetti cannon. It's not a cannon. It's just like one of those little confetti poppers. It's kind of old. I hope it actually goes off. That'd be a bad omen if I tried to shoot the confetti cannon and it didn't go off. Pedro, if 1 million people throw in the dollar, we can get Saquon. John says, agent putting out these numbers to get a bump? Yeah, certainly. Certainly the agent's playing the game. But I would tell you this, Caserio doesn't kind of play those games. Caserio doesn't really play those games. He doesn't let that kind of stuff dictate to him. Brandon Jones, a safety, comes off the board here, 3-year deal with the Denver Broncos. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Michael D points out a good point here. You've got the money. It's not like Saquon's going to overlap with another player that you have to pay and that he's going to have some sort of incredible commitment where you can't maneuver around or move away from him. So it doesn't drastically affect the long-term future if you sign Saquon Barkley and he's not great. Like if he's a good player, if he's an average player on the big contract, it doesn't kill you. It's a running back. It's not like signing a left tackle and the guy not being any good, or signing a defensive end and then a guy not being any good. So, $12 million annually for Barkley from the Eagles is the rumor from Connor Hughes. $11 million annually from the Texans is the rumor. A buddy of mine, Brandon, on Twitter is doing he's doing the net pay. It checks out to $100,000 more in Texas. Okay, maybe it's not $100,000, but it checks into roughly the same amount of money, with like a $40,000-$50,000 difference. In the $12 million in Philly, $11 million in Houston. It's a little bit of a difference there. Eckler would be super interesting as an additional running back. If Eckler's the only signing, that's no good. That's no good. Eckler has to be a part of a tandem. Thoughts on Justin Simmons? Total game changer. Let's sign that guy. He could help the safety room right away. He makes Petrie or Ward a nice depth piece. That'd be a really fun safety room with Simmons, Petrie, Ward, Murray, and MJ Stewart. That'd be a really fun safety room. I love Justin Simmons. I feel like he is going to be a game changer. Game changer for somebody this year. He can still play. The only reason he's not on the Denver Broncos is they screwed up their cap so bad with the Russell Wilson stuff that they had to get rid of him. But Simmons is a really nice player still. Do you think Nick Cassero will bring back Singletary if Houston gets Barkley? Probably not. Probably not. You probably go with a different guy. Is Barkley not a power back like Pierce? No, he's far more athletic and has more agility, but can also run between the tackles. Does that include 2 games played in Florida and Tennessee? I wasn't digging totally into it, but yeah, look, it's the home games. 8 home games for the Texans this year at 9 road games. Dorrance Armstrong's going to the Commanders. Who cares? I say that. Watch him make some play to win a game this year. Yeah, Dorrance Armstrong, who cares? Guy goes out there on Sunday Night Football, makes a play. Who am I kidding? The Commanders aren't going to be on Sunday Night Football. $12.5 million a year for Saquon, if not get Henry for cheaper. I do wonder what the pivot is going to be, and it feels like maybe the market is kind of stuck. Maybe the market's stuck waiting on Saquon Barkley, because when you get Barkley, things open up. All right, the Jaguars are on the board here, wide receiver. Ian Rappaport is reporting that Gabe Davis is signing a 3-year deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So congratulations to the Jaguars on whatever they paid Gabe Davis, being far too much money to pay Gabe Davis. Well, Gabe Davis he stinks. I do not like his game. I do not find him to be a big threat. He was disappointing with the Bills when they wanted to rely on him. He's got one of the best playoff performances in the history of mankind. He had one of the best single playoff games that we have ever seen a guy have. But Gabe Davis to the Jags scares me none. Scares me none. In fact, congratulations on not giving Trevor Lawrence a weapon so that you can find out exactly what Trevor Lawrence totally is. Congratulations. I'll be fascinated to see the money on Gabe Davis. Fascinated. Derek Stingley just took a nap thinking about Gabe Davis being in this division. Derek Stingley's job got so much easier twice a year with Gabe Davis being here instead of Calvin Ridley. That is, of course, if Derek Stingley is healthy for those games. Tyler, Mac Jones to Gabe Davis. Yeah, they did trade for Mac Jones. Should the Texans make a move for Calvin Ridley? No, I don't think so. The money's not right. He'd be the 3rd wide receiver. Loaded freaking draft class. So, no. I'll be interested to watch where Calvin Ridley goes. As Sumo points out, almost 700 people, good work. Thank you, everybody, for watching. This is so much fun. We're just sitting here chopping it up about football, watching the ticker fly through and see, who pops up on what team. This is so much fun. This is the most people I've ever had for a live. It's awesome. I'm trying to get to as many comments as I can. You guys are fantastic. Thank you guys for showing up, watching this. We're in the middle of a Monday, hanging out, talking about football. It's great. It's great. It's a dream come true for me. All right, so Gabe Davis, that's what the Jaguars are going to do? Get out of here. Get out of here. That's it. The Jaguars the Jaguars are going to run into this season. Now look, they've got to draft a guy. The Jaguars have got to draft a wide receiver because Calvin Ridley is a free agent. They're replacing him with Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, and Christian Kirk. Like Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, and Christian Kirk are the Jaguars wide receivers. That's what they're putting around Trevor Lawrence, trying to get back into the conversation in the AFC South, trying to unseat the Texans. Gabe Davis, Zay Jones, and Christian Kirk. Here's a live look at Derek Stingley on Jaguars Week. Like, come on. You could run D'Angelo Ross out there as the other corner. Jaguars Week. That's what they're doing? Get out of here. I like the Colts more than the Jaguars now. Colts at least got playmakers. Do the Jaguars have any playmakers? Like legit, like I know Gabe Davis has had some moments. Like I know he's made some plays. I know Christian Kirk has made some plays, but do the Jaguars have any playmakers? Like Michael Pittman, like if you took all the Jaguars offensive weapons and you took all the Colts offensive weapons and you smashed them all together in a draft, the top pick would be Pittman. The second pick would be Jonathan Taylor. I guess then you pick Christian Kirk or Gabe Davis or Zay Jones get out of here. Get out of here. That ain't good. That ain't good enough. That ain't good enough for them. I'm dying to see the money on that too. No chance it's going to feel worth it. No chance. I like the Colts more than the Jaguars today, as we talk about it. I like the Colts more than the Jaguars. I believe they have an incredible coach. ETN is nice. He probably goes right after Taylor and Pittman. ETN's nice. I didn't put ETN immediately in there. But yeah, he's nice. He's better than all the other Jaguars offensive players. That's a good point. Okay, so Jeff Howie said the Jaguars are still trying to keep Calvin Ridley even though they have signed Gabe Davis. Okay, now you understand it a little bit more. You keep Calvin Ridley, you add Gabe Davis, you have Zay Jones and Christian Kirk. You know, then it makes a little bit more sense. You start to understand what the Jaguars are doing a little bit more. If they can keep him. Let's see. Somebody asked a funny question. What happened to Charlie Heck? He was hurt all this year. He came back when he was finally healthy. He played terrible. Now he's a free agent. What about Noah Brown? Free agent? Oh, Christian Wilkins is in the books. Ian Rappaport, moments ago, wowza. Christian Wilkins is headed to the Las Vegas Raiders. He gets a 4-year deal worth $110 million with $84.75 million guaranteed. Wow. Christian Wilkins broke off. That is a tremendous amount of money for him. Holy moly. $27.5 million a year in average annual value. That is a lot of money. $85 million nearly guaranteed. Woo! You couldn't pay him that. The Raiders are desperate. They have got to get something going. You could not pay him that. That is, wow, that's a lot of money. That is a absolute, I'll tell you what though. Christian Wilkins, like the money, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. Christian Wilkins and Max Crosby are about to wreak havoc on people. Max Crosby is the guy that almost every defensive end prospect at the combine that I talked to mentioned they watch Max Crosby film. Max Crosby and Christian Wilkins are going to be nasty. You couldn't pay him $27.5 million. That's too much money. That's too much money. That doesn't allow you the flexibility and the maneuverability. That doesn't allow you the flexibility and maneuverability to fill out the rest of the roster. I was not comfortable at $25 million, much less $27.5 million, and then $85 million guaranteed. That checks in at over $21 million guaranteed on average annual value. That's just the guaranteed money that he's due over those 4 years. Whew. Great job by David Mulligetta, who is the agent for Christian Wilkins, by the way, CJ Stroud's guy. So whatever you think the price for CJ Stroud is in a couple of years, go higher. Go higher. Wow. I knew he would get close to $25 million. I didn't expect him to get $27.5 million. Whew. Whew. Man. $27.5 million bucks. That's too much. All right, what's the pivot? The Texans talked to him. They were in on him. What's the pivot? What's the pivot? The pivot is Eric Armstead. Eric Armstead played for the San Francisco 49ers for 9 seasons, and he was one of the most productive players in that defensive line room for the good portion of his career. Finished up a 4-year deal, or had a 5-year deal, finished up 4 of it. The 49ers cut him, and he's a free agent. The overall numbers, like the production in the regular season for Armstead over the past few seasons, it's not amazing. He does a lot of dirty work on a defensive line. The sacks are not a huge number, but in the past 3 years when they've been in the playoffs, he's been a monster. He's been a monster. Now, the 49ers wanted him to take a pay cut from about $17 million. He knows the market is super expensive, obviously. And he may be thinking, I'm going to get paid. Yes, he's coming off of an injury. Okay. He played hurt to finish the season, had some off-season work. So I'll be very interested in seeing exactly what Armstead's market looks like. You have to imagine, for a guy that played for DeMeco Ryans and is as productive as Armstead has been in his career, yes, there's some concern with the injuries and the amount of time that he's missed the past couple of seasons. But the price is going to be way lower than a guy like Christian Wilkins. I'm blown away by that Christian Wilkins contract. That is, I mean, kids or parents teach your kids to be defensive tackles, I guess. My God. Whew. Also, the Ravens are so good at what they do. The Ravens are so good at what they do because they got Justin Madubuike for way less money than Christian Wilkins. Way less money. And Madubuike is a better player. Madubuike is a better player. So the biggest fish is off the market. The biggest fish in Christian Wilkins is off the market. He wasn't even a sword. I mean, I guess he was a dolphin, but you don't really fish for dolphins. But that is that's a big number. He's off the market. I do wonder now, because if teams were talking to him or chasing him, if that opens things up. Like if you start seeing some stuff kind of fly off of the shelf here because teams were holding back some cash thinking they were going to get Christian Wilkins. And how about the Raiders coming out of left field. Diana Rossini had reported that the Vikings, the Lions, the Texans, and the Browns were in on him. She had mentioned the Raiders, and the Raiders come out of nowhere. So, good job by the Raiders. Jalen Ramsey, 24 seconds ago on X. Christian and Max about to go crazy this year. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Well, wait for some more news to pop in. Adir wants to jump in on the video. Adir, what do you got for us, man?
Hi, I didn't know. I saw the link.
Yeah, fire away, man. What you got?
I'm from Israel. I wanted to know, what about if we bring back DJ Reader?
Hey, there you're talking about a nice little defensive lineman. Wouldn't cost a lot of money. Reader would be an interesting player to bring back. Has played a lot of 4-3 defense. Coming off of an injury, so it wouldn't be expensive. I mean, it's not going to be. I don't know that that's like a day one type guy. That's maybe as like the second and third wave of free agency hits. But Reader's certainly a guy that I'd be intrigued in as a piece. Again, they rotate defensive linemen so much that having as many good options as possible is certainly on the table there for the Texans.
I'm originally from Houston, and I remember when we lost DJ Reader to the Bengals, I was really bummed out because he was actually on a really good deal. Like, I think the same money we gave to Whitney Merciless, those BOB days were awful. We could have just gave to DJ Reader and had him because he was a great run blocker, and I remember Vince Wilfork also praised him very well. Like, he's not a star, but he's just really good at what he does. He's good at protecting against the run, and he's a decent for pass rush. Not too big, but he's more of a run stopper.
Yeah.
And what do you think about the Pittman extension, and how is that going to affect Nico Collins' extension?
Yeah, so Pittman getting the money that he got, I mean, that's probably the floor for Nico. Like that would be my argument if I was Nico's people. It's like, yeah, this guy's got a longer history of success. I'm better. So that's my floor. And what Pittman made is the floor for Nico. And then if Nico plays another year without a contract extension and has another good year, then he'll blow Pittman's contract away.
Yeah, but let's say we draft a receiver in the top 2 rounds. Maybe let's say somebody falls, like maybe maybe we go Brian Thomas
Jr. from LSU.
If we trade back and go Adonai Mitchell, because he's like a freak athlete. I know Xavier Worthy blew the combine, but he weighs like 40 pounds less than Adonai Mitchell.
Yep.
And he ran like a 4.3 or a 4.35.
Mitchell ran fast for sure. Yeah.
So if we draft a receiver in the top 2 rounds, I don't know, maybe we pick up Roman Wilson in the 2nd round or Xavier Legette, and then maybe Nico's production stagnates or goes down. Would that possibly be a better risk to take so we don't have to overpay Nico? Because the question, if we see him as a true number 1.
Yeah, it's tough to figure out exactly what. And look, I feel like part of the slowness of this free agency is maybe because they have budgeted for an offer to put on the table for Nico Collins. So I wonder if there's a part of that. Like, that's kind of, the offseason is not just free agency. It's also what you can do to extend your own players. So I'll be intrigued to see if that's maybe kind of part of how slow everything has been for the Texans here to start free agency. I would tell you this. I'd rather extend Nico now and have him play well than have him play poorly next year when you want to be a better football team and then get a deal on extending him. Like, I'd rather just have him be good and pay him than, get a deal. And I don't know that it really gives you, like, guys don't operate that way. Like, oh, you've got other guys on the roster that are good. Like, that doesn't matter to the negotiation part for Nico, because he's going to say, well, yeah, okay, cool. You've got the rookie. He hasn't done it like I have done it. Now if Brian Thomas Jr. comes in and has Nico Collins this season last year and he's the offensive rookie of the year, all right, see you later, Nico Collins. But I don't believe that's going to happen.
Would you rather have Brian Thomas or Adonai Mitchell?
I like Thomas a lot. Mitchell there's a chance Mitchell's the best wide receiver in this class. Like he's got that potential. Like his ceiling could be the best, up there with Marvin Harrison, up there with Odunze, up there with Malik Neighbors. I also think the chance that the bottom falls out of him is really high too. Thomas is like a details guy. So it's like he impressed teams at the combine with like his details and the small minutia of his game that he talked about. So I wonder if that plays a little bit well for the long term. And he's a little bit more versatile, can go inside and can go outside.
And I don't want to hog your time. I just want to say I'm a big fan. I've been watching you since the roundtable with Cody with Jake Asman. I always wanted to call in, but I couldn't, and I didn't notice that this was a link to join in the call. It was actually by accident. So also one thing I wonder, like when it comes to trading back, I know we have a young team and CJ's on a rookie deal, but like thinking for the future, like if let's say we trade back from the first round, I know we won't get that much, but like let's say we trade back to the 30s, like 10 slots back. What do you think we can get in addition to let's say that second round pick to compensate for going back? And what would you do in that scenario? Like what position do you think we should draft in the first round?
You got to go to you got to be able to pick up a day 2 pick if you're going to move back. So you got to pick up a second or a third rounder, preferably somebody at the top of the third round or top of the second round. Obviously, if you're going from, say, if you're staying in the first round, you're getting probably a third rounder. If you're going back into the second round, I probably need a day 2 pick and a day 3 pick, because losing that first rounder and not having the ability to fifth year option is big. So, dear man, I appreciate you jumping in. I want to get to some of the news. Thank you for watching. Much. I appreciate you following from all the way back in the day, and I appreciate you hopping in, man. Thank you. All right, so good stuff from Adir. Good questions. The Jaguars deal for Gabe Davis has a maximum value of $50 million, according to Aaron Wilson. A maximum value of 50. Look, if he ends up getting the $50 million, okay, if he ends up getting the $50 million, then he's worth it. That means he's played really well. The actual deal is 3 years, $39 million. So 39, that checks out to about 13. That's about what Gabe Davis was trending towards getting. If he gets the 50, then he's going to be worth the money. Okay? He's going to be worth the money. If he plays well enough to earn the 50. He'll be worth the money. At 13 a year, it's, does that keep them from getting Ridley? Probably not. It probably allows them to keep Calvin Ridley still. God hates the Jags. Come on now. Why don't we do something? Lord, I'm jumpy too. Like I want them to get something done as well. What are they going to do? So to recap a little bit. Little recap here for you. A Christian Wilkins signing for the Raiders, huge amount of money, $27.5 million a year for 4 years, big dollars for him. The Texans are reportedly checking in on him, according to Diana Rossini. The Texans, according to Diana Rossini, are checking in on Saquon Barkley. Connor Hughes saying that the Eagles are offering 12, maybe a little bit more. The Texans are kind of at $11 million. That's something to monitor. Could happen at any moment. Running back DeAndre Swift went to the Bears. That was a guy that a lot of us talked about for the Texans. Titans signed running back Tony Pollard from the Cowboys. That was another pivot if you don't get Saquon Barkley. He's off the board. The big loss for the Texans is Jonathan Greenard. He goes to the Minnesota Vikings. He gets a $76 million deal over 4 years, just over $40 million guaranteed. Really good deal for Greenard. Happy for him. Great human being. Super nice guy. Appreciate what he brought to the table in Houston. Suck on that, Bill O'Brien, who never wanted him in Houston. Those are the notable Texans universe, and affects them conversations that have popped up so far in free agency. Okay. All right. I'm going to just say this one time. We're going to do a quick address. Let's talk about football in the chat. Okay, guys? I'm not a kick guy out or put guy in timeout or something. Let's keep it about football. All right. Speaking of football, I'm sure Jeffrey Smith wants to talk about football. Jeff, what do you got for us, man?
Absolutely, I want to talk football. I guess we haven't heard anything about Saquon yet. I've been kind of just tuning in and out these last couple hours with you.
So the last thing about Saquon was about 40-ish or so minutes ago from Connor Hughes, who covers the Giants and the Jets in New York. He says the Eagles are willing to go north of $12 million for Saquon Barkley, which is higher than the Texans, who are believed to be valuing Barkley at about $11 million a year. So about $1 million and a half difference between those two. And that's about the latest from Saquon Barkley. Nothing's popped up just yet.
Well, and that's where I'm hoping that, just depending on dollar amount wise, if Saquon's the guy that we really want, just leapfrog the Eagles, throw 15 in there just to try to get the deal done. So that way we got somebody. And hopefully he doesn't turn out like Amon Green did many years back, for those Texas fans who remember. But
what a name.
Not trying to throw negative energy on that, but it's just I'm old enough to remember that. So
here's what I would say about Amon Green. He felt cooked prior to getting to the Texans. Barkley feels like he's got something left in him.
I feel the same way.
Maybe it's not 2 years ago when he's one of the best running backs in football, but he's got productive football left in him. Amon Green was cooked when the Texans signed him. That was a horrible deal back in the day. I do wonder if it becomes a bidding war, can you just go past the Eagles in like the average annual value and then, make it up to Saquon by, having maybe a little bit less in the guaranteed money? I'm not quite sure exactly what he's valuing in the deal. Does he want more guaranteed money? Does he want to pop the big number in free agency? That's one of the things that's maybe tough to figure out here with Saquon. If you're trying to pop the big number, the Eagles may be the way to go. If you're trying to get a little bit more guaranteed money, maybe the Texans are the way to go.
Well, so long as it plays out in our favor, I'm good for it either way.
Yeah. What's your, if they don't get Saquon, who's your pivot? You just drop right down to Jacobs or Derrick Henry? What do you think?
In that case, I would lean more towards Jacobs than Henry, just because I'm afraid he's already put in the miles and stuff. So I'm a little bit worried there. But if he can put up early Derrick Henry type production, I'd be game.
Yeah. Jeffrey, appreciate you jumping in, man. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Good stuff from Jeffrey. You want to jump in? The link at the top of the chat that is pinned is where you can jump in. Look, the jump down from Barkley to Jacobs, I don't think there's a huge talent jump down. I would tell you whatever Barkley gets, Jacobs is going to ask for. I would think that whatever Barkley gets, Jacobs is going to hope for the same amount of money. So that's something to pay attention to. Like the pivot from Barkley is probably not Jacobs if you lose out on the money that Barkley commands. Like if you lose out on Barkley because he's too expensive, the pivot's probably not Jacobs because he's expensive too. So it's maybe it's Derrick Henry, who this is one of my favorite things that I just kind of going through looking at Derrick Henry's career. He's led the NFL already in this portion of his career. He's led the NFL in rushing attempts 4 times. Emmitt Smith led the NFL in rushing attempts 3 times in his entire career. Like Derrick Henry is unique. He has put some miles on his body. He is a unique individual, and it is just so unlikely that he is able to keep that up over the next couple of years. Just so unlikely. So, man, it'd be a big risk going with Derrick Henry. You would definitely need to invest in somebody with Derrick Henry. So bringing back Singletary with Derrick Henry. The tough part about not shopping near the top when it comes to these running backs, the tough part about that is is the middle class is starting to get picked off here. So DeAndre Swift already has a contract. Tony Pollard already has a contract. Swift went to the Bears. Pollard went to the Titans. So you've got the upper echelon, the top tier guys, Jacobs and Barkley. You got that kind of not quite tier 2, not quite tier 1 guy in Henry. And then the top of tier 2, which was Swift and Pollard, they're gone. So your investment drops significantly if you don't end up with Saquon Barkley, because again, if you don't end up with Barkley, it's likely because of the money. And Jacobs is going to get roughly the same thing. So be interesting. Unspoken Films draft Blake Corum, Braylon Allen, or Jalen Wright in the draft. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Benson is the name from Florida State, Trey Benson. I do wonder as time kind of ticks on here in free agency, as some of these guys start coming off of the board, I do wonder if the Texans build in a little backup plan by just saying, hey, whatever Singletary wants, let's bring him back just in case they don't get Barkley, just in case they don't get Jacobs or Derrick. They build in their backup plan. That's something to pay attention to. All right, hey, the lunch break's over at NRG Stadium. Let's get to some signing here, okay? Lunch break's over. It's 12:45. They already got the salads ordered in, and they already ate. Let's sign some players now. You know, let's sign some players. Oh, this is actually I need to find this out. I have to assume that the Texans are working from NRG Stadium. Why wouldn't they be? But it's funny to think that the Texans are working from NRG Stadium and the rodeo is literally happening outside. You've got the livestock show and rodeo happening outside. Nick Caserio would never get near a fried Twinkie, and he's over here trying to make a deal, and you probably got some staff who are like, hey, do we have a minute? Can I go get a fried cheesecake at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo? Like, yeah, I guess we got a minute here. Go get your fried cheesecake. Like if Caserio goes to the rodeo, what does he eat? A turkey leg? You know? A turkey leg? King V2 with a super chat. Appreciate the super chats. They're certainly welcome. We'll jump you to the front of the line if you get a super chat. Why don't we pick up Frank Gore? He never ages. But you can pick up Frank Gore's son. He's in the draft, Frank Gore Jr. Frank Gore is a front office representative and member for the 49ers and wants to be a general manager one day. So that's a really fun career to watch outside of football, because Gore was widely considered one of the best guys to play with. And so him being a general manager would be fun to watch. Be real fun to watch. Maybe one day, I don't know, maybe one day D'Amico Ryans and Frank Gore team up together. Who knows? Who knows? I will say this. I do want to say one thing. If you're in Houston, you haven't gone to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, check it out. Fantastic. They've done it up big this year. Tons of great food. The shopping's great. Seeing the animals. If you got kids, go during the day. I know it's spring break for a lot of people. Go during the day. Show the kids all the animals. You can learn a lot of stuff. The rodeo's great. And the concerts have been awesome. I got to see Jelly Roll last week. He was great. He was great. Nick Caserio with a hat with a little helicopter blade on it. A little tiptoe. It's so funny. Walking around eating his turkey leg, trying to sign Saquon Barkley. Like, Saquon, I know the Eagles are offering $12 million. We got 11.5. And if you get here in the next couple of days, the rodeo's still going on. You can get a funnel cake. You get a funnel cake. Jay asks a really good question. How do we replace Jonathan Greenard? Jonathan Greenard signed a contract over $70 million over 4 years with the Minnesota Vikings, and the Texans now have a huge, huge gaping hole at the defensive end spot opposite Will Anderson. So how do you go about replacing Jonathan Greenard? Well, if you want to shop at the top of the market, there's a guy by the name of Danielle Hunter who is the number one guy for sacks in free agency. Does Hunter exactly fit what the Texans want to do on defense? You know, he stood up a lot in his career, hasn't put his hand in the dirt a little bit. I don't know if he's a total fit. So the pivot from him is, okay, well, if he's not the guy that you want to go after, do you go after somebody like Chase Young? That name has popped up a couple of different times. Like this, boom, Chase Young. Chase Young on a 1-year deal, rebuilding his value for this team. Like, let's call it 1 year, $10 million, 1 year, $12 million. Chase Young rebuilding his value is a really attractive potential signing for the Texans. I do feel like Young opposite Anderson would be a nice player. Now, you need more than just Chase Young if you're going to go down that route, which means you need to draft somebody to also be a factor at that defensive end spot. So Chase Young is a guy that I would think about. That's the 1 year, build it back. All right. Then you've got your mercenaries. So your 1 year players that are going to be out there looking for the 1 year deal that just kind of will just blow it up. The mercenaries. So your Jadeveon Clowneys, who is, likely resigned to signing 1 year deals year after year after year. It feels like teams aren't going to really invest long-term in Jadeveon Clowney, but Jadeveon Clowney is a guy that you would go to for the 1 year conversation and let him come in, rebuild the value, see what he brings to the table. And then you've got a bunch of different options outside of that. So Jadeveon Clowney as the 1 year guy, Chase Young. And then it's just really you're throwing darts. So, Derek Barnett's a guy that just played for you. And Derek Barnett's a guy that just played for you. Put him into the rotation there at defensive end. Jerry Hughes is an older player. Don't know exactly what to make of Jerry Hughes and if he's still a worthwhile investment. Like, this would be a little bit easier to understand if you knew exactly what Dylan Horton's situation is. Horton is a 4th round pick from last year that left the team for undisclosed reasons and hasn't been back. So if you knew a little bit more about him, it would be easier to figure out okay, all right. Well, I guess that's going down. We'll get to that in just a second. It'd be easier to figure out the defensive end spot. There. Okay. Here we go. This one's something. This one's definitely something. The Texans are bringing back Lonnie Johnson, it seems. If you remember Lonnie Johnson, he's a former 2nd-round pick by the Houston Texans. He was a 2nd rounder in addition to Max Sharping also be a 2nd-round pick. And he's set to come back. I don't know about these contract details. Aaron Wilson is reporting that he is indeed coming back. Lonnie Johnson Jr. is coming back to the Houston Texans. He played a lot of special teams at the New Orleans Saints last year. And Johnson on his Twitter account saying, I seen what Akins did, that's Jordan Akins, in his 2nd time around. I seen what Des King did his 2nd time around. Desmond King obviously got cut, came back to the Texans last year, played really well. God gave me a 2nd chance. I'm going to take the humble route with it this time around. Okay. Okay, there's the Texans are on the board with Lonnie Johnson. Lonnie Johnson's back on the Texans here. Reported 1 year, $2 million deal, I guess. That's something. That's something. Okay. All right. I got to be honest with you. I haven't looked at Lonnie Johnson anything in a long time. I didn't know he was going to be in the NFL. Let's go find how Lonnie Johnson did according to Pro Football Focus last year. He didn't even show up when I typed in. Are they listing him as a safety, I guess? Hold on. Let me find Lonnie Johnson's Pro Football Focus numbers. He's not even showing up on Pro Football Focus. What did Lonnie Johnson do? Here we go. All right, Lonnie Johnson's 2023 stats: 3 tackles, an interception, 2 receptions allowed on 4 targets. Okay. 110 coverage snaps, 2 pass rush snaps, and 12 run defense snaps. Okay. Okay. All right, Lonnie Johnson back on the Texans. Sure. Okay. Lonnie Johnson. You can tell I'm kind of blown away here. Lonnie Johnson's back on the Texans. Former second-round pick, has not played well in the NFL up to this point. But Lonnie Johnson saying on his Twitter account, he saw what happened to Jordan Akins his second time around. He saw what happened to Des King his second time around. Lonnie Johnson's getting a second opportunity here. Let's see what he can make of it. I don't have high hopes. If he's a nice special teams player, then Frank Ross will get the most out of him. Frank Ross is one of the best special teams coaches in all of football. If Lonnie Johnson is indeed a nice special teams player, like people are saying on social media about the Saints, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I watched a bunch of Saints special teams plays this year. But if he is indeed a nice special teams player, then Frank Ross will find a way to use him. JB Bell weighs in with a super chat. Thank you, JB. His free agency wish list: Frankie Louvu, Azeez Al-Shaair, Quandre Diggs, Xavier Howard, who could still be available second wave of free agency, but we need Barkley now. So he wants Saquon. He wants a couple of linebackers in Louvu and Al-Shaair. He wants a couple of DBs, Quandre Diggs at safety, and then Xavier Howard at cornerback. This would be very veteran heavy and would be a very fun free agency. This would not be headlines, but this would be adding a lot of really good football players. JB, I appreciate the super chat. That's a nice wish list. All right, so a little bit more on the Lonnie Johnson situation. Aaron Wilson reporting that it's a 1-year, $2.5 million maximum deal for safety Lonnie Johnson. So I guess officially a safety now. So maximum of $2.5 million for Lonnie Johnson. That means if he plays well, then he ends up on the team and ends up worth the $2.5 million. I mean, look, I'm skeptical of Lonnie Johnson being a worthwhile player, being a player worth investing time and money to. I'm skeptical of that. At the same time, second chances in the same place. You know, I know Lonnie Johnson's bounced around, played for a couple of different teams in his career, but second chances with this organization, you could do a lot worse than getting a second chance here. Look, he got traded to the Chiefs. He didn't even make the team. Played for the Titans a year ago, and then this last season played for the Saints and was fine. Look, I'm a product of second chances. You know, I got a second chance professionally after I screwed up. So, okay, go get Lonnie Johnson, give him a second chance. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. Get rid of him. No harm, no foul. Now, as John puts it, we're really going to lose a running back over $1 to $2 million. You paid Lonnie Johnson $2 million. You lose a running back over $2 million. That's not fun. That's not fun at all. How fun is Saquon Barkley going to be as a signing if they've already signed Lonnie Johnson. That just makes Saquon even more fun. All right, new move for the Jaguars here. The Jaguars are signing safety Darnell Savage. Darnell Savage, former Packers draft pick, played at Maryland. Was okay for the Packers. He's getting a 3-year deal, according to Ian Rappaport. So Darnell Savage headed to the Jaguars. Solid player. Jags have the potential to be decent on defense and be pretty tough on defense. I like their linebacker, Devin Lloyd. They've had some good corner play recently. Trevon Walker got a little bit better this year. Still not as good as Aiden Hutchinson. Josh Allen sticking around on the franchise tag. So, building up the defense a little bit there in Jacksonville to go along with Gabe Davis. So Gabe Davis and Darnell Savage, the signings by the Jaguars today. Nice player. Wouldn't have wanted him on the Texans, so, no harm, no foul there. They absolutely could have paid Greenard $19 million a year. I don't know that Greenard's worth $19 million a year to where the Texans are. I don't know that he's worth $19 million. You got to remember, he's the top guy in Minnesota. He's their number 1 pass rusher. Greenard's going to be the number 2 pass rusher behind Will Anderson. So I don't like the Greenard at $19 million deal for the Texans. I don't love it for the Vikings, but I don't know how many options they had. Man, second chance day. Good for Lonnie Johnson. Good for Lonnie Johnson. Nathan Winters. Cody, did you hear the rumor that Kirk Cousins is going to Atlanta because he informed his snow removal guy in Minneapolis that he wouldn't need him anymore? That does feel like something classy Kirk would do. He'd tell like his like baker that he goes to every week. He'd be like, yeah, okay, you're going to have to mail me the bread. I'm going to Atlanta. Hey, snow removal guy, I'm not coming back. We have to terminate our contract with you. And he would do it so he didn't have to pay for next month's snow removal too. He would do it. So the Rams signed Jonah Jackson. Cool. Jay says Bryce Huff is still out there. Yeah, the replacing Greenard conversation is an interesting one. Do you go with a guy like Huff, who had a lot of success on few snaps this past season, really kind of blew up? Would you pay the price for him, the kind of going rate for a guy that can get those level of sacks, has experience with the defense because he played for the Jets? That's certainly a guy you should consider opposite Will Anderson. You could also throw your money into the defensive tackle market. Bring back Sheldon Rankins, also add another defensive tackle. Leonard Williams is a name that's out there, but I got to imagine Leonard Williams' market's going to be pretty big. Got to imagine their market's pretty big. Yeah, look, TFL's run stopping. It's going to be – you cannot replace Greenard with one guy. You're going to have to get multiple guys to go in there and replace what Greenard brought to the table. It's so funny watching the NFL Network right now because every one of those guys is doing this. You got Andrew Siciliano's hosting. Rappaport's on his computer. Pellicero's looking at his phone. Garofolo's looking at his phone. It's very funny. It's very funny. It actually makes for good TV despite the fact that they're kind of just like chilling on their phones. Speaking of phones, all right. Nothing on the bat phone yet. Nothing on the bat phone. Ryan. Lonnie was always my guy being a Kentucky fan. Hope he could turn the corner around this time. I hope he just didn't get turned around playing defense. That's what I hope. Based on this free agency so far, might be going for offense this draft. The hope is that you don't get shoehorned into feeling like you have to make a certain move either on offense or defense. That's kind of the hope there. Unspoken Films, thank you for the super chat. You jumped to the front of the line here. If Thrift Casario doesn't pull off Barkley acquisition, would you consider free agency a bust? No, because if he goes and gets Josh Jacobs, then okay, like it's a little bit easier. If he gets Derrick Henry and Devin Singletary, like I can live with that. Barkley's my preference, but there are ways you can have a solid running back room without Saquon Barkley. But Barkley's my preference. Thrift Casario is a great nickname, though. Wow, that is great. Thrift Casario. Thank you, Unspoken Films, for the super chat. That is greatly appreciated. Thrift Casario. Okay. Bryce Huff's off the market here. So we just talked about him as a potential guy to help out with the Jonathan Greenard situation, and Josh Jacobs is off the market. Oh boy, here we go. Josh Jacobs is going to the Green Bay Packers. So Josh Jacobs, the Raiders running back, is signing with the Green Bay Packers, leaving Saquon Barkley as the top running back option on the market. The Eagles are also signing Bryce Huff. Huff is going to make $51.1 million over 3 years. So he checks in about $17 million per year on that contract with the Eagles. And then Josh Jacobs is headed to the Green Bay Packers. That Ian Rappaport is calling it a stunner. So it seems like perhaps Jacobs was not necessarily on the radar there for the Packers. Yes, somebody brought it up here. Rob, this is a great point. Signing Josh Jacobs likely means that Aaron Jones is going to get cut from the Packers. If Aaron Jones is cut, he's got to be a Texan. If Aaron Jones is cut, he's got to be a Texan. Get him in there with a couple of other guys, and you could have a solid running back room. But yes, it likely means that Aaron Jones is going to get cut. Wow, Josh Jacobs to the Packers is not what I expected. That does open up the chance that Aaron Jones gets out there. Jones plays for whichever LaFleur it is. Matt LaFleur? Is it Matt LaFleur or Mike LaFleur? I know one of them is the LaFleur. Peter LaFleur is the dodgeball guy. All right, so Matt LaFleur is the Packers guy. I get him confused all the time. Matt LaFleur is the Packers guy. Similar-ish offense, Shanahan tree, yada, yada. If Aaron Jones gets cut because they just signed Josh Jacobs, then Aaron Jones, get him in Houston. Get him to Houston as fast as you can. That'd be a really nice player, is familiar with the style of offense. That'd be a good move. Okay, so Rappaport, Green Bay has worked with Aaron Jones on a new deal, and they were in the market for a running back. Now, one of the best out there. So now they got one of the best out there. So, okay. I don't know exactly what that means for Rappaport. I would still look to see Aaron Jones get cut. All right, what do you think about Josh Jacobs getting the deal that he just got? We don't know the numbers. I'll get you the numbers as soon as they pop up. But Josh Jacobs to the Packers, that's a fun offense, man. That's a really fun offense. Jacobs at running back, Dobbs and Wicks and the Reed kid from I think Michigan State. That's a fun offense. Love's better than I thought he was going to be. And the Packers came out of so two big free agents, Christian Wilkins and Josh Jacobs. Teams come out of nowhere to snag them. You know, they weren't connected to them, didn't think they were looking for it. And man, Jacobs getting out of Vegas feels like a big upset there. Feels like a big upset. Yet again, another report that the Jaguars are still talking to Calvin Ridley despite signing Josh Jacobs. Your messages are faster than you. I'm trying, okay? I'm trying. Packers get Jacobs. We haven't made a move yet. That's true. That's true. I mean, you get Lonnie Johnson. Who needs Josh Jacobs? And you got Lonnie Johnson. Waiting on these numbers for Josh Jacobs. Waiting on these numbers for Josh Jacobs. The bat phone tells me the Eagles have been secretly talking to Huff for weeks. Cody, this free agency is starting to hurt. It doesn't hurt yet. Now, if we see Saquon Barkley pop off to somebody, it'll be interesting. Man, Bryce Huff could get up to $20 million a year with the Eagles. It's expensive having defensive ends, man. It is expensive. Expensive paying defensive ends in free agency. Better to just draft them, have them pay off for you. Like Will Anderson. Yeah, nothing on offense yet. Good point, Lumineer. Nothing on offense yet. Nick still better be on the phone with Saquon. Hell yeah. All right, so let's take a gander here at the running back room, or the running back market, excuse me. So here's the running back market for you. Saquon's still available. Widely considered number 2, Josh Jacobs. He is going to the Green Bay Packers. Derrick Henry, widely considered the 3rd best available. He is still available. Okay. DeAndre Swift's a member of the Bears now. Tony Pollard is on the Titans. Then it's just a whole grouping of pick your flavor of not as good as the other guys. So, Zach Moss, Antonio Gibson, Austin Eckler, A.J. Dillon. Like it's all different flavors of not as good as some of these other guys. I love the idea that Nick Caserio is getting a funnel cake, and that's why he hasn't signed Saquon Barkley yet. I love that idea. Man, it is. Jay, what is the status of Singletary? Still out there, so you can still bring back Devin Singletary. And with Barkley, I would not prioritize bringing back Singletary. If they don't sign Saquon Barkley, I would prioritize bringing back Devin Singletary with whoever else that they sign. Okay? So let's see here. Ben Tate. Is Dominic Williams still out there? How about Alfred? I saw an Alfred Blue comment. Where'd the Alfred Blue comment go? I saw Alfred Blue's name pop up in there. Arian Foster, of course. Yeah, Arian Foster. Legend. So good. So good. All right, so no numbers yet on Josh Jacobs. No numbers yet on Josh Jacobs. Okay. Aaron Wilson, 40 seconds ago. Eagles' financial offer and chance to play Giants twice a year are both appealing to Saquon Barkley per league source. Texans are heavily involved, though, with former Penn State football star at launch of free agency. Barkley has been recruited by C.J. Stroud throughout the process. That according to KPRC's Aaron Wilson. Okay. So that's something to pay attention to. Boy, if playing the Giants and a couple extra bucks is what gets you to the Eagles, go then. Sure, go. How much money does it cost to get him? How much money does it cost to get him to not care about playing the freaking Giants? It's dumb. That's dumb. That makes me mad. I love everybody putting old Texans running backs in the chat. Steve Slayton, let's go. Fun fact, Steve Slayton became a chef after playing football and worked at a really nice, sushi place for a minute. Free agency is looking like Alfred Blue Balls. That is well done. Ron Dane ending Charles Spencer's career. Frank Castle 214. Hey, Cody, love the content. In your opinion, what's the most Texans can offer Saquon before we have to move on? 13 million, 14 million? I don't think the average annual value is not as important as what the guaranteed money is. That's when you get uncomfortable with the money, is when the guaranteed money jumps up. But I'm comfortable with the Texans offering 13 million, 14 million a year, 14.5 million a year, as long as the guaranteed money makes it easy to navigate and say that third year of the contract. So they've got, if they want Saquon Barkley, they have the money to go and get Saquon Barkley. Like money is not an issue. This is not some cash-strapped franchise that can't afford what they want in free agency. This is a team that if they want this guy, they can financially make it happen. Here's the problem. Saquon Barkley has all the negotiating power right now because the Eagles are in on him and the Texans are in on him, and he can play those two teams against each other. So he has all the power to try to squeeze every last single penny out of the Houston Texans or the Philadelphia Eagles. But money is not an issue when it comes to signing who they want. It can't be an issue. Lonnie Johnson's back on the team? Yes. David Johnson, hope I never have to talk about him ever again. We have no state income tax, Saquon Barkley. Exactly. No state income tax. They'd have to pay a couple of extra million to make it actually money in the bank worth the same. Todd Gurley's still in his 20s. Oh, man, Todd Gurley, they need to study him in a lab. He just never got it going. Jonathan Grimes, that's a throwback name. Rex out of retirement. No, thank you. Saquon Barkley's agent's playing games. He's moving the chess pieces around. That's for sure. That's for sure. Lamar Miller, anyone? You guys cut it out with the... Oh, where it is? Bang, bang, chicken shrimp. Chris Polk. Let's see. Aaron Jones and me tell each other fairy tales and we stare at the beautiful women. She's looking at you. Ha, no, she's looking at me, smiling, and the bright lights coming through in stereo. I think that's a song. That's funny, though. What about the punter? No movement on Cam Johnston yet. Sign Cam Johnston, you cowards. Justin Forsett versus the Lions. Was on Shark Tank after he was a member of the Texans. Was on Shark Tank. Uriel Garza, appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you so much. What about a duo of Devin Singletary and Austin Eckler? You could do better. You could do worse. You could do better, but you could do worse. It's not the worst running back room. It's far from the best. But Devin Singletary and Austin Eckler would be a solid running back room. I'd probably give that running back room like a C+ or a B-. That's not an A running back room. Just match Philly's deal. I mean, it seems like it'd be pretty easy to just kind of pay him, pay Saquon Barkley more than Philadelphia. Joe Blue says, hit the like button. Appreciate you. Guys, I can tell you this. This is some of the most fun I've ever had talking about football. We got over 950 people in the chat right now. This is incredible. I love doing this. I love you guys jumping in here in the comment section, the people just watching. Thank you so much. This is so much fun. This is by far the most people that have ever been in a live with me here on YouTube. So thank you guys. Thank you. Gage Everett says, Duke Johnson, hear me out. Fun fact, all-time Miami Hurricanes rush leader, Duke Johnson. Never clicked for him in the NFL, but man, he was good in college. Carlos Hyde, of course, Carlos Hyde wanting more money forced the Texans, kind of, to get David Johnson. I think Jimmy Ward may get cut. I don't believe they're going to cut Jimmy Ward. If they were going to cut him, it would have happened already, I believe. Tony Hollings, throwback. Throwback. Lil Tiptoe brings up an interesting point here. You could go rookie, Singletary, Pierce, and maybe another veteran, and you could maybe have a pretty interesting running back room from that standpoint. But again, the draft has to fall a certain way for you to get the rookie. You can guarantee yourself the veteran that you want. Cam Johnston may be too busy with his successful comedy career. Yep. Yeah, he is headlining shows all over the place. All right, let me get in here. So Bryce Huff, a potential Greenard replacement guy. He got a 3-year, $51 million deal from the Eagles that is worth up to $20 million a year. Do you think they'll cut Robert Woods? Yes. Yes. Okay. Cameron, appreciate the kind words. Be here if there's 90 or 9,000 in the chat. Been here since the start. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you. It's kind words, man. We need thunder and lightning. Derrick Henry plus Devin Singletary. I would be okay with that running back room. That's an intriguing running back room, and that's an exciting running back room. If you go Derrick Henry and Devin Singletary, that's a good room. That's a good room. It's not as good as Barkley and Singletary or Barkley and somebody else, but that's an okay room. You can get by with that. Raheem Mostert on a draft night trade? Yeah, probably not. I don't want to spend draft capital on a guy, though he had a lot of touchdowns last year. Fernand Morency, throwback name. What's Dominic Davis / Williams doing these days? I don't know. I want to say I saw him on. Like the Texans, HoustonTexans.com or something the other day. Hi, Cody. I'm watching you from Frankfurt, Germany. Hello from Houston, Texas, all the way to Frankfurt, Germany. That's awesome. Frankfurt, Germany. Okay, Jaguars on the board again. They're signing kicker Will Lutz. So former Broncos kicker Will Lutz going to Jacksonville. Add that to Darnell Savage and Gabe Davis for the day of the Jaguars. Guys, I'm trying to get to as many comments as I can. I want to get to as many of them as I can. There are quite a bit of them. So I will try to sift through them as best I can. Can we get Earl Campbell some hot links for lunch? Okay. Please, Saquon, if you can hear us, save us. Cameron asks, anybody getting nervous? I see you, Chaos. I'll get to you in just a second. Anybody getting nervous? Yeah, a little bit. A little nervous. A little nervous. Cameron, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Thank you. A little nervous now. Getting a little nervous. Little tiptoe, 8-10 million Henry in the room. Faster than I can cut Petrie. Come on now. Petrie ain't going anywhere. All right, KS, you want to jump in here? What do you got for us?
Honestly speaking, I've been supporting this team for a couple of years now. And I won't lie, free agency right now is not looking too good for us. Coming in like a few weeks ago, right? It was Saquon and Chris Jones, obviously those were unrealistic names. And then it went to the replacements, right? So it's like, okay, we can't get Saquon. We'll get Josh Jacobs, maybe Pollard, DeAndre Swift. Now all of them are gone too. And Chris Jones was gone. So it's like, we'll get Wilkins. We'll keep Greenard. Now both of them are gone too. So I don't know, what's really going to happen. Because I'm, honestly speaking, getting kind of worried.
Sure.
Because we're losing a lot of key players. Cashman might leave too. And I don't know, personally speaking, I don't think we should draft a wide receiver in the first round anyways, because we already have Nico and Tank.
Sure.
Already really good wide receivers, and wasting a third pick. Our first pick on a wide receiver will just limit their development as players, because a wide receiver is gonna be really good. And so now I'm hearing we might get Hunter from Minnesota. And that'd be a good signing, but even then, I think right now my expectations are like completely low because hey, if we sign anybody, I'll be happy because I came in, I was like, we're not gonna get Chris Jones because that's unrealistic. The Chiefs are gonna do whatever they want to keep it.
Right.
And
I think you're bummed. It feels very give up here. You're not giving up, are you?
I'm not giving up. It's just I am kind of bummed because I don't think we'll get Derrick Henry because I think Henry's going to go to Cowboys or like the Ravens.
Ravens would make a lot of sense for Derrick Henry.
His trade to Ravens got like shut down in the last minute too, and it also like makes more sense for like Baltimore's caps and Derrick Henry over like Saquon. And if Saquon goes to Philly and Derrick Henry goes to Baltimore, like where does that leave us? Are we gonna say like AJ Dillon or something? Like
question.
I'm like respectfully, like I'm on a subreddit for the Texans, and like every like few minutes, it's like, all right,
people
guys,
freaking out.
All right, guys, we're not getting Wilkins, but don't worry, like it's like our replacements is like, okay, we're not getting Pollard because I think I read a report like a few days ago is that like we were like kind of deviating from Saquon and looking to get like Pollard or Swift because he fit our running scheme better, but now both of them are gone, and I mean, respectfully, I trust Nick Caserio because he's a good GM. He built the entire like dynasty in New England, and it's also like worth noting that like in New England he didn't really sign any big players besides Randy Moss. He would always like go for like second or third tier talent. But as
KS, I appreciate you jumping in, man. I'm gonna keep it moving here. I appreciate you hopping in. The pessimism, look, I understand it. The options are popping off. We got a big one here. Kirk Cousins is going to the Falcons. Kirk Cousins, 4-year deal, headed to the Atlanta Falcons. The snowmobile man was right. Cousins' agent tweeting that out. A bunch of people retweeting it. 4-year deal to get Kirk Cousins to the Falcons. That is a fun team right now. Let me tell you. Cousins with Pittman and London and Robinson. Oof, man. All right, so Cousins. 4-year deal, probably over $40 million a year. Golly almighty. That's good money for Kirk Cousins. So what KS was talking about there is it's getting worrisome on the running back front because there's not a Bijan Robinson, there's not a Jahmyr Gibbs in this year's draft. I'm ahead of the chat all of a sudden. Oh, okay, thank you. Taking care of business. There's not a guy in the draft that's a first rounder or early round guy. The Texans only have Dameon Pierce, J.J. Taylor, and Jared Dokes signed for next year right now. Singletary is a free agent. At this point, it's very close to you have to get Singletary back because Barkley's still out there. Now, if he goes to the Eagles, Jacobs went to the Packers, Derrick Henry's still out there. If Henry goes to like the Ravens, Swift is gone, he's on the Bears. Pollard's gone, he's on the Titans. So then it's like Devin Singletary and Zach Moss, or Devin Singletary and Austin Eckler, or Devin Singletary and Antonio Gibson. Like that's not a fun running back room. Like that doesn't really do it. That doesn't really pop off to the level that you need it to. It does, though. I will say this, though. You don't sign Wilkins. You don't sign Greenard. If you don't sign Barkley, where are you spending the money? Are you going to go spend the money at safety? Are you going to go get Xavier McKinney? Are you going to go spend the money at linebacker? Are you going to go sign Patrick Queen? Or maybe you'll go sign Frankie Louvu? And then fill in the defensive line with like some 1-year deals or some prove-it deals or stuff like that. I mean, the Vikings spent a bunch of money on Jonathan Greenard and don't have a quarterback. That's interesting. That's interesting. I love this comment. I could tolerate Austin Eckler. It'd be like medicine. It'd be like taking medicine. It'd be not fun. Thrift Casario at running back. Ryan's at middle linebacker. Stoots at DT. Keep it all in house. I tell you what, I'm getting run over by offensive linemen if I was playing defensive tackle. I might weigh as much as one. Not as good as those guys. Did the T. Higgins news have any effect on the moves the Texans haven't made today? No. I don't believe they did. I don't believe the Texans are in on T. Higgins. No money yet for Josh Jacobs. So I wonder if maybe it's going to come in lower than we expect. So no reports on the money yet for Josh Jacobs. I don't believe the Texans are in on T. Higgins. So I did see Clinton make a comment earlier. He said Jaguars win free agency, Texans win the division. I love that comment. That was fun. Got to get an edge and a running back like now. Yeah. Need a running back. And Barkley's the dude left. Henry's not on a team yet. So you have that thought process if you don't get Barkley. But, in the fight here with the Philadelphia Eagles for Saquon Barkley. And Aaron Wilson a few minutes ago saying Barkley likes the money from the Eagles and he likes the chance to play the Giants twice a year. So you got to, financially compensate his feelings, I guess, if you want to get him. Man, that's a fun Falcons team, man. Fun Falcons team. I know one of the guys that works in their media room, and he was pumped about the idea of Kirk Cousins. 4-year contract. Be interested to see the money on that. Still waiting on the money for Josh Jacobs. While we're doing that, let's talk to Noah, man. Noah, what do you got for us, man? Fire away.
Yo, what's up, Cody? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
So, how would you turn this negative into a positive, seeing as we have a little bit more money now that it's not going to Christian Wilkins? Would you say to invest in the secondary? I'd say now you can probably re-sign Cashman and maybe go after a guy like Patrick Queen or McKinney from the Giants.
Yeah.
And I just and honestly, what would you do at D-line? Because I feel like this secondary could be invested in with this the money we still have.
Yeah, well, and here's another idea, another thought, and it'd be expensive and it would cost a draft pick. But L'Jarius Sneed, the Chiefs want to trade him, so he's franchise tagged, so you'd have to trade for him. But L'Jarius Sneed, if you wanted to spend money at the cornerback spot, Sneed and Derek Stingley at the corners, and then Jimmy Ward, Jalen Petrie, you'd probably still have money left over for, maybe you go get a Luvu, bring back Cashman at linebacker. That's where the D-line gets kind of weird, though, because if you spend money at corner or safety or linebacker, your options at D-line kind of dwindle. So you're talking about a Chase Young at defensive end. You're talking about maybe bringing back Rankins at defensive tackle. If you want to go shop at the top for the ends and maybe just do a little bit in the secondary, Hunter is out there. He's the number one sack guy in free agency. Not quite the style of guy you would think that the Texans put out there at defensive end, but if you can rush the passer, you can rush the passer. I'm sure D'Amico Ryans would figure out a way to make it work. So it's not the worst idea in the world to repurpose this money into the back seven, linebackers, corners, and safeties, if you feel like you don't want to spend on the front four or the front seven.
Yeah, and like I said, I don't think all hope is lost yet. I still think we can go out, get some good players, fill those spots.
This thing, like the bad vibes all go away if Saquon Barkley gets announced.
Yeah, if Saquon Barkley gets announced off-season saved essentially.
Yeah, like the offseason, dial it all the way back up if Saquon gets announced to the Texans here in the next few.
And you still got the draft too. You got Byron Murphy, people you can look at, just to fill up those spots on the line. I'm looking forward to that too.
Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle from Texas, Darius Robinson, the defensive lineman from Missouri, can play inside and outside. Chop Robinson from Penn State. Latu, the kid from LSU, or UCLA, he's falling in a lot of mock drafts. People think he might get pushed down the board. So again, the tough part about the draft is you can't guarantee getting any of those guys.
Yeah.
Free agency, you can guarantee it. And so free agency, you can guarantee it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I would want them to kind of make some investments and make it
Do
happen.
you-
And again, this all goes, like, all the bad vibes go away if Barkley gets announced.
Yeah. Do you see a world where this defense is, because some people are probably going to say, we lost key players. The defense is going to be worse next year. You think it could be just as good, if not better?
I believe the defense will be better because Christian Harris, if he plays that level of football all year long, that's going to help out a lot. Anderson's going to take a step. And then they're going to put bodies along the defensive line. It's not like they're just gonna run it out there with the guys they have now. Like there's guys to be added. And then I'm worried about the corner spot opposite Stingley right now. But if the safeties are healthier and there's depth at the safety spot that stays healthy, that helps the defense as well. So, and then look, I mean, if you go Eric Armstead at defensive tackle here in the next couple of hours and you draft a rookie defensive end, okay, you start to kind of put together how this defensive line gets good, and then better linebacker play, health at safety, and the defense plays better.
Maybe we'll have that dream draft scenario where Dallas Turner fell to us when you did it.
Lord. That was one of the weirdest mock drafts that I've ever played around with in a mock draft simulator. Dallas Turner. Like, Dallas Turner ends up on the Texans. I mean, Trevor Lawrence and Will Levis and Anthony Richardson be crying in their pillows at night. I mean, that'd be nasty. That'd be nasty. So, Noah, man, I appreciate you jumping on. Man,
appreciate you, man. No problem.
Good popping in. Good stuff from Noah. Good questions. Good comments. Good comments in the comment section. Trying to get to as many as I can. What the F are the Texans doing with Lonnie Johnson? Great question. Great question. Cody, there have been free agent busts too. Sure. Just because a guy signs on free agency doesn't mean he's going to be any good. But the options that you have are running out to give yourself a better chance to succeed. Sheesh, don't put their Playboy mags on the screen. Uh-oh. Yeah, it's got to be a bidding war going on for Barkley between the Eagles and the Texans, and he's sitting back raking in a couple extra bucks, a little bit more cash because of that. Bro, they just did a Star Wars episode, The New Hope clip for Kirk Cousins. Man, they finna beat some A this year. Nick, do something. Again, all these bad vibes go away if Saquon gets announced. Quick sidebar here. What do the Vikings do with Justin Jefferson? Huh? What do the Vikings do with Justin Jefferson? Would they trade him? Would they trade him? Diana Rossini says they're going to try to sign Sam Darnold. You think Justin Jefferson wants to catch passes from Sam Darnold? I don't know what they're going to do with Justin Jefferson. I guess you sign Jefferson, you extend him, you draft a quarterback and just hope. Would you trade for Justin Fields if you're the Vikings? And really why I'm asking this question is if Justin Jefferson hits the market, that changes how the draft plays out. And I'd be interested in a Justin Jefferson conversation. The draft compensation is gnarly if you're trading for him. And so is the financial compensation. He'll be the highest paid wide receiver in football. I'd be interested in exploring it, finding out what it costs. Imagine Stroud with that guy. Oh. Or for a year, if maybe you don't sign Nico. Jefferson, Nico, and Tank for 1 year. And then Nico leaves in free agency. I'm just playing Madden at this point. Oh, my friend Mia O'Brien's making news. Hold on. Let's go see what Mia said. Let's go see what Mia O'Brien said. So, according to Mia O'Brien, who is a very good reporter in Jacksonville, the Texans have checked in on Calvin Ridley. Mia O'Brien could be a shorter 1 to 2 year deal, more money, and a prove-it deal per source. Ridley does have definite interest in staying with the Jaguars. Texans also reportedly making a push. Okay, Calvin Ridley. Calvin Ridley with the Texans. If it's a short deal, 1 to 2 year deal, not a bunch of money, I'm in on it. I'll listen. Yeah, is this a wait, let him cook moment for Nick Casario? Is this a wait, let him cook moment? Whoever put that in about Mia O'Brien, I'm sorry, I scrolled past your comment. Thank you. I'm trying to keep up with everything as this goes on here, but thank you. Somebody says, somebody tweeted me. I'm in LA. I ain't getting no free agency news. Everything okay? Man, I am working the voice today, baby. Working the voice. Appreciate it. Wow. We jumped over 1,000 people in the live. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you all so much. That is so much fun. Thank you. That's really cool. That is really cool. Thank you. Brandon Ayuk is popping up here. A lot of people ask about Brandon Ayuk. I do not. Oh, no. Saquon to the Eagles. Saquon to the Eagles. Damn it. Man. Damn it. He just tweeted an Eagle out too. 3 years up to 37.75. It checked in at under 13 million a year. 12.66 is the average annual value. Wow, the Patriots just signed Antonio Gibson too. Well, the running back market is falling apart. The Texans are sitting on their hands, and the running back market's falling apart. Well, it's falling apart for them. It's great for Saquon. Son of a gun. Man. Oh, okay, hold on. They got the money. So the money's reportedly up to $47 million. So 15.6. Now the up to is BS. That's not a real number. Oh, that is freaking brutal, man. Dang it. All right, it's Derrick Henry time now. I mean, that's all you can do, right? So it's Derrick Henry time. All right, so this is from Schefter. 3-year, $37.75 million contract that could be worth up to $47 million, including 26 fully guaranteed at signing. So it could be worth up to 47. So it could be worth up to 15.7 million. And then the 26 guaranteed is like $9 million a year, like less than $9 million a year. That is. Boy. So Saquon Barkley's on the Eagles. And Antonio Gibson just signed with the Patriots. All right, this report from DJ Bieneme is going to not be fun to read. Texans miss out on Saquon Barkley. They offered 3 for 33. He ended up getting 3 for 38, essentially, with a chance for it to be up to 47. So the Texans decided not to pay Saquon Barkley. So Saquon Barkley is off the market. Josh Jacobs is off the market. The top of the running back market is signed. Saquon Barkley is going to the Philadelphia Eagles. Josh Jacobs is going to the Green Bay Packers. DeAndre Swift is going to the Chicago Bears. And Tony Pollard is going to the Tennessee Titans. The Texans now have, I guess, Derrick Henry to sign. They, at this point, very much need to consider bringing back Devin Singletary. This running back room it's got a chance to be pretty rough to watch. I don't know how they cook something up that's better than what signing Saquon or signing Jacobs or Singletary and Pollard or Singletary and Swift. I don't know how they get better than that. So again, if you're just tuning in, Saquon to the Eagles. 3 years, $37.75 million. So 37.75. So it checks out to just over 12.5. Could be worth up to 15.5 in the total value. And DJ Bieneme is reporting that the Texans offered 3 for 33. Not great. Not great. All right, so the free agent running back market has been hot and heavy. The Texans were involved on Saquon Barkley, did not get Saquon Barkley. And he's going to go to the Philadelphia Eagles. Man, I can't believe the Philadelphia Eagles just outbid the Texans when they have $20 million less in cap space. The Eagles have $20 million less in cap space. They went and signed Bryce Huff, and they went and signed Saquon Barkley. The Eagles started today with about $20 million less in cap space than the Texans, and they outbid the Texans for Saquon Barkley. People, I mean, look, the comments. People want Caserio out. Carlos told you Caserio is going to follow the Patriot way and lowball the world. They don't want to spend money on upgrades. I mean, it didn't seem like it'd be that much more to go out there and get. Wow. How about this for a tweet? Laramie Tunsil not happy. Laramie Tunsil with the sad face. Sad face on no Saquon Barkley from Laramie Tunsil. That's not good. Carlos, thank you for the super chat. Caserio's going to lowball him. Man, they got outbid by a team that had $20 million less in cap space. Avenue Central, at this point, just bring back Motor. This is pathetic. You've got to bring back Devin Singletary. He is easily one of the best running backs still available. easily. You've got to bring back Devin Singletary. I mean, it's almost a no question at this point that you've got to bring back Singletary. Wow, this thing got out of hand fast for the Texans. You have Eddie dropping a Brian Gain 2.0. Brian Gain notoriously cheap in free agency. Wow, listen, you want some more? You want some more? The Texans might be cheap. Hold on, I see you, Thomas. I'll get to you in just a second. You want some more? The Texans might come off as cheap again. DJ BNMA. Texans are in the mix for linebacker Patrick Queen, but I'm hearing folks around Queen aren't sure the Texans can come up with the money to nail him. We'll see what happens. You got all this money and you don't want to spend it? What are you spending the money on? Like seriously, there's not anybody to extend. What are they spending the money on? Why do you have cap space if you're going to be cheap on Patrick Queen, which I don't want Queen. That's too much money. I'd rather have Frankie Louvu. But what are you spending the money on? There's nobody to extend. Tunsil's extended. Titus Howard's extended. Shaq Mason's extended. Tank's on a rookie deal. CJ's on the rookie deal. Anderson's on a rookie deal. Like, okay, Nico Collins isn't that expensive. Like, yeah, you might have a Nico Collins contract that you want to do, but what are you spending the money on? Goodness. Thomas, what do you got for us, man?
Well, man, I appreciate you having me on. Pretty disappointing so far, but if it's me at this point, I sign Motor. I go after the defense. The defense has got to be legit next year. If you can't sign any, if you're going in with the same offense, the only way to get better is your defense. So you better upgrade safety, go out and get Danielle Hunter or get somebody of that quality at the edge, and go get Eric Armstead. I mean, you got 3 levels of the defense that you can improve that needs improving. You ain't gonna spend the money anywhere else. You better spend it there.
Yep. No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Thomas. Armstead at tackle. Go get Louvu at linebacker. Maybe sign Justin Simmons at safety. Go pay one of these vets at corner. Get some guys in there, man.
There's no reason not to be at the top for these other positions. I mean, you've already struck out pretty much at running back.
Yeah.
I'm not a Derrick Henry fan. I just don't think he fits.
Man.
I mean, wide receiver, what are you going to do at wide receiver? Nobody's really there.
Yeah, I mean, look, you probably go rookie for the 3rd wide receiver spot.
And then on defense, I mean, the only offensive line position you got is left guard. I don't think they're going to do anything there. So you got defensive end. You need a defensive end now that Greenard's gone. You need defensive tackle upgrade. You need a linebacker upgrade. And you need safety and corner help. I mean, at this point, go get Snead at this point.
Yeah, go see what the cost is to trade for him and spend the money.
Yeah, I mean, you got the money. Go get Snead. I mean, he's a game changer. You need game changers.
Yeah,
you can't just go with, oh, he's a good player. No, you need great players. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, you need great players.
Yeah. Thomas, man, I appreciate you jumping in. Your thoughts are spot on, man. Defense, where you can spend that money now.
Yep.
Thank you, man. Good stuff from Thomas jumping in. I see you, Sumo. I'll get to you in just a second here, man. Look, I don't know what they're spending the money on. Like where's the money going that the Texans have? If they haven't spent it on, where's the money going if the Texans haven't spent it on anyone yet? Nico Collins extension? Nobody else is super expensive. I'm baffled. You guys are also listening to me type out a tweet right now. Got to take care of the Twitter folks. They should be in here, though. They should be in here. We're having a blast over here on the live. Josh Jacobs is on the Packers. Can't sign him. He's on the Packers. It's saving the money for Justin Jefferson. Boy, announce Justin Jefferson, you cowards. You got $60 million and ain't nothing. Nothing in the bank right now. I mean, nothing in the barn right now. Nothing. 60 million and nothing. Sumo, fire away, man. What do you got?
Hello?
Yeah, fire away, man. We can hear you.
So pretty much my point I want to say is now that Henry is the only elite back left, this is going to leave open room for Singletary's agent to absolutely try and fleece Houston.
Yep.
When you think about it, because Houston's on their knees now for a running back. Gibson just went to New England. So Houston's on their knees begging for a running back at this point. And you can't draft a running back with with their first round pick.
No.
And so you could I think they need. What do you think about trading for Montez or Josh Sweat, not Montez?
Yeah, so the Eagles are going to be dealing, I would think.
They wouldn't have signed Bryce Huff.
Yeah.
Him and Hassan Reddick. So one of them's got to go.
Reddick, sure, yeah.
Would you trade for? What would you max give up for one of those guys?
Man, it's tough. It's tough to give up. It's tough to give up first or second round compensation because it feels to me like the bulk of the value in the draft is between picks 20 and 60. So it's tough to give up 23 and whatever they have, 50 something. 58, I think, is the number they have. But like, it's tough to give those up because that's where the bulk of the value on the talent is in this draft.
Yeah.
I like the last. You're kind of on the same thought here. Is hey, if you're not going to be able to upgrade the running back position, go find some defense. Go make.
Yeah, I just build the defense at this point.
Yeah. Sumo, I appreciate you jumping in, man. That's a good thought. Good
thought. One last question.
Yeah, fire away.
Yeah, me and my dad both use this account. We watch all your things. He wants to ask, what do you think about? Do you think Henry, Toa, or however you say his name, can be a starter, or do you think they're going to be shopping for two linebackers?
I would think two linebackers.
Two linebackers, okay.
Linebacker and maybe even a draft pick. Toa is a nice backup. I don't know if they want to start him.
Okay.
Like if he finishes his 4-year career with the Texans primarily as a backup, that's probably the best way to go with Henry To'o. But I don't know if they want to start him a ton. He did not do well when he started this past year. He did not do well when he started this past year, but maybe, an off season, getting a little bit deeper into the defense, maybe he's a little bit better, but I don't consider him a starter.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be hard now because, like I said, Singletary and his agent are fully in the driver's seat for contract talks with Houston now, especially if Henry goes to either Dallas or Baltimore, like sources are saying, then Houston's in a really bad spot for upgrading at running back.
I mean, Devin Singletary legitimately is the second best running back available behind Derrick Henry. So like teams that missed on Barkley or Pollard or Swift or don't want Henry, they may be calling Singletary. Like his market not only got tougher for the Texans, his market got more attractive for all these other teams too.
Yep. The Giants probably the top team if I had to guess.
Christ,
Just
the
lost
Eagles
Saquon.
are signing. Excuse me, Sumo. The Eagles are going to sign Xavier McKinney too. God.
Actually, that just came out.
Let me see here. Let me make sure this. Oh no! Wait, hold on.
Fake?
We got fake.
Fake
accounted.
news?
We got fake accounted.
Oh my goodness! Thank goodness.
We got fake accounted.
I was about to fall on my ground and cry. Goodness, Cody.
We got fake accounted.
I was about to cry.
Diana Rossini saying the Eagles are not done though, but fake account guy, he got me.
That's the guy that I was kind of hoping they go spin their bag on is either him, Daniil Hunter maybe.
Hunter's out there, not traditionally what I would think about for the Texans for that defensive end spot, but Hunter's out there.
See, it's just the problem with Nick, obviously coming from New England. I mean, this is the Patriot way. They don't re-sign players. They don't go big in free agency. This is the Patriot way happening in Houston. This is what they did in New England. They don't pay money like this. They just let them walk and go straight to the draft. So, I mean, hopefully we sign somebody because there's so many holes now with Greenard gone too.
Yep. Sumo, appreciate you jumping in, man. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Good stuff. Oh, he was going to say congrats on something. Thank you, Sumo. Over 1,000 people in here hanging out. Thank you, guys. This is fun. All right, what now? What now for the Texans? So no Saquon Barkley. They're not going to get Saquon. He's going to the Eagles. Got outbid on Saquon Barkley. No Christian Wilkins. He's going to the Raiders. No Josh Jacobs. He's going to the Packers. No DeAndre Swift. He's going to the Bears. No Tony Pollard. Man, I hate going through this. No Tony Pollard. He's going to the damn Tennessee Titans. Man. Oof. Cal needs to put more fear into Nick Caserio. I mean, that's not how Cal operates. He lets the guys run it. My thing is if D'Amico Ryans wanted these guys, D'Amico Ryans has the say to get these guys. So it's not just Caserio. It's also D'Amico Ryans deciding not to do this too. What's up their sleeve? There's not really a pivot. Thank you for the super chat, Avenue Central. I appreciate that. There's not really a pivot that makes a ton of sense here. Oh, boy, Tyler dropping it in here. This feels very James Clickish. Yeah, except Click took over a team that was going to the World Series every year. Casario's got a team that's got to punch through the glass ceiling, and he's not giving them any weapons to punch through it. This is so true. Caserio went from general manager of the year to people wanting him fired in literally 3 hours. In 3 hours, Nick Caserio went from he should have won executive of the year to I would like him fired. This is so true. It's cool, guys. They got Lonnie Johnson. That happened. Nick Caserio can't have anything up his sleeves. He wears vests. That's a good point. Oh, the Cousins money's in. 4 years, 180, $100 million guaranteed. Golly, Kirk. $50 million signing bonus. Man, Cousins. Bank. $90 million over the first two for Kirk Cousins. Bank. Second round pick better be a running back. I mean, I don't know if that's the right move. There's not a dude in this class when it comes to running backs. There's not a dude. There's not a Bijan. There's not a Jahmyr Gibbs. Jonathan Brooks from Texas is coming off of a knee injury. Braylon Allen is inconsistent. Marshawn Lloyd has 300 touches in his career. He's an unknown quantity to an extent, but also how good was he? He tore up bad competition a lot of times. I'm trying to think of the other running backs off the top of my head. Bucky Irving is a smaller guy from Oregon. It's not a strong running back class. Derrick Henry is still out there. That would help soften the blow of not getting Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs or Tony Pollard or DeAndre Swift. That would help soften the blow. Aaron Jones, ending up with Aaron Jones in the running back room would be nice. I see some people throwing in Aaron Jones's name in there. Trey Benson is the running back from Florida State. He's a nice player in the draft. So here's the question. I'll throw it out to the chat here. If they do something like let's spend a little money here. If they extend Nico and get Armstead at defensive tackle, get Luvu at linebacker, and get Henry at running back, like what do we think about that? Like you could convince me that that's a good use of the money. Armstead, Luvu, extend Nico and Derrick Henry, and then bring back Singletary as well. Like, not the perfect free agency, but kind of fun. Kind of fun. Austin's weighed in with a super chat. Thank you so much, Austin. Let's get to his comment. Is stupid for wanting to fire him. NFL's about schemes. Mahomes just won the Super Bowl against the 49ers. Go look at that team. Guys can let play their projections in the draft. I think, Austin, where people are upset is it's not a cash-strapped situation. They've got the money to make some of these investments, and they can survive even if you make some poor investments. They could survive a poor investment or two because they have this money. Outplay is what he meant. He said, I mean, outplay their projections in the draft. Look, if you get, say, Henry, Singletary, a rookie, and the rookie ends up being really good here in a year or two, that works out great. But it's hard to see the vision right now, and it's hard to realize that you were a few $1,000,000 away from the best running back in free agency. I think that's the tough part. That's the tough part. That's the tough part, I think, for people. Austin, I appreciate the super chats, man. Thank you so much. Very kind. Very kind. Thank you, everybody. Super chats, fantastic. Very kind. Jump to the front of the line from a comment standpoint. I'll make sure I get to your comment with the super chats. Over 1,100 people in the chat right now, having a blast. I have no idea how these people who end up with like 50,000 people in their stream handle this. I'm losing it 1,100. But doing our best here. We're going to keep going, man. No reason to stop. No reason to stop. Daniel Jeremiah just tweeted my number one for draft content. Not a great running back draft. One reason you see these vets flying off the board. Thanks, DJ. Thanks, DJ. That feels great. BR0B. We'll just go Bro B. Saquon news was deflating, especially with Jacobs gone. If Aaron Jones ends up available, we can get him, I'd feel a little better. Yeah, I mean, Aaron Jones is a nice player. Injury concerns past couple of years. Familiarity with the system is a positive for him. I say last couple of years. Injury this year. Played 17 last year. Let's see. Aaron Jones over the past 4 seasons, ripping off about 920 yards a year, 4 touchdowns a year. Add in another 300 or so receiving yards. Like, not a bad player. Not a bad player. Not Saquon Barkley. Yeah, it's a little deflating. A little deflating. Aaron Jones would help. Aaron Jones would help. JJ Stagg, I'm over Cheap Nick. After the draft, he had me fooled. I mean, not great. Not great. Would have signed one of these running backs if I was the Texans. Would have signed one of them. Derrick Henry's still out there. Like, it's not going to feel the best. It's not going to feel great. But Derrick Henry's still out there. JJ, appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you so much. Bro B, appreciate the super chat. Thank you so much. Now, there's a lot of people saying Aaron Jones is sticking around in Green Bay. That'll be Aaron Jones and Josh Jacobs. That would stink. That would stink. Yeah, again, when the Barkley news dropped, Laramie Tunsil with a with a sad emoji. Avenue Central got me ready to call him a clown freak too. LOL JK. Thank you for the super chat. That's funny. Yeah, of course, that's what Steven Nelson called Nick Caserio last year in his dust up with the team. All right, so let's figure out here where these let's figure out the running back situation here. Who's available? What the Texans can do from that standpoint. So Barkley off the board to Philadelphia. Texans got outbid. Josh Jacobs off the board to the Green Bay Packers. DeAndre Swift off the board to the Chicago Bears. Tony Pollard off the board to the Tennessee Titans. Antonio Gibson off the board to the New England Patriots. Gibson would have been a nice little, maybe bounce back candidate. Seems like some of the news is slowed down here. Brian dropping a "we did." It's very quiet on the Texans front. Very quiet. Devin Singletary is probably the best free agent running back out there that's not Derrick Henry. That's something to look at and pay attention to. Austin Eckler is still out there. It's fun, I guess. All right, so Henry's still out there. Eckler's out there. Gus Edwards. Everybody excited for the Gus Edwards situation? Oh, boy. I'm looking through this free agent running back class. It stinks now. Gibson's gone. A.J. Dillon. J.K. Dobbins. Justin Pearson with the super chat. Thank you so much, Justin. The point of free agency is to spend money on positions you need. We understand Caserio not spending big when we were ass. When they're winning games, improve your team. Nick needs to get off of his behind. Aaron Jones just got released. Okay, Adam Schefter reporting Aaron Jones is getting released. Okay, there's the running back. If Justin, the super chatter here, wants Nick Caserio to get off his behind, there's the running back. Aaron Jones hitting free agency, according to Adam Schefter. I mean, what kind of – this is where we are in free agency, where Aaron Jones getting cut by the Packers is now what we're paying attention to for the Texans. Like, that's where it's gone. Like it went from Saquon Barkley, and if they don't get him, get Josh Jacobs, to now, well, Aaron Jones got cut. Aaron Jones and Devin Singletary and a rookie is not a bad running back room. It's not a great running back room, but it's not a bad running back room. So I'd prioritize getting Aaron Jones if I was the Texans. Wendell says, this is too stressful. I'm out of here. That's the biggest thing about this. They've got the money. They've got the money. Walter asked, what about Pierce? I mean, they don't trust him. They showed us they don't trust him last year. They don't trust him. You can't bet on Dameon Pierce this season. The Texans don't trust him. I mean, once Devin Singletary got rolling, Pierce never really, he had a little bit of chance to kind of make some noise, wedge his way back in there, but then ultimately, they moved on from him. Austin asked, why are they switching from Aaron Jones? Well, they signed Josh Jacobs, which is what I would have done instead of getting Aaron Jones, but Field Yates, Aaron Jones will have a lot of suitors and shouldn't last long as a free agent. Very good player and incredible teammate. Wouldn't mind it. Yeah, adding Josh Jacobs makes it easy to cut a guy like Aaron Jones. Well, they cannot go into next season with Dameon Pierce and a couple of also ran running backs. They cannot go into the season with that. Man. Son of a gun. Son of a gun. Okay, so Aaron Jones, he jumps to the top of the list here. Aaron Jones jumps to the top of the list with Derrick Henry. Either or. Obviously wouldn't go with both of them, but either or. So he jumps to the top of the running back list. Singletary's right below those guys. I'd bring back Devin Singletary as one of our, I think it was Sumo earlier talked about it. Singletary's got the negotiating advantage now. Who just said Derrick Henry and Derrick Henry and Austin Eckler? Somebody that had the best running back room in 2020 ever. Jones and Singletary is a nice room. It's not the best. It's not the worst. You can win. If Aaron Jones and Devin Singletary are two running backs, you can win with that. You can win with that. I would think that Aaron Jones is probably a Jets target to be in the room with the fellow that they drafted from Iowa State, Breece Hall. Because Aaron Rodgers loves former Jets teammates. I mean, a lot of teams could use Aaron Jones. Solid player. Brandon asks, are there running backs that the Texans could trade for? Well, yeah, you could. You could trade for a running back. I don't know who's selling. Like, you know, here are the rushing leaders from last year. Christian McCaffrey, you can't trade for him. Derrick Henry, he's a free agent. Kyron Williams, can't trade for him. James Cook, you can't trade for him. DeAndre Swift, he's on the Bears now. He was a free agent. Najee Harris, can't trade for him. Joe Mixon, can't trade for him. David Montgomery, can't trade for him. Raheem Mostert, can't trade for him. What's James Conner's situation? I feel like he's under contract, isn't he? Yeah, James Conner, he's under contract with the Cardinals. They're not letting him get away. They won't trade him. So, I mean, there's not really a guy worth trading for. Rashad White, they're not trading him. Tony Pollard was a free agent, didn't sign him. Saquon Barkley was a free agent, didn't sign him. Kenneth Walker III, not trading him. At that point, just keep Devin Singletary. At that point, just keep Devin Singletary. But I'm just going down the list. I'm not saying the Vikings have signed Blake Cashman. I mean, what's Tom Pelissero? 3 years, $25.5 million for Blake Cashman. Pulling it up on the screen here. The Vikings are signing Minnesota native and linebacker Blake Cashman to a 3-year deal worth up to $25.5 million. Big deal for Cashman, who grew up in Eden Prairie, played for the Gophers, and is now a Viking. Boy. Buy Blake Cashman, buy Saquon Barkley, buy Jonathan Greenard. Greenard and Cashman reuniting. I mean, look, would I have paid Blake Cashman 25, let's just call it 26? Would I have paid Blake Cashman $9 million a year, basically? No, but when you haven't paid anybody else, Diana Rossini, Aaron Jones already has suitors. This could happen quickly. Aaron Jones already has suitors. This could happen quickly. Okay. Make it happen then. Man. I wouldn't pay Blake Cashman $8 million. I wouldn't pay Blake Cashman $8 million. Hold on, I'm setting up a guest for us. $8 million for Cashman's a little steep. A little steep. A little steep. But when you're not spending money on anything, $8 million doesn't seem like that much. All right, so Cashman's gone. Greenard's gone. Are there any? I don't think there's any other Texans that got. I don't think there's any other Texans that are signed yet. Got to make sure Singletary comes back at this point, man. Got to make sure Singletary's back. Austin Wicks says Aaron Jones is not coming to the Texans. I hope that Austin Wicks, even though he's very kind with the super chat, is wrong. I hope that he's wrong. Man, I hate when guys that nobody cares about get the breaking news sign. Nobody cares Robert Hunt signed with the Packers. Don't make that a big deal. Why does everyone hate us, Cody? Because they're cheap. Because the Texans won't pay. That's why everybody hates the Texans. Kidding. We gotta fire Nick now. Man. Executive of the year to fired. Joe Thomas, Browns Hall of Famer, thank you. I mean, they'll get lots of comp picks. They'll get lots of comp picks if they don't sign anybody. Run it back my ass. Lumineer, I don't care who it is, just sign someone. What, is Lonnie Johnson not good enough for you? That's not enough for you? Bring back J.J. Watt. At this point, you might as well try to money whip him, get him out of free agency. Get him out of get him out of retirement. Go money whip JJ. Okay, so this is the hey, world's not falling apart. Texans make something happen here. Eric Armstead at defensive tackle. Frankie Louvu at linebacker. Maybe Al Shaziz. I screw the guy's name up every time. Al. I know his name's Al. That's all I know. What's the guy's damn name? It's escaping me. Aziz Al-Shair. There we go. Aziz Al-Shair. So you go Louvu or Shair, maybe both of them. Louvu, Al-Shair, Armstead, Singletary back at running back. Maybe a little Justin Simmons. You know, little Justin Simmons, Aaron Jones, and you can kind of put together a free agency class that gets you kind of excited. Okay? It gets you kind of excited. Not as exciting as Saquon, but it gets you kind of excited. Stoots for GM. They would have worked me over in contract negotiations. I would have been terrible. Saquon could have been our CMC. Shake my head, fire Nick now. Jeez. Unspoken Films. You see why I call him Thrift Casario now. He does love a good bargain. He does love bargain hunting. Double zero tucks given. No pizza parties this free agency, but calm down, y'all. We're going to get some good players on some good deals with potential to overplay contracts. Look, that's what you're betting on at this point. If you're the Texans, that by the way, Unspoken Films, thank you for the super chat. Zero tucks given, thank you for the super chat. Is that you're going to go quantity with some quality to that quantity. So, you know, if you go and get 4 B-level free agents, that kind of helps soften the blow of not getting any A-level free agents, any big-time names. That's kind of seems like that's their approach here right now. And they seemingly have been very firm on what they want to pay guys. I mean, because it was not that much more that they could have gone and they could have gone and got Saquon Barkley. It was not that much more if they wanted to go get Saquon Barkley. DS with the super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that, DS. We were going to be good. Casario been right this lady long. Be patient. Most of these teams have 1-year Super Bowl windows. Spread the money out through the year so we can acquire players each free agency cycle. You know, it's not a bad thought. And Nick Casario talked about like, hey, if we don't spend money this year, we can spend it next year. And while he's correct, you kind of need some of the investment here in free agency. But as DS is talking about, you know, if you get Frankie Louvu for, you know, a 3-year deal at way under the expected value, then it's easier to stomach. If you get Eric Armstead way under expected value, you know, you get some deals and you get a lot of deals, it can make up for missing out on the big ones. DS, I appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you. Trap Squad just firing away for the super chat. Thank you, man. Thank you, Trap Squad. Appreciate you. I'm not excited. A draft won't fix all our needs. Well, you're not wrong about that. One draft ain't going to get it all done. And you can't control the draft. You don't know exactly how that's going to hit. Players that fit over big names, there's still good players out there, says Unspoken Films in a super chat. Thank you for the super chat, Unspoken Films. Yeah. Players that fit. You know, I think some of these guys would have fit. Some of these guys would have fit here. If you're asking me. Current look at the running backs. Notable free agent running backs. You know, just looking at running backs here real quick. Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Austin Eckler, A.J. Dillon, Zach Moss, obviously Devin Singletary, and then it gets kind of J.K. Dobbins, Alexander Madison, Zeke Elliott, as well as Gus Edwards. Not great. Not great. Not bad, but not great. Simmons or Jordan Poyer at safety. Look, you could repurpose some of that money into the safety spot, certainly. $3 million more. Why not sign him? I mean, your guess is as good as mine, man, because just a couple of extra bucks to actually get the deal done. Now, obviously, the potential value jumps up big. You know, the signed is like 12.5. The potential value is like 15.5. So I understand, you know, maybe the just the potential value of it jumps up too high. I don't even understand that. I don't know why I said that. I don't understand why Saquon Barkley is not on the Texans. They need a serviceable running back room. It's becoming harder and harder to create a serviceable running back room. It's getting difficult to create a serviceable running back room. The Bengals aren't trading him. I would not think he's going to be traded. Go out and draft a running back in the first round. Get your pitchforks and your torches out if they do that. There's no running back worth a first-round grade. There's no – I mean, the guys that were worth it were free agents that you needed to sign. Boy, if they do nothing in free agency and the uniforms don't look good, people are going to be so mad. People are going to be so mad. Queen is better than Cashman. I wonder what the price tag is going to be. You and me both. You and me both. Queen's good, man. I wonder how much of it was he played with Roquan Smith last year, but good player. Antonio Gibson's on the Pats. Yep, that was a guy that I would have targeted. Broby with the super chat. Every AFC South team has made moves to improve except the Texans. We signed a special teams guy in Lonnie Johnson. Hey, special teams is a part of it now, damn it. Special teams is a part of it. It's not a big part of it, but it's a part of it. Yeah, look, the Titans got Tony Pollard. The Jaguars got a new kicker, Darnell Savage and Gabe Davis, and they're working to bring back Calvin Ridley. And then the Colts are keeping Lewis, and they signed Pittman. So big day for the AFC South, except for the Texans. Man, a lot of fire Nick Casario's on the Twitter sphere. A lot of fire Nick Casario's in here too. Adrian Ochoa, get Alvin Kamara, and I heard talking about getting rid of Thomas too. Draft stacked for wide receiver. Just get running back and go all out on defense. Look, if Alvin Kamara is available and the contract gets adjusted so it's easy for the Saints to trade him, I'm very interested in Alvin Kamara. That would be a really fun running back to have in there. So I'm very interested in Kamara if he's actually out there. Now, the compensation that you'd send to him, they have 2 third-round picks. So maybe you do maybe you spend some third-round picks on Kamara. They have 2 fourth-round picks, so maybe one of the fourth-round picks for Kamara and take some of the money. But certainly got to go find something in free agency. Thank you for the super chat, Adrian. I greatly appreciate it. DS, Casario been right lately. Our priorities spend on defense and its depth. We can get our perimeter, wide receivers, running backs, and DBs players in the draft. You don't want to create too many needs for yourself. You don't want to have too many needs out there in free agency. In the draft, excuse me. So you need free agency to address some of this stuff. So, you want to, in theory, use the draft to supplement a solid lineup. You don't have a solid lineup yet. DS, man, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Otherworld Ambience. Love from the UK. Thanks for keeping us sane this free agency. Well, I don't know that I'm keeping you sane. I'm losing my mind too. But I appreciate the super chat, Otherworld Ambience. Ambiance. Thank you for the super chat. That's very kind. I appreciate it. I'm getting as many comments as I can, guys. I apologize if I didn't get to your comment. Unbleeping believable. Yeah, not great. Kamara, LOL, what? He's good. If he's available, they're in salary cap hell. Alvin Kamara's a bad person. Look at the police record. He served his suspension for that already. This is disgusting, man. Boy, it's not fun. It's not fun, that's for sure. Would have liked to have seen some of that money get dolled out to one of these guys. Brian, damn, just seeing Barkley went to the Eagles. Oh, bring it back up again, Brian. Thanks. Thanks. Make me feel bad about it again. That he's on the Eagles, not the Texans. How worried are you on a scale of 1 to 10? There are still lots of nice players out there. The chances of just like absolutely crushing it in free agency are really low. But putting together a really nice free agency is still possible. Is still possible. It's not likely, but it's still possible. I mean, Derrick Henry, Devin Singletary, Eric Armstead, Frankie Louvu, and a safety. I mean, I'm in. That's a nice free agency. Okay, one guy just called Cashman a star on the Texans last year. That seems a little bit of hyperbole. Bleep it. Let's go get some crawfish. Crawfish is too expensive for the Texans. You know how much expensive crawfish is? It's more expensive than running backs. They'd never get crawfish. They would never pay for crawfish. They'd be like, can we just get the potatoes? Let's put Justin Fields at running back. People are so mean to Justin Fields. It's pretty funny. But people are mean. People said the Ravens should sign him. I mean, the Ravens and Derrick Henry feels like the match made in heaven. Feels like the match made in heaven. The Dolphins have taken a haircut in free agency, man. They must be having to gear up to pay Tua, but they have lost a ton of guys in free agency. They lost Wilkins. They lost their offensive lineman, Hunt. They cut Xavier Howard. Somebody put together a list of the guys the Dolphins lost. Man, the Dolphins. Rough day to be a Finn. Great day to be a running back. Everybody's getting paid. Not by the Texans, though. Lonnie Johnson, the signing of the Texans today. Lonnie Johnson. And you're saying to yourself, that Lonnie Johnson? Yep, that Lonnie Johnson. JG the God. So far, I'm disappointed. You and me both. You and me both. We had, careful. You know who just got on a fake account? You know who just got? Jeremy Fowler at ESPN just got by a fake Adam Schefter. Got to be careful. Almost got me, but didn't. JG the God. So far, I'm disappointed. You and me both. Thank you for the super chat, JG. Colton Flom. Thank you for the super chat, Colton. I'm assuming that you're disappointed as well. But I don't want to speak for you, Colton. Thank you for the super chat. Wow, I can't believe Jeremy Fowler just got by fake Adam Schefter. Fake Adam Schefter, okay? Fake Adam Schefter, said Patrick Queen to the Seahawks. But that was fake Adam Schefter. Again, fake Adam Schefter. We can't even sign our own bleeping guys? No, I mean, we don't sign Lonnie. Could have given that extra 2.5 to Saquon. Yeah, you could have. Disappointed in Caserio. I think the Titans are going to beat us now. That's a little crazy. What are we doing? Nothing. That's what they're doing. Anybody interested in Devontae Parker? He just got released by the Patriots. Devontae Parker. Bueller. I don't even know what Devontae Parker did last year. I have a hunch he wasn't very good. Yeah, he stunk. Played 13 games and 394 receiving yards. Zero interest. Zero. So a couple of years ago, Brian Gaine was at the helm of this thing. The Texans had a lot of money. Bill O'Brien really wanted Brian Gaine to spend a bunch of that money, and Gaine was content to kind of sign a bunch of like mid-level deals, bargain deals, stuff like that. Guys that the Texans really wanted. Got paid, and the Texans didn't pay him, and it led to Brian Gaine getting fired. He got knifed in the back by Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby and got fired. But it just comes off like this is a pretty cheap approach in free agency now. Let me see what the live salary cap numbers are. Like 60-ish million still. Once again, the Texans got outbid by an Eagles team that had $20 million less in cap space. ED, $5 on the super chat. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. DJ Hash Brown. Ooh, Hash Browns sound good right now. Resign Motor, trade up for Marvin Harrison Jr. and ride it out with CJ's arm. Tank, Nico, Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm in. Missed the wheelhouse, Cody. Boy, you cannot get up for Marvin Harrison Jr. That would take all your draft capital. It's too far. You got to get up to 3 or 4 to get him. Just don't see that happening. That's not where they are. They're not a Marvin Harrison Jr. away. They're not a Marvin Harrison Jr. away. I still can't believe Jeremy Fowler retweeted a fake Adam Schefter. DJ Hash Brown, appreciate you. I would like to see a wide receiver added to the wide receiver room. Sean G, odd how the Texans were in on both Wilkins and Saquon, but when Wilkins fell through, Nick couldn't put an extra $5 million to secure Saquon. Come on. So this is where it kind of comes into the conversation where Nick Caserio doesn't tell people what he does, and so maybe the Texans weren't actually in on these guys, and it was the agent side that were pushing out there the Texans were involved. But it would stand to reason if you were trying to hold the money aside for Christian Wilkins and you didn't sign him, you could have repurposed some of that money to Saquon and got him. I agree with you, Sean. I agree with you. Thank you guys for the super chats, man. Those are awesome. I really appreciate that. Did I get to DJ Hash Brown? Yeah, I did. CJ will leave us like Deshaun did. No, stop. Stop it. I think you guys have spent more money on super chats than the Texans have in free agency. I greatly appreciate it, by the way. I didn't know I was becoming a Vikings fan. That's where the division-winning team is headed. Yeah. Jonathan Greenard, Blake Cashman. It's good deals. Good deals for those guys. Trap Squad, free agency was our chance to improve. Didn't get it done. They've still got a chance to improve. It's not going to be as fun, as impressive as it could have been. But they still got a chance to improve. Saving money for CJ's contract. That's stupid. It's too far in the future. If that's the plan, they're planning too far ahead. They're borrowing worry at that point. Tristan, I'm not reading that. That's nasty. Don't do that. Austin Wicks with the super chat. Austin, appreciate you. Eagles had no business trying to get Saquon, though. Their offense fell flat because their QB and offensive scheme. And they're going to try to support their QB in that offensive scheme by upgrading that running back room. When you go from DeAndre Swift to Saquon Barkley, that's a little upgrade there. That's an upgrade. And they did a good job upgrading. Prioritized it and focused on it. Austin, man, thank you for the super chats, man. You've been very generous. I appreciate that. Casario's stuck in the rebuilding mindset and should be all in. I don't know if you need to be all in, but they need to do something. Like some sort of move would be worthwhile. Some sort of addition. Can we get Geno Stone? You know, that's a nice player. That's a nice player that's out there. That's a free agent safety. 7 interceptions this past season. Geno Stone's a nice player. Would help the safety spot. Would make the depth really strong because either Petrie or Ward would then be a depth player, so it would make the depth really strong. Wow. Antonio Gibson got a 3-year, $11 million deal. The Texans didn't want that? The Texans didn't want to be in on that? Antonio Gibson feels like a deal the Texans could have made. Do we need to get Derrick Henry and J.K. Dobbins now, or Singletary and J.K. Dobbins? Dobbins can't stay healthy. His knees exploded a couple times in the NFL. Tough to bet on him helping out your running back room. I like Henry a lot more, even though the law of averages tells you that running backs like him get crushed. The Vikings spent a lot of money on defense. They got Cashman, Greenard, and that guy who's an edge rusher for the Dolphins, Van Ginkel. I like Van Ginkel. I think he played at Wisconsin. Kind of cool for him to go back to that part of the country. Here we go. Got to move. Texans are on the board here. Texans are on the board. We'll wait for one more because I'm not totally going with this person. I need one more good account to report this, and I'll go with it. I need one more good account to report this, and I'll go with it. It's okay. It's not great. It's okay. All right, Schefter reposted it, so I'm going to go with it here. Ari Mirov from the 33rd team. The Texans are expected to sign Jeff Okudah. Yes, the chat's already in there. Jeff Okudah is the Texans addition here. Cornerback Jeff Okudah, a 1-year deal. So a little stopgap here. This means that I would think Steven Nelson is gone. So Jeff Okudah is going to be the other signing here so far today. Okudah is a fine player. He's not incredible. He's not bad. He played much better. He played much better in Atlanta than he did in his time in Detroit. He's an okay player. Okay, not incredible. Nice depth player. Is he a good, cornerback too? No. Is he acceptable at cornerback? Certainly. So, Jeff Okudah, it's a 1-year, $4.75 million deal, according to Aaron Wilson. So not big money. Not big money. I know that surprises you that the Texans didn't really spend big money on a player, but not big money. Aaron Wilson, Jeff Okudah, 1 year, $4.75 million, $2.5 million guaranteed. So So the Texans are on the board with an actual defensive player. An actual defensive. Oh, people are ripping off overpaid. $5 million for Okudah is not bad. $5 million for Okudah is not bad. It's not a lot of money, but Okudah's on the board, 25 years old, betting on a little bit of a, hey, get him in this system, get him with this crew, get him with this team. He plays better. I like that. I like that. They need more. But I like that. Jeff Okudah was also previously the number 3 overall pick in the draft. 25 years old. Number 2 corner opposite Derek Stingley. $5 million. Less than $3 million guaranteed. I would absolutely believe this is the end of Steven Nelson. So, little bet on a bounce back. You bet on the traits. You bet on the youth here with Jeff Okudah. You could have done a lot worse at cornerback too. Could have maybe done better. And so the Texans are on the board here. A maximum value of $6 million. 475 is what Aaron Wilson said. People are not happy about the Okudah thing. What a waste of money. It better not be the end of Steven Nelson. I would tell you that it probably is the end of Steven Nelson. This free agency is disappointing, says Mr. 100 Benjamin 100. Yeah, not great. Not great. I apologize for missing some of these super chats. Let me go back to them. Colton Flom, Henry and Dobbins, Lightning and Thunder. Yeah, a lot of people would like that. What big free agent deals lead you to winning a Super Bowl, though, other than Brady? I mean, the 49ers are in the Super Bowl this past year because they spent the money on Javon Hargrave. They got the number 1 defensive lineman in free agency last year after they'd built up their team. Abel Gonzalez. I think we're traumatized as Texans fans because the dark ages we've been through will be okay, but this free agency does suck, though. Yeah, but you sent that before Jeff Okudah. It sucks a lot less now with Jeff Okudah, right? Right? I appreciate the super chats, guys. I apologize I didn't get to those right away. Okudah's practice squad at best. Come on. Okudah's not that bad. This means, to me, it feels like Steven Nelson was probably asking for a tiny bit too much in free agency. Jeff Okudah, the signing so far that matters. Do we still draft Kool-Aid McKinstry or Quinyon Mitchell? Sign me up for Quinyon Mitchell all day, every day if he's there at 23. The investment in Jeff Okudah doesn't keep them from drafting a cornerback. Prestige Worldwide says Texans are getting worse. Austin, but the 49ers lost. Austin, I might cut off a finger to see the Texans play in a Super Bowl. I'll take getting to a Super Bowl and taking the chances with it. I know that the 49ers lost. They went. This is one of my favorite things about this. Manny Martinez, Okudah solid. Taron Williams, trash. Back to back. He's solid. He's trash. Did Queen go to the Seahawks? That was a fake Adam Schefter account. Patrick Queen's still out there. Stephen Cleveland wants Eric Armstead. He says he's next in line. Wouldn't be mad about it. Wouldn't be mad about it. Okudah's never really put it together for a full season. Another Ohio State player, though. Him and CJ didn't cross over. Someone needs to flick Nick's rebuild switch to win now. Bo Rezel, By the way, Jeff Okudah from the Ohio State University. Yes, he is. Texans love those big school guys, man. Love those big school guys. I will also offer at least a pinky toe. Look, there's another layer to free agency that pops up here. Nathan's talking about it here. Go after Khalil Mack. Now that we lost Greenard, Chargers might not have the money to resign Khalil Mack. Casario cannot mess this one up. A guy like Khalil Mack hits free agency and you go get him, that helps a lot. A guy like Joey Bosa, not Nick, Joey Bosa hits free agency, you go get him, that helps a little bit. So like free agency is not over. It just it's murky trying to see how the Texans navigate this and turn this into a big positive. It's murky. Okay, Mike Garofalo put up some crap about Saquon. I don't care about him anymore. Care about the Saquon. His camp decided that they'd swing back around. Yeah, sure they did. You know who didn't swing back around? The Texans. Zach says 10 steps backwards today. I don't know about 10 steps backwards. I don't know. People are mean about Lonnie Johnson. Bam, I appreciate the super chat. Appreciate this. I'm trying to get as many comments as I can, and I'm trying. Randall Holden, we need some weapons for CJ. That's where the draft's going to come in. For the wide receivers. You re-sign Dalton Schultz. Getting some guys in the draft would be huge. And gotta get some running backs, man. Gotta bring back Devin Singletary. Alexander L with an L comment. Texas may be going 4-13 next year. It ain't that bad. It's not great right now, but it ain't that bad. Why is NFL Network's free agent frenzy talking about the draft? Do we want Calvin Ridley? I don't not want Calvin Ridley. If you'll remember from about an hour and a half ago, we put this report up. Mia O'Brien, who covers the Jaguars, connected with Jacksonville down there. Could be a shorter 1 to 2 year deal, more money, prove it deal for Ridley and the Jaguars. Texans also reportedly making a push for Calvin Ridley. The Texans have checked in on a lot of people, but they haven't made any signings worth a hoot. Okudah's fine. Nice depth piece. You know? Nothing too exciting. Probably ends Steven Nelson's time here. Cody, what limbs did you cut off to win 6 Super Bowls over the next 20 years like the Pats? You can take an important toe. Not the big one. You can take my ring toe. 6 is a lot. The pinky helps with stability, right? I'll lose some stability. Third team for a third pick, not looking good, man. I don't know. 25 years old, had the talent to go third. It's not the worst investment. It's not great. I'm not going to sit here and tell you Jeff Okudah and Derek Stingley are some awesome, cute cornerback tandem. They're not. Okudah's fine. It's less than $5 million. Played in 13 games last year. No interceptions, 3 passes deflected, 44 tackles. He's fine. The cornerback free agency class is weak, man. It's weak. It's a really weak cornerback class. So Okudah is one of the names that I was looking at him last night. The projections had him making way more money. The Texans got a little bit of a deal on that, a little bit. Is Singletary coming back? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. Diana Rossini, Danico Autry, former Titans defensive end Danico Autry. The Texans are expected to sign him. All right, here's a little movement here. Here's a little movement. Diana Rossini from The Athletic. Texans are expected to sign former Titan defensive end Danico Autry. Not bad. Not great. Not bad. That's a defensive end. That's a guy that can absolutely start opposite Will Anderson. Over the past 3 seasons, Danico Autry's got nearly 30 sacks, 28 and a half over the past 3 seasons. Solid player. Yeah, Danico Autry, a couple different places now. All right. Not bad. Let's see what the money is. Whoa. The Packers just signed Xavier McKinney. 4 years, $68 million for Xavier McKinney. Gee, many. So Danico Autry in the books. How do we feel about Danico Autry? 11 and a half sacks last year. Solid player. 2 years, $10 million. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. 2 years, $10 million. That's a good deal. Yes, Danico Autry is going to be 34 years old. He's the new Jerry Hughes, but he's more productive than Jerry Hughes. He's the new Jerry Hughes, but he's more productive than Jerry Hughes. That's a good deal. That's not a bad deal. That's a good deal. Be interested to see if he's playing. Let me pull up his advanced stats or whatever. See exactly where he lined up the most. So for the Titans last year, he lined up mostly at defensive end. So played a little defensive tackle in his career. That's a solid signing. That's a solid signing. 2 years, $10 million. This is the new Jerry Hughes. This is the new Jerry Hughes. That's not bad. It's not great. That's not bad. Uriel Garza. What would you give up for Justin Jefferson? I give up Nico and a first rounder. Justin's a game changer. That's not enough. You probably got to go to 2 or 3 picks for Justin Jefferson. At least 2 picks. Probably Nico as well. Appreciate the super chat, Uriel. Not enough for Justin Jefferson. I wouldn't give up probably what it's worth unless it was just the one first rounder. How does this look to CJ? You play outstanding, and when your organization has a chance to improve, they pick up crumbs to surround you. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it looks to CJ. He's going to like his teammates no matter what. He's probably bummed Greenard's gone. Probably bummed Cashman's gone, but I mean, he's going to like his teammates. It doesn't look bad to CJ. I like the Danico Autry signing. That's a solid signing. New Jerry Hughes. New old Jerry Hughes. Danico Autry will turn 34 in July. He had 11 and a half sacks. His last 4 seasons are 7.5, 9, 8, and 11 and a half sacks. He's been in the AFC South for the better part of his career. I like the Danico Autry signing. Solid depth player. Solid depth player. Again, they rotate. Well, hold on now. Now, Pelissero is saying it's a 2-year, $20 million deal. So is it a $20 million deal or a $10 million deal? We got to get some clarifications here. I don't like it as much at $20 million. All right, so Okuda. So Pelissero is the only one saying it's a 2-year deal for 20. 2-year 20 is not good. 2-year 10, I like it. 2-year 20, I hate it. Yep, Aaron Wilson, 2 years, $20 million, $10.5 million guaranteed for Autry. Well, I don't like it anymore. I mean, he's a fine player, but 34 years old, making $10 million a year. That's not what the folks want. That's not what the folks want to see. 10 mil a year for Danico Autry, huh? That's the going rate for 34-year-old defensive ends. Let's bring in a little guest here. You see him here on YouTube all the time on his own channel, The Locker Room. You hear him on Sports Radio 610 each and every day from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. He is Landry Locker. What's up, man?
What's up, man? What are you just going all day or what? What are we doing here?
I mean, when the people want to stop, I'll stop. But I'm glad you're here because at some point I need to go to the restroom and get a soda.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go live at like 7, so we'll see what's going on. I've been doing the radio stuff, so
this is not the most fun free agency I've ever covered.
Autry doesn't do it for you. Danico Autry and Jeff Okudah.
At Autry at 2 years, $10 million was fine, and then all of a sudden we found out he's actually making $20 million.
Oh, so that was wrong?
Yeah, so it's 2 years, $20 million, 10.5 guaranteed for Autry.
Okay. All right.
34 years old.
All right.
No! Cam Johnston got signed by the Steelers.
No.
Cam Johnston got signed by the Steelers. Oh, no. They're changing punters. People were making fun of me when Caserio was watching that Iowa punter at the Senior Bowl, and I can't get that out of my brain. Cam Johnston's going to the Steelers, according to Aaron Wilson.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Devin Singletary to the Giants, according to Aaron Wilson. God almighty. Devin Singletary to the Giants. What are they doing at running back? Oh, my God.
I'm fine with churning the roster, but all these guys that they claim they like so much are just leaving.
D'Amico Ryans went out of his way to talk about how much they liked Devin Singletary and how he loved the free agent interview that Singletary had. And Devin Singletary is going to the Giants now. Oh, my God. It's Derrick Henry or bust now.
Welp. Yeah, I think if you would have told me that the Texans, the first 2 hours of free agency, their only move would be bringing back Lonnie Johnson, I kind of would have thought you were just kidding and that it was like kind of hilarious that you would even come up with that. But that's where we are. And I mean, perhaps their most important player on special teams, he's gone. Their two most consistent performers on defense, that depending on where you want to put them, they're gone. So, yeah, there's ways to improve for sure, but it's going to be much different for the Texans now.
Man, to lose Singletary after you miss on basically every running back people wanted is wild to me. That is absolutely wild. How does that happen?
2 years, $20 million, huh?
Danico Autry. Oh, golly. What a freaking disaster.
Yeah, not great. How old is he? 34?
Yeah, Danico Autry turned 34 in July. So
And
Jeff Okudah
in the scraps in the division. You notice that?
Yeah. Jeff Okudah with a max of $6 million for 1 year. Danico Autry, 2 years, $20 million, and Lonnie frickin' Johnson.
What has been your overall assessment of this?
I have no idea what they plan to spend the money on. That it is in to go from being in on, and again, Nick Caserio, the only people that know what we're doing are me and D'Amico Ryans, to go from having a conversation with Saquon Barkley and Christian Wilkins,
and apparently willing to go decently,
and apparently willing to negotiate and find the money for those guys, to then not even spend it on anybody is wild. We have the comp for Devin Singletary here.
Okay.
He's getting a 3-year deal worth $16.5 million.
Okay.
It could be up to $19.5 million. So it'll check in at less than $7 million a year.
Okay. I mean,
good gravy almighty.
What are they doing at running back?
Who's even available at this point? Derrick Henry and
Aaron Jones. Now,
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones has said that he wants to be a Cowboy. I think in the past. I feel like Aaron Jones would be all right, but I don't know. We've experienced life without Cam Johnson. I don't know where we're going from here. And I just like this. Where is this money going?
Nico Collins ain't that expensive. Like, he gets a contract. Is Nico Collins about to set a wide receiver record or something? The hell's going on? All right. I need you to take over for a second. I haven't used the restroom since I started.
Oh, wow. I
need you to take over for a second. So Landry's going to hold court and hopefully not blow this thing up. Don't burn the place down while I'm gone.
Yeah. So the overall assessment of what's gone on with the Texans so far for me is it's really simple. I have no problem with playing it slow in free agency. I actually think I'm intrigued to see what their plan's going to be at defensive end. Because I don't think that, you let Jonathan Greenard go and don't have a backup plan. Just like the Jags, they clearly were being proactive in the Calvin Ridley situation. But I do have a problem with, we're willing to give, if the reports are true, Saquon Barkley $11 million and then all of a sudden getting priced out. And the other thing about it, the other problem that I have is the Eagles are the ones who did it. And you can say what you want about the Eagles. I know there's like some low-hanging fruit with what went on at the end of the season and all that. But the Philadelphia Eagles, when it comes to drafting players, when it comes to developing players, when it comes to signing players, they've got as good of a recent track record as anybody. And if they thought that Saquon Barkley was worth the money, and oh, by the way, they had DeAndre Swift last year. So they were proactively trying to improve at running back from the jump. If the Philadelphia Eagles are down with bringing in Saquon Barkley, it's just kind of a damn shame that the Houston Texans, with the quarterback on the rookie deal, are not willing to be in on that. As far as the guys they lost, that's pretty expensive for Blake Cashman. I like Blake Cashman, but still, I mean, what do y'all value? What's your backup plan here? I'm just intrigued to see what the backup plans are. Sometimes it'll come out of nowhere. When John McClain said that the Texans were going to attack free agency like they had early in Caserio, I kind of laughed. But now, maybe he knew something.
This stinks. It stinks. I mean, look, and I've said this too. There are still ways that this free agency turns out to be a productive free agency class. Like, there's still good players out there that, like, if you told me Eric Armstead, Frankie Louvu, Derrick Henry, and like another running back are walking through the door, like, I'm excited about that. But why would I think they're signing any of those guys? Like, they're doing 1 year, 2 year deals. The lack of long-term commitment that's been a hallmark of the Nick Caserio conversation. Like, it's rough. It's rough deal right here. And it's funny too, Landry, because the Packers were kind of lumped in with the Texans as kind of like in the same tier a little bit It feels like coming into this offseason.
I mean, but the Texans actually aren't, because they're going to have to pay Jordan Love sooner.
Right. That's kind of what I'm getting at, is like they were kind of lumped together as like the same maybe level of team. And like they're out here, they got Xavier McKinney and Josh Jacobs. They didn't have the amount of cap space the Texans have. And at the best point, probably to your point, they got to pay Jordan Love before the Texans even think about paying CJ Stroud.
I mean, you saw Laramie Tunsil's emoji. He wasn't too pleased with Saquon not being here. So
well, is he pumped to kick the Nico Autry's ass for 3 snaps in training camp in July?
I don't know, man.
All right, I gotta get some of these super chats. I appreciate.
Yeah, I'm gonna get on the streets. The baby's getting a little reckless. She's not pumped about what's going on, so I think she's about to throw a fit. She wants she's a mic hog like me too. So
I'm not pumped either. I appreciate you jumping in and giving me the chance to take a bathroom break. And when can the folks find the locker room stuff?
I'm gonna go on probably 8, and
Okay.
I'll be on for a couple hours. So
All right,
I'll have a little bit more body of work. Hell, you might still be live then, right?
Maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll actually sign somebody that you could talk about. Unless you're going to break down all 11 and a half of Danico Autry's sacks last year. That's Landry Locker. Go follow him here on YouTube. The Locker Room does a fantastic job. I really appreciate him jumping in for a minute, giving me a chance to take a break. I'd run out of water, actually. So I was a man parched in the desert there for a moment. Austin, I appreciate the super chat. Somebody called the Texans offense crumbs. I think they were talking about the additions have not been super impressive just yet. Zach Rose says Caserio signing senior citizens and newborns. Not great. Not great. Appreciate you, Zach. Thank you so much. Bro B, feel like I'm at a steakhouse. Everyone has a nice 12-ounce steak while I'm having lemon water, even though I have the most money at the table. Yeah, it's like the Texans have an expense account. They went to the nicest steakhouse in town, and they decided to order water with lemon, and they're putting stevia in there to make lemonade at the table. Why is Motor going to the Giants, though? Probably because they paid the most. That's probably why he's going there. Probably paid the most. Carlos here. Oddly enough, during free agency, the Texans have actually gotten significantly worse, given the harder schedule of the South, improving SC 8 and 9. Not great. Not great. Don't want to take a big step back. Don't want to take a big step back. I will try to catch up with the comments. The comments are flying in fast. We have 1,400 people in here. This is a freaking blast. I'm having a blast. So the Texans are a team to watch for. Aaron Jones, according to NFL Network. Okay. That's just a rumor. Of course they're a team to watch for. How did we get worse? Heartbreak. Draft's going to be crazy. You can't get McKinney. McKinney signed with the Packers. Can't get McKinney. He signed with the Packers. Vosseli's going to cry. Don't do that. Don't do that. Ooh, how about this? Jeffrey Simmons, who is the best defensive player on the Titans, just tweeted, "No way we let Nico," as in Danico Autry, "go to the Texans." And then he put the hand face plant emoji thing. 2-year, $20 million, Danico Autry. Very upsetting to Jeffrey Simmons. Xavier McKinney's tweeted, "Say cheese." I hate that. Hate that a lot. So Frankie Louvu, Tori and Raft are bringing up a couple names here. Frankie Louvu, linebacker from the Carolina Panthers, and Cameron Curl. So you probably haven't paid a lot of attention to him. He's a really good player, late round pick for the Commanders, and you probably haven't paid a ton of attention to the fact that he's out there as a solid option. 24 years old, could be very expensive because he was very productive But Luvu and Curl would be nice. Adonai Mitchell or Brian Thomas Jr. at 23, sure. All right, reset on Mokuda. Nice cornerback too. Probably some better options, a whole lot of worse options as well. You're betting on the gifts, the physical gifts, and then you're betting on this coaching staff getting the most out of a guy that was formerly talented enough to go number 3 overall. Pollard isn't a bad fit. Pollard's on the Titans. What would Aaron Jones do for us? He would start. He'd be the best running back on the team. This makes absolutely no freaking sense. I'm kind of with you. Packers are doing what the Texans should be doing. Yeah, look, there were 2 teams that were kind of thought to be in the same tier in the offseason. Young quarterback, talent on the offense, need to get better on defense, and the Packers are going out here spending a bunch of money going to get Josh Jacobs, Xavier McKinney. The Texans got Danico Autry. Yeah, they better get a running back in the draft, or I don't know how else they're going to get one. All right, the Colts just re-signed one of my favorite defensive tackles that was a free agent, Grover Stewart. Just re-signed Grover Stewart. So, congratulations to the Colts keeping Grover Stewart. He's a nice player. Got popped for steroids and missed some time, but good player. Yeah, Mark Reza, get Patrick Queen. Yeah, Patrick Queen's a nice player. What are you spending the money on? Hopefully I'm not 15 minutes behind. Hope he's signing somebody else. Resign Nelson. I don't believe they're going to resign Steven Nelson now that they've spent on Jeff Okudah. So I don't believe they're going to resign Steven Nelson. This tickled me. I don't want Damian Pierce even looking at a football. He going to look at it. And you know what? If they had to play a game tomorrow, he going to tote it. He'd be the back. So, man, Gus Edwards is off the board. Gus Edwards headed to the formerly San Diego, now Los Angeles Chargers. Gus Edwards would have been a nice player. Gus Edwards going to the Chargers, according to Adam Schefter. Reunites with Greg Roman. That's a nice signing for the Chargers. That's a nice signing for the Chargers. Yeah, this is kind of where you are in free agency. Players that you didn't want, now all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I'll take them. I'll take them just to get something on the board, just to get something to have one of these guys. You'd be like, yeah, I don't really think he's that good, but I'll take him now. Obviously, Queen's really good. Obviously, Queen is really good. All right, y'all hang with me for a second here while I send a tweet. Two-year deal for the Chargers and Gus Edwards. I said that already. The Gus bus headed west. Down. And the free agency, breaking down the movement and lack thereof. Still live, talking Texans, breaking down the movement and lack thereof in free agency. Boom. Okay. Just make sure the Twitter folks know to come in. I appreciate all the YouTube folks. Thank you so much. Devin White. Devin White's a nice player. Devin White's a real nice player. Snag him at linebacker. That would help your linebacking room a little bit. Probably not super expensive. Didn't know you were doing a live stream. Was watching the Drive Time show and cracking up with their panicking. I'll be cracking up too. It's scaring me. Texans signing Eddie Lacy. I would love vintage Eddie Lacy. My favorite Eddie Lacy thing ever was when he said he would miss the Chinese food in Green Bay. I didn't know Green Bay had a big, Chinese food population. Eric Armstead has to come here. I don't know that there are a lot of options that get you more excited than Eric Armstead would be. Oh, great point by Schefter. Gus Edwards has now played for Jim Harbaugh and John Harbaugh. Reese Cruz, Queen, Louvu, Aaron Jones, Henry Eckler, Connor Williams. Quite the wish list. That'd be fun. I believe I told you there wouldn't be any big signings. I said maybe one. I believe you did, I guess. Danico Autry, huh? That's the big one. Help, I'm looking for a running back. Don't look here. Texans ain't got one. Dab channel. We have to go D in the first, corner in the second, running back in the third. We're going to be predictable during the draft. That's the one thing you don't want to have happen to you as the draft approaches is that you get pigeonholed into feeling like you have to do something. Yes, Clinton. He did call it China food, actually. When he left Green Bay, he said, I'm going to miss the China food. It was very, very funny. Did Bill O'Brien kidnap Nick Caserio and act as GM for him? Yeah. Did Brian Gain? This is a Brian Gain free agency. Wow, lights are too bright for Caserio. He's folding. Cody, you got to retire shop at the top. No longer are they shopping at the top. They have not shopped at the top this offseason, that's for sure. They have not shopped at the top. I was going to make that a sticker again, but I guess not. There's nothing on Armstead. I got 7 windows open. There's nothing on Armstead. So is 34-year-old Autry going to help us moving forward? He's a rotational piece for the defensive line. He had 13? He had 11 and a half sacks last year. 11 and a half sacks last year, 8 and 9 the years before in Tennessee. Play a little bit of left defensive end, play a little bit of right defensive end. So he can help on the defensive line right away. It's a 2-year deal for a reason because he's older. He's going to be 34 years old this year. Geno Stone. I know we talked about him on the stream here earlier. Geno Stone to the Cincinnati Bengals. Geno Stone off the board. He's going to the Cincinnati Bengals. 7 interceptions last season. And now Geno Stone is headed to the Cincinnati Bengals. Goes from the Ravens to the Bengals. I'm sure that'll go over well with everybody. Would have liked Geno Stone. He's shopping at Aldi. No, they're not. Aldi's got some nice stuff in there. They got like some truffle crackers and stuff. They're shopping at an even more discounted place. I don't even know what the more discounted place is. Aldi. I've never really got into Aldi. I know they got some fancy stuff, and I know they got some good value stuff. They're like, and so the Trader Joe's guy, I think it's his brother started Aldi. Fun little fact for you. Also, by the way, somebody said shopping at the Dollar Tree. I've found some steals at the Dollar Tree before. You can find some steals over in the food aisle. We at 5 below. Yeah, 5 million or below. That's where the Texans are shopping. Oh man. Are we out on Pierce? I'm not in on him. I'm not in on him. The team didn't trust him at the end of last year. They wouldn't give him the ball. So they wouldn't trust him. So I don't know how you can be excited about him being the only running back. Man, we need a running back. Yeah, you're not lying. Oh, the free agency went to Temu. Oh man, they're getting all their free agents off of Temu. This is one of my favorite ones today. Kanishka Singh, well done. Well done. Free agency at Temu. We have Saquon at home. They don't even have Saquon at home. They don't even have Saquon at home. Is Patrick Queen still available? He absolutely is. He absolutely is. If they want to make a big investment at linebacker, they certainly can. It's worth noting. We showed that we put this clip up earlier. DJ Bieneme said that the Texans are in on Queen. They've talked about it, but people around Patrick Queen do not believe the Texans would show up with the money. Oh my God. That's it for Geno Stone? Sorry, I don't mean to take the Lord's name in vain. You guys ever see that guy Sketch? Sketch is hilarious. He's also a huge Texans fan. But when he messes up, he's like, sorry for cursing. Sorry for saying, oh my God. That's it for Geno Stone? That's it for Geno Stone? 2 years, $15 million? They didn't want to add him to the safety room? Buddy. Do we have any idea if Sketch is pro Lonnie Johnson because he's a special teams player? Special teams, special players, special plays. Let's see. Casario needs to be checked. Texans couldn't bother. Yeah, that Geno Stone deal is really surprising to me. Second in interceptions in the league. Look, he played on a good Ravens defense, but hello, if you have a good front seven, you could use him. Man, $15 million over 2 years to the Bengals. That would have been good. Yeah, but they got Lonnie Johnson. They don't need Geno Stone. Yes, Sketch to the Texans in free agency right now. David White, Stoots, what's happening? Nothing. Nothing's happening. I mean, Danico Autry, Jeff Okudah, and Lonnie Johnson. Josina Anderson says that the Raiders and the Commanders have talked to Austin Eckler. Okay. A little bit more info on Okudah. So Jeff Okudah has an 85% playtime incentive to get his additional $1.25 million. So if he plays 85% of the snaps, he's going to get $6 million. He plays 85% of the snaps, he probably played pretty well. Nick is cheap. Why do you think he wears the same vest? He's got a lot of vests, and those vests are expensive, which is why it's very strange that he's not spending money. Those vests are expensive. This Peter Millar. Do we need an end? You need some more ends. Yeah, you need some more defensive linemen. You need a defensive tackle to start next to Malik Collins. You need a defensive tackle to start next to Malik Collins. You need a you need some more ends behind the Nico Autry and Will Anderson. Coop G, I'm hearing a lot of Eckler buzz. Yeah, I mean, Commanders and Raiders, according to Josina Anderson. Okay, Street Runner Society. Here's the recap of the Houston Texans so far. So, new players added to the team. The defensive lineman from the Jaguars that they added yesterday, Fatakaisi, however you say his name. And then today, Lonnie Johnson, special teams / safety. Jeff Okudah will be cornerback number 2, opposite Derek Stingley. And Danico Autry, who will be I guess right now is the starting end opposite Will Anderson. Autry got a 2-year deal worth $20 million. Okudah's got a 1-year deal worth up to $6 million. Lonnie Johnson's got a deal worth up to $2.5 million. Okay, let's throw this little comment up here real quick. My guy Hayden Winks works over at Underdog. By the way, Underdog Fantasy, the best way to play fantasy. I know it's not football season, but you can get in your baseball season-long pick'ems. It's predicting higher or lower on any given stat. You can sign up in the link in my description down below, and you get 2 times your first deposit. And use my code Stoots, STOOTS. So you get 2 times your first deposit. So sign up at the Underdog Fantasy link. We got 1,400 people in here. I know all of you don't play Underdog Fantasy. So the link in the description down below. Get signed up. It's very easy to play. A lot of fun. I've been doing a lot of hockey. So this McKinnon guy for the Avalanche, higher on 1.5 points. And McDavid for the Oilers, higher on 1.5 points. I stick them with a basketball player, like 3 times my money each and every night. You can 5 times, your money. You can 20 times your entry, Underdog Fantasy. Check it out in the link in the description down below. Would appreciate that. Thank you guys so much. So my guy Hayden Winks works over at Underdog, does a lot of their film breakdown. Texans being suspiciously quiet so far. Let's get some fireworks. Brian Burns trade, Derrick Henry. They were so patient last free agency. Let's get after it. You and me both, Hayden Winks. Let's get after it. Let's see what the Texans can do. Let's see if they can put something together. Derrick Henry would be fine. I mean, he's the best running back available now. Major pain. Today is worse than the Brock signing day. I don't know about that. I was skeptical about Brock. I don't want to say I was excited. Yes, the Texans lost Devin Singletary. He is a member of the Giants. The Texans lost Blake Cashman. He is a member of the Vikings. All right, Josh Jacobs' money is in. We'll get to these super chats here in just 1 second. Josh Jacobs' money is in. Let's throw that up here on the screen. So 4 years, $48 million with 12.5 guaranteed. That's it on the guaranteed money? Are you freaking kidding me? So he gets $16 million a year. Excuse me. Nope, that's wrong. Did the math wrong. I did. So he gets, good Lord. So he gets $12 million a year with only 12 and a half guaranteed. What are they doing in Houston? What are they doing at NRG Stadium? Jacobs is only $12 million with only 12 and a half guaranteed? That's it? Holy moly. They could have easily done that. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That was all it took to get 12 and a half guaranteed? That's all it took? The Texans have signed somebody. Mike Ford, 2 years, $4.5 million. Mike Ford. Okay. Defensive back. Played with the Browns this past year. Has been on 4 teams in his career. Detroit, Denver, Atlanta, and Cleveland. A 2-year deal for Mike Ford. He had an interception. 16 games played this year for the Cleveland Browns. Mike Ford, your latest Houston Texan. What the hell is that? Who is that? Who? No, not the running back from the Browns, the DB. Jerome Ford is the running back. Texans going 0-17. Mike Ford, we going to talk Super Bowl. Garbage. Oh, man. Dumpster diving. Money that could have gone to Saquon Barkley. Oh, man. There's that 2-year window. Mike Ford. Woo. I'm losing it. Dollar Tree VIP, Nick Casario. They got a bonus card over there. Casario will be all over it. The ex-president. That's Gerald Ford. The ex-president. So the Raiders apparently are in on Justin Fields. Who's Mike Ford? Good question. DB for the Browns last year. Who's Mike Ford? Yep, DB for the Browns last year. Okay. The comments are coming very fast. What is Nick Casario doing? He's bargain shopping. And I don't know that he's even getting some great deals. I mean, whatever. Mike Ford, couple bucks, and backup player. You needed some depth. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, let's look at where Mike Ford primarily played for the Browns last year. So, Mike Ford, little slot corner, little wide corner, special teams guy. Just a little special teams ace here. Played in all the games. Special teams ace. It helps replace some of the special teams reps that you lose from Cashman, I guess. So, Mike Ford, the baseball player, would at least be pretty interesting. Why did I ever expect to be excited 25 years and can't ever go far in the playoffs? Eesh, not fun. Lot of journeymen. Cody Casario is cheap. $200 vest for someone is with a $5.5 million annual salary is the equivalent of someone making $50K a year and paying $150 on a vest, bro. That's fair. I think they're more than $200, but still. This is one of my favorites. Special teams at a time like this? Gardner Minshew is going to the Raiders. Gardner Minshew to the Raiders. Oh, I missed these. I'm sorry. How much for the Vikings? Going full rebuild for Jefferson. It's too expensive. It's the money and the picks. They're not a Justin Jefferson away. As much as I would enjoy it. Donovan V, thank you for the super chat. I apologize for not getting to it in a timely fashion. Calvin Conway, since free agency doesn't officially start until March 13th, are these deals final? Can teams not scalp these players? Scrap these players, I think is maybe what you're looking for. The deals are pretty much done. I think there's a very small chance that one of these deals doesn't go down as is, but the deals are pretty much agreed to. Zach Rose, Casario cutting fan base to save cap space and extending Toro on a one-year deal or $12 million, $4 million guaranteed. Toro deserves it. Former mascot of the year. Former mascot of the year, Toro. By the way, Gardner Minshew in Vegas. Can you even imagine? Okay, we have a breaking Dylan Horton update. I'm going to put that up on the screen and I'll read the comment here. A breaking Dylan Horton update. I'll put that on the screen here. Dylan Horton from the Houston Texans official Twitter account. On December 1st, 2023, I was diagnosed with stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. Through God's grace, I'm blessed to say that I'm currently in remission. I'm grateful for the love from my family and friends and support from the Texans organization and my doctors. My next objective is to complete my treatments, then get back to playing the game that I love. Thank you for your prayers and support as I continue this journey. That's a statement from defensive end Dylan Horton, who stepped away from the team in the middle of last season. So now we have an idea of what occurred with Dylan Horton. Yet again, man, I feel for he kept it very private. He kept it very private. I feel for these guys that deal with this. And it goes back to David Quessenberry. It goes to Andre Howe, John Mechie, Dylan Horton. Man, just you hope for a safe and speedy recovery. You know, John Mechie was able to get back. And he's in remission, so that's great news. And he wants to get back to playing football. And I said this about Mechie, and I said this about Quessenberry and Andre Howe and guys like that. This is a great staff that the Texans have, and of all the cities to be in when you deal with something like this, Houston's a great city to be in. So Dylan Horton, with the announcement that he's in remission from stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma and is dealing with his recovery from that cancer diagnosis. That's great news. That's great news, and he wants to get back to playing football. So I wish him the best of luck, and I hope the best for Dylan Horton. Great guy. Only had the chance to talk to him a handful of times, but that's good news, man. That's real good news. That's awesome for him. Very awesome. Get back to playing football. That's what he wants. That's good stuff. Good stuff. Austin Wicks. Cashman was boosted by the defense and Anderson. There's a chance Blake Cashman ends up not worth his money. Certainly. there's certainly a chance Cashman ends up not worth the money in Minnesota. It's, $8 million a year. I wouldn't have done it. Which DBs did the Texans sign? So they signed Jeff Okudah from Atlanta. He should start at cornerback opposite Derek Stingley. They signed Lonnie Johnson. Yes, that Lonnie Johnson from the Saints. He should be a special teams guy. And they signed Mike Ford. The running back, the cornerback / safety / special teams guy from the Browns. Ford's played for a couple of different teams. So 3 DBs: Lonnie Johnson, Mike Ford, special teams players, and then Jeff Okudah, starter opposite probably Derek Stingley. Man, that Dylan Horton thing kind of rocked me a little bit. It's good news. He's feeling good. He wants to come back and play. Good for him. It's good news for him. How do we get worse than before free agency? Well, everybody's getting better, and the Texans haven't signed as many people yet. There's still players out there that I really like that the Texans could add. Aaron Jones at running back. Eric Armstead at defensive tackle. Frankie Louvu at linebacker. He's offering defensive tackle or defensive end. He is versatile. So he can play tackle and he can play end. He played end primarily last year for the Titans, but he can play a little bit of both. What's a move that could turn this thing around? I mean, Patrick Queen would be cool. Patrick Queen would be basically telling us that's DeMeco Ryans' Fred Warner. Queen would be cool. I don't know if these could be worth the money. Louvu and Henry and Eric Armstead would help turn this thing around. Yeah, Soccer Timmy here. Aaron Jones, Frankie Louvu, and Eric Armstead. That'd be a real nice bang, bang, bang right there in free agency. That'd be a real nice bang, bang, bang. Wasn't Lonnie let go or released a couple years ago? They traded him to the Chiefs for a conditional pick that they never got because he didn't make the team. Low risk, high reward deals leaves the door open for a splash trade. I don't know who you would want to trade for. You just signed Okudah, so probably not a L'Jarius Sneed trade. Brian Burns. I don't necessarily want the draft pick investment. If it's like a third rounder for Burns and you spend the money, I'd be fine with that. Is it possible to trade for Zach Moss? No, but you can sign him. He is a free agent. You can go get Zach Moss in free agency. He and Derrick Henry are among the better free agents available. What would you rate Zach Moss if the Texans sign him? A 5. He's a guy that needs to be in a complement with somebody. If he's the main back, that's not good. A 5. Burns is going to cost a lot. He ain't going to be cheap. He is not going to be cheap. This is indeed a disappointing one so far. Have a lot of money, haven't spent a lot of money. Could be waiting to see if Bosa gets released. He or Khalil Mack, certainly. Yeah, both of those players. Danielle Hunter is still out there. Number 1 in sacks in free agency. Probably not exactly the type of end that the Texans would typically go after with this style of defense, but he's out there. Azeez Al-Shaair, yes, I would like that very much. He would be a very nice player for this defense. He'd be a very nice player. Be a good depth piece. For the he'd be a starter at linebacker, but he'd be, he wouldn't be a depth piece. I don't know why I kept saying that. Yeah, Minshew to the Raiders. Can you imagine him in Vegas? So the Giants, according to Connor Hughes, the Giants are expected to try to trade for Brian Burns. Okay, sure. I wonder what that's like. Do you prefer Derrick Henry or Aaron Jones? I probably prefer Aaron Jones. I probably prefer Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones and that's probably my preference. Bosa or Khalil Mack would be great. Yes, they would. Somebody says trade for Stephon Diggs. No thanks. Not the type of guy I want to add to the locker room. Okay, here's a little one that maybe frees up a big one. The Jaguars are coming to terms on a 2-year deal with Devin Duvernay, the wide receiver from the Ravens. Adding Duvernay maybe takes them out of the Calvin Ridley conversation. And if you remember, we talked about this earlier, Mia O'Brien, who covers the Jaguars, the Texans are in on Calvin Ridley. So with the signing of Devin Duvernay, maybe they are out on Calvin Ridley, and that gives the Texans a little bit of wiggle room there if they want to go get Calvin Ridley. Maybe we could sign Mattress Mac. He's got big money. Help us put us over the top. Oh, look at my friends at Texas Sports Unfiltered making an appearance. Operated, and you'll see on that channel frequently, my friend Brad Kellner, BK, who I used to do radio with here in Houston. If you are a Longhorn fan, you have to be following this account, this channel. Texas Sports Unfiltered does a great job, and do appreciate the likes and the subscribes as well. Chase Young would be a nice player. Little 1-year prove-it deal for Chase Young. One year bounce-back deal for Chase Young. Fossil says, seems like they're getting depth pieces in case they miss out on big names, so they might get a big name soon. There's a whole lot less big names than there were 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, there was a heck of a lot more big names. There's a whole lot less big names now. Yeah, I don't care. It would be stupid for the Giants to trade for Brian Burns, but I'm jealous if they get him. Can I'll show you a play. He's a solid linebacker. They chased him last year, and they signed with the Titans. So, I mean, it stands to reason unless they got offended by last year, they'd chase him again. Where's Landry? He's on baby duty. He popped in earlier. Has Derek Barnett signed yet? He has not. Derek Barnett's not signed anywhere. Still a chance to bring him back. He had some nice plays after he was claimed off of waivers by the Texans. That's back when everybody thought Nick Caserio was doing a good job. Now everybody hates him. Cody, did you enjoy the meltdown of not getting the top free agent positions? Also, do you suspect us to put the full court press on Eric? Just joined. I did not enjoy that. I would prefer them to have signed some of those guys. Eric Armstead, the defensive tackle from the 49ers, is still out there, certainly. Is a guy that you could pursue if you're the Houston Texans. Yeah, Ridley to the Texans is a possibility, certainly. They checked in on him, according to my friend Mio O'Brien. Blue Boy. Casario better pull a Bosa out of the hat after all this. Hey, look, you end up with Joey Bosa and Danico Autry and, maybe get a defensive tackle that some of us like. That's a pretty solid defensive line room. And then you draft a guy. That'd be fun. This is funny. I'd never heard him called Calvin Midley. That's fun. Got to pull a rabbit out of the vest at this point. People are still on Mike Ford's. Yeah, people still grilling poor Mike Ford. He didn't do nothing. He just took a big deal. I would trade this. I would trade a second round pick for Brian Burns. I would trade the Texans' second round pick for Brian Burns and then extend him. Be expensive, but extend him. Have you talked about Curtis Samuel? I have not. It makes me think that with some of these wide receivers coming off the board here, or not coming off the board here, that maybe the wide receiver market is depressed a little bit. Got that market depressed a little bit. And maybe a guy like Samuel ends up being a bargain. Was in a crappy position with the Commanders past couple of years, but I'd be interested in him. A little love for BK over there and the folks at Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you missed it earlier, the Texans released a statement from Dylan Horton that said he was battling non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and he is in remission and doing better now. And that was stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. I want to get it correct. And he's in remission, and he'd like to continue to play football, and that's his objective, to get back to playing football. That was great news. That was great news to see earlier today. Steven, with a little bit of a little spin here. Hey, all these other free agents have signed with other teams. That means that the spots that these teams can go to are filling up, which means that the Texans would be the only team left for them. It's a good spin zone. I like that. Good spin zone. The 49ers, who continuously invest in their defensive line and are seemingly always trying to get better on the defensive line and spending money even when they don't have a ton of money, they have signed Leonard Floyd, outside linebacker / defensive end / edge, whatever the phrasing you want to use on that. But yeah, not happy to just hang around with what they got. The 49ers added to their defensive line room. Man, is there any chance the Texans sign Justin Simmons? Yeah, that'd be nice. I would not mind that at all. What about Hollywood Brown? That's another one of those. If it's a good deal, well, let's see what the situation is. Conversation with Hollywood. If Hollywood the money drops low enough, that's a really nice third wide receiver. It's a really nice third wide receiver. Is Autry going to be a DT or D end? I would think a little bit of both. Y'all remember just letting Nick cook. Yeah, but Nick's at a fine dining restaurant. He's cooking ramen right now. Better make it fancy ramen. You got good special teams depth today. The good thing they got some cover guys because they don't have a punter anymore. They have a punter. The Cam Johnston's on the Steelers now. I can't do a Bill Burr impression. Hey, I'm on the Steelers now. That's not a good Bill Burr impression. I hope BK's gone. He didn't see that. Leonard Floyd, 2-year, $20 million deal. Likely means Chase Young's time is done with the 49ers. Eric Armstead, a popular one. Patrick Queen, Eric Armstead, Derrick Henry, and Xavier Howard. Be nice. Oh, we have our first free agency change here. Kicker Will Lutz, who agreed to terms with the Jaguars earlier this day, has changed his mind, and he is remaining with the Denver Broncos. So the Jaguars thought they had their kicker, and then he changed his mind. What a day for the Jaguars. Look at this. Adam Schefter reporting that Will Lutz is sticking around in Denver. So Darnell Savage and Gabe Davis, but no Will Lutz. How about that for a little middle finger? So can Barkley, sure seems like the 49ers have a lot more money than us. Yep. They don't, but they somehow figured out how to use it. So can Barkley change his mind and switch to the Texans? In theory, he can, but they weren't close on the money. DJ Bieniemy reported they offered $333. He got way more. Saquon, change your mind. Not unless the Texans change their money. Can someone Will Smith snap Nick Casario? Now, don't do that now. Come on now. Nick's cooking up Dorito sandwiches. I've been there. Cody Stoots to the interior line, sign it. I'm a space eater, but I'm easily blocked, so probably would be a bad signing. Top 3 running back in the draft. Jaylen Warren from Tennessee, Marshawn Lloyd from USC, and then Jonathan Brooks from Texas. Nick should go on that cheapskate show where the lady buys cat food instead of tuna for tuna fish sandwiches. Oh, it ain't that. I mean, it's bad. It ain't that bad, though. It ain't that bad. This got to be the dumbest podcast I've ever been a part of. I mean, same, I guess. Same. I mean, dumb like the Texans haven't signed anybody and we're mad about it, dumb? Because, yeah, that's not great. Can't believe Will Lutz changed his mind on the Jaguars like that. That's funny. Blake Corum's a nice player, not one of the top 3 guys in the draft. Blake Corum's a nice player. Leonard Floyd to the 49ers. Yeah, I mean, because they keep dumping guys onto the defensive line. They don't just sit around. $20 million up to, I think, $24 million is what the contract was for Leonard Floyd. Is John Weeks still on the Texans? Yes. Yes, he is. Do you think they'll get a running back, or you trust in Damian? They don't trust in Dameon Pierce. They showed us they don't trust in Dameon Pierce. The way that they operated the offense at the end of the year last year, they showed us they didn't trust in Dameon Pierce. He's done nothing to make us think that he's just kind of figured it out. All right, so Kenneth wants an update on who all the Texans have lost. So the big one that was the first one to come off the board today was Jonathan Greenard. He's gone. He's now on the Minnesota Vikings. He got a 4-year, $76 million deal. Blake Cashman also headed to the Minnesota Vikings. He got a 3-year, $25.5 million deal. Devin Singletary is headed to the New York Giants. He's getting a 3-year, $16.5 million deal. And Cameron Johnston is headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the punter for the Texans. Texans lost their punter, who was very good. I would not be surprised to see the Texans try to get the Iowa punter, Torrey Taylor, in free agents, or in the draft, I mean. Torrey Taylor. Casario is mad that Barbie didn't win Best Picture. There's no reason to take it out on us. Aaron Jones would be a really nice pickup. Aaron Jones would be a really nice pickup. And I certainly would enjoy an Aaron Jones addition to the running back room. He'd be the best running back on the team. Be the best running back on the team. I mean, Aaron Jones and Austin Eckler and Dameon Pierce, not the most fun running back room, but could live with it probably. Don't do what I want you to. Nope, don't do that. Could live with it probably. Okay. Quick, tiny little break here. I'm going to pop out for just 1 second. I want you to learn about my friends at Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, the best way to play a fantasy. Don't y'all leave. I see 1431 in here. Don't y'all leave. I'm going to be right back. I just have to run to the restroom. I'll be right back. But while I'm gone, learn about my friends at Underdog Fantasy. The link is in the bio to play. It's the best way to play fantasy sports. The Pick'em format is unmatched. This video hopefully will explain everything that you need to know, and you'll check it out in the description while I'm going to be right back. I told you I'd be right back. I'm back. Don't go anywhere. All right, see? I'm back. All right. Running back Stoots leaving the side. Not quite. Not quite. Austin Eckler option? Yeah, certainly. Certainly. Yeah, I need to get me some elevator music. That would have been a good one. Oh, man. One of my favorite free agents. He ended up signing with the Titans. Awuzie, the defensive back or cornerback, excuse me. Awuzie signed with the Titans, 3-year deal. He would have been a nice pickup, but they got Okuda. He's okay. He's okay. My guy Javier wants to jump in. Javier, what do you got for me, man? Fire away. Javier, go. Javier. All right, Javier didn't want to jump in. Javier didn't want to jump in. Javier speechless at the Houston Texans' lack of moves. Speechless. I got back in 50 seconds. That was a pretty good job by me. Got back in 50 seconds. If you want to get in like Javier, you can. The link's at the top of the chat here. Thoughts on the Danico Autry pickup? Solid player, older, pretty expensive. $10 million for a guy like that is not the cheapest. Little inside-outside versatility, and double-digit sacks last year. He's the new Jerry Hughes, but maybe a little bit better than Jerry Hughes. That's the kind of way I would explain it. He's the new Jerry Hughes, but maybe a little bit better than Jerry Hughes. Man, I still can't believe Josh Jacobs got such a cheap guarantee in his deal. A wise man once called Chase Winovich a ketchup packet. I will go to my grave saying that I was not wrong about that. Didn't even make the roster. Not getting Saquon, okay. Not getting Saquon, losing motor, not having a halfback, not great. Yeah, not great. Not great. Javier was speechless about Nick. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. All right. Handle that real quick. Who was the salt packet? That was Mike Boone, I believe. I think Mike Boone was the salt packet. We did Texans free agent additions as food items. And Mike Boone, I think we decided was a salt packet on the wheelhouse back in the day. I forgot we had Chase Winovich. Chase Winovich forgot he was on the Texans too because he wasn't there that long. A defensive tackle option just came off the board. Justin Jones, who was with the Bears last year, he is headed to the Arizona Cardinals, 3 years, $30 million. So the Arizona Cardinals snagging a defensive tackle. The news has slowed down significantly. Bring in Landry. I had him on earlier. He'll be on tonight, breaking down plenty of stuff. Check him out. Yeah, if I was doing the food items with the new additions this year, it'd be a pretty short segment. We'd had to fill time on the wheelhouse with that one, which we probably did a pretty good job with. Is Vincent Van Gogh route healthy yet? I love you for this. We deemed Tank Dell Vincent Van Gogh route, and by we, I mean I deemed Tank Dell Vincent Van Gogh route one time. The name did not stick, but to bring this back, yes, Tank Dell is on his way to being healthy. He was pretty healthy towards the back end of the season. He was in the locker room hanging out with the guys a bunch. Dell's going to be just fine for next season. And yeah, they're going to have to throw the crap out of the ball because they don't have anybody to run it. Nathan, Cody, we don't have the vision, but if we sign Aaron Jones or Derrick Henry, add a guy like Blake Corum, that's not a bad running back room. No, it's not. It's not. It could be better, but it's not a bad running back room. You're right. You're right about that. Does anybody know where I can find Nick Caserio? I have a gift for him. I don't think he wants that gift, whatever it is. I don't think he wants that. Who do we draft if we get some crappy CB we have to play? DT defense. Look, I would lean defender in tackle or corner. I would lean defender. If they could get Byron Murphy from Texas, I mean, they'd sign up for that right now. They'd sign up for that right freaking now. Give me a good deal here. Come on, throw me a deal. Give me something here. Did I mention to you guys how good of a deal Underdog Fantasy is? When you sign up at Underdog Fantasy today, use my promo code Stoots. You get 2 times your first deposit. Link in the description down below. Oh, here we go. Barring a last-minute complete breakdown in negotiations, Brian Burns will be a New York Giant per source. I'll update after the proposed compensation is confirmed. That from Sheena Quick, who covers the Carolina Panthers. Wow. So, no Brian Burns. That deal's not going to get done. Didn't really want him. I don't know what the compensation is going to be. The Giants surely aren't giving up their first for that, are they? If you've come to the stream before, we catch him late night sometimes. You hear him on Sports Radio 610. He's the best caller they have. And he pops in on this stream sometime. Dom from New Jersey. What do you got for me, dog?
Stoots, what's up, bro? I'm in traffic, running late to work. I got my seatbelt on, though, so we're all good here. Listen, I woke up this morning feeling like it was Christmas morning, and it in fact wasn't. I was wrong. It's just March 11th. So I used to get excited about signings like Mark Ingram. I don't know if you remember that one. I mean, no one wanted to go. We couldn't get anyone to Houston, so that was exciting, right? Now I wake up today. I had felt like I was going to get Wilkins, which, you know, I know you weren't too keen on. It's just, I guess it was just like Houston. I wanted the big name, whatever. But Saquon was the guy, Cody. Take pressure off CJ. We all saw it in that Ravens game. He needed a game-changing running back. He was the guy. I don't know why we wouldn't push the envelope a little more salary-wise. But help me out here. Talk me off the edge here. I don't know what the plan is. I know Caserio loves these 1 year, 2 year deals, but we cannot waste this precious time we have with CJ on this rookie deal. I don't get it.
If they're just letting the market come to them on a bunch of like B-level guys like a Luvu and stuff like that, it'll make sense. It doesn't make sense right now, though. There's no running back option that really, like, as by themselves gets you super excited. Like, Derrick Henry by himself is not super exciting. Like, you need somebody with him. Even Aaron Jones is not super exciting. You need somebody with him. So the running back situation is dire. Like, that's a weird spot. There's still some impressive defenders you can go find. Armstead at defensive tackle.
I like Armstead.
You know, Luvu at linebacker. Heck, they want to go to the top of the market, Queen. But DJ Bieniemy's already said that he didn't think that the Texans will spend the money on that. Justin Simmons at safety. Like, there's some names that, like, the sum of the parts can be really nice, better than some of these other ones. But I'm surprised that they have let all these running backs go and go to other places and have not been in on more of them. I'm very surprised.
You know, everybody got crazy about the Lonnie Johnson signing. I'm not one who's, you know, crying over that. I think he's a depth player. I think he's a good special teams guy, whatever. But why was that our first signing? I mean, I'm not saying they made Lonnie our priority, but everyone's getting, you know, DeAndre Swift to Chicago. Everyone's excited. And I end up with Lonnie Johnson. That's what I'm trying to brag about to my friends.
It was like it's like getting the socks first at Christmas.
It's like reading a card. No one reads a card when they open it, you know?
Yeah, exactly. So
listen, I don't want to take up too much of your time, Stoots. Are you going to be on later, or what are we doing here?
I mean, who knows when this thing's going to end? We've been going for 5.5 hours at this point. So
I'm working nights, so I'll be around for the content. But you're doing a great job as always. Not much to cheer about, but I called in the loop this morning right before free agency kicked off, and I said I trust Nick, and I'm just gonna have to stick with that.
Yep. I mean, look, he's doing a good job at hurting the trust, but if you got the trust in him, maybe he'll make it pay off for you. I appreciate you tuning in, man. I appreciate you jumping on. Good stuff. Stay safe. Dom from New Jersey, one of the elite human beings that I have met doing this. Great dude. A Texans fan in New Jersey, also a law enforcement. Take care of your law enforcement individuals when you interact with them, and be nice to them, and don't speed. And also probably don't video chat while you're driving all the time. Sometimes it's okay. All right, man, let's get a little recap going here. Let's get a little recap. If you're just checking in, let's get the full recap here on what the Texans have got going on today. We'll go guys in, then we'll go guys out. Guys in, Lonnie Johnson, special teams player, DB. Michael Ford, special teams player, DB. Jeff Okudah, cornerback, should be cornerback 2, starting opposite Derek Stingley. And then Danico Autry, defensive end / defensive tackle, play a little inside, play a little outside. 11.5 sacks last year for Danico Autry. He's in. Here's who's out from the Texans today. Cam Johnston's headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Devin Singletary is headed to the New York Giants. Blake Cashman and Jonathan Greenard are both headed to the Minnesota Vikings. Cashman signed a 3-year, $25.5 million deal. Jonathan Greenard signed a 4-year, $76 million deal. Devin Singletary's deal was 3 years, $16.5 million. So those are the players that are out of NRG Stadium, headed to new homes, and those are the players that are headed to NRG Stadium for new homes. The Texans checked in on Saquon Barkley, got outbid by the Philadelphia Eagles. They checked in on Christian Wilkins. He ultimately ends up with the Raiders. And DeAndre Swift's in Chicago now. Tony Pollard is in Tennessee. And Josh Jacobs is in Green Bay. Derrick Henry's the top free agent running back out there. So the Texans maybe will check in on him. And Aaron Jones was added to free agency as the Packers cut him. And then Bungle asked about the Dylan Horton update. Dylan Horton, the second-year defensive end, announced in a statement through the team that he was battling stage 4 Hodgkin's lymphoma. He is in remission, and he's looking to get back to playing football. So caught up on the news as it stands right now. Names to be paying attention to in free agency that are fun names, that are interesting names here for the Texans. Frankie Louvu, the linebacker. Patrick Queen, the linebacker from Baltimore. Louvu is from Carolina. Justin Simmons at safety. A couple of other names. We'll get to the available free agents here in just a second. Zay 2K wants to weigh in. Zay, what do you got for us, man?
I'm disappointed about the Saquon Barkley. $3 million. $3 million. We just needed $3 million. But I feel like we need to go for either Aaron Jones and we need to get Patrick Queen. That'll be a good addition to our rooms, linebacker and running back.
Man, I am very interested to see ultimately what Patrick Queen ends up with. DJ Bieneme tweeted earlier that the Texans checked in on him, that Patrick Queen's people aren't sure if the Texans will go to the right amount of money for him. So that's something to pay attention to in the pursuit of Queen. And then Jones and another veteran in the running back room. You can convince me that that's.
But I also feel like they don't trust in Damian Pierce enough.
No,
like it was only his second year, so I feel like they should have gave him at least another year to get really acclimated to the running back. Like, I mean, he did good his rookie year, but I don't know. Devin Singletary really came out and stole the show toward the end of the season.
Well, and I think, look, Devin performed well with similar opportunities that Damian had, and Damian didn't perform as well. So it just, he lost his spot. Singletary played better. And, now there's not anybody to challenge him right now. So, I have a hard time thinking that they're just going to bet on Damian Pierce at the running back spot. They're going to do something. I just don't know exactly what it is.
So would you be okay with Zach Moss?
Zach Moss and somebody else. Yeah, Zach Moss and Jones, or Zach Moss and Derrick Henry. But Zach Moss by himself that's not good enough. Yeah. That's not good enough.
I also think we should at least try to get Justin Simmons because our safeties last year was getting cooked.
Simmons would be he's a potential game changer for this Texans team. So if they could get Simmons, that would be a big-time game changer.
Because Jimmy Ward, I can't do Jimmy no more. Jimmy was hurt almost the whole season.
Jimmy's back. He's going to be back. So, he's going to be.
He was back a few times last season. He went right back out. He was back a few times. So, I don't know, man. They need to make a big splash because right now it's from Twitter to everything I'm looking at, it's so many mad Texan fans right now. We letting good, valuable players go literally for nothing.
Yep. I'm with you, man. I certainly understand people being, oh no. I'm gonna let you go, Zay 2K. Right. We got a signing we want to talk about. Adam Schefter is reporting. Zay, I appreciate you jumping in, man. Thank you. Adam Schefter is reporting that former Panthers linebacker Frankie Louvu has agreed to terms on a 3-year deal with the Commanders for a value of $36 million. That's a max value of $36 million. So another Texans target off the board. Boy, this is not fun at all. My goodness. 3 years, 36. You couldn't do that for Louvu? He's a baller, man. Oh. Brother, that's rough, man. Can't get Louvu? $36 million, 3 years. That's a max value. We don't even know what the actual value is. $12 million a year for Luvu. Again, that's max value. Whew. That's rough, man. That is rough. I got to see the actual numbers. The max value thing, I don't care about the max value thing. I want to see the actual numbers. I want to see the guaranteed. I want to see the guaranteed. So Luvu to the commies. Dang it. I know other deals have come through. Packers officially released Aaron Jones. So that's a guy that you can go grab if you're the Texans. All right, I keep seeing people say Patrick Queen to Seattle. Nobody who's a real account has said that. So Patrick Queen's still out there. Patrick Queen's still out there. Big Steve had the super chat earlier. Patrick Queen isn't a Mike. We need a Mike and a Sam. Queen tweeted he could play everything. You know, who knows? Who knows if he can or not? He tweeted he can play everything. Big Steve, thank you for the super chat. Marley Rashad. Cody, what makes you prefer Aaron Jones over Derrick Henry? Derrick Henry seems to be more productive, and that's a team that we know will run. Both zone familiarity. Jones played in a similar Kubiak Shanahan style offense. So maybe a little bit more familiarity with the offense is kind of what I lean towards with him, even though, let's be clear, Henry played in a zone scheme, so hopefully he pick up the concepts pretty quick. I think it's probably the wear and tear. I'm worried about the 4-time leading carries that Derrick Henry's had. So worried about the wear and tear. Sean G wants to weigh in. Sean G, fire away, big dog.
Hey, Cody, how you doing?
I've been a whole lot better, but I've certainly been a whole lot worse. I can't complain.
It makes two of us. So listen, I know you and I have had a slight disagreement on the Wilkins before he was signed, and I get that. Disappointment is a word for Texans free agency up to this point, but my other word is I'm confused of the process here. You have a window with CJ and with Will on rookie deals, and it just feels like that Nick is playing the we're still rebuilding. Let's get some pieces. Let's get some depth guys, because you don't have guys like Cashman coming back. You don't have guys like Greenard coming back. Now, I was okay with Greenard moving on, especially for the price that they're paying for it. But it just feels like Nick's acting like, yeah, we're still bringing back the same team. We'll have some depth pieces. We'll be good to go. But I'm confused. And I'm wondering if you have any semblance of reality on what the process is here for them to do that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there is not a big splash guy left outside of probably Patrick Queen, and it's one of those sum of the parts type conversations where it's like, okay, like if you get 3-4 different guys here in the next couple of days, because remember they were quiet on the first day. And then they went out and had a pretty nice free agency a year ago. The tough part is I think a lot of the really attractive and interesting names are starting to fly off the board. So, how do you go out there and make a splash with a sum of the parts is kind of maybe how they're approaching it. Look, they have a lot of depth that they got to find, and they have a lot of starting spots that they need to go find guys. And so maybe they felt like spending the money at 1 or 2 spots was not the way to go, but they certainly could have spent the money at the running back spot. That's the part that it's hard for me to figure out.
Yeah, just confusing to me because, like, I get the whole as far as like maybe not overspending on a running back, like that part I guess I get, but you weren't far off from getting Saquon, at least from what was offered versus what he took. You weren't. I don't think they were terribly far off. And considering the fact that they didn't go out and spend any major money, I mean, yeah, they got Lonnie Johnson, hip hop hooray, or anything like that, but I think they could have pulled the money in for Saquon and still gotten the guys that they got, right?
Yeah.
Unless the plan is unless they're holding on to somebody that they haven't got yet that they're looking to pay decent sized money to. I guess I don't get it.
Hard to figure out, man. Hey, I'm with you.
So-
Sean. I appreciate you jumping in, man.
Yes, sir.
Good stuff from Sean G. Danico Autry signed by the Texans, defensive end / defensive tackle. So that's a name they have as well. And let's see. Frankie Louvu, the latest to come off the board. AJ Epinesa. If you remember, he was a draft pick a couple years ago in the 2020 draft. The Texans selected Ross Blacklock instead of Epinesa and a couple of other really nice players. Some people had mentioned him as a depth guy, rotational guy, defensive end. He's going back to Buffalo. So AJ Epinesa, not a option. Let's see. No comp yet for the no compensation announced for the Brian Burns trade yet. It might make me mad. Louvu at $12 million, man, that one stings. Zach Rose. Well, at least we have the 23rd pick. We get the preferred kicker of Nick Caserio since we're on a special teams wagon. Yeah, they've taken care of the special teams. They didn't get the punter though. They let Cam Johnston go. Wonder how much money he got. That's not come through yet for Pittsburgh. Man, 23rd pick. There's a lot of different ways they can go, and the thing about the 23rd pick is you don't want to be shoehorned into have to do this or have to do that, because then it builds the disappointment when the guys aren't there, or it makes you reach. Somebody advocating for Quandre Diggs or Jamal Adams. Yeah, Quandre Diggs would be a fun depth piece. Jamal Adams, probably out on Jamal Adams. No, thank you. KB, to say it ain't so, KB. You still got to go watch CJ Stroud. You still got to go watch Tank and Nico and Will, and say it ain't so. You canceled the season tickets? Man. Do the Texans get a comp pick for letting Greenard walk? Maybe it's the comp pick formula. Somebody smarter than me has got to explain it, but it's based on how much they signed for, how well they played, how many free agents you signed, stuff like that. So it's a maybe for Greenard in the comp pick. Somebody asked me, Cody, what do you think about Jordan Brooks? Well, he went to the greatest university of all time, Texas Tech University, and interested to watch the market for him develop because he's a former first-round pick. He played solid in Seattle, but wasn't great. And a guy like D'Amico Ryans, if he bets on a guy like Jordan Brooks, I'll back Jordan Brooks. I'll back that. The Lions and Bengals, along with the Titans, are showing strong interest on DJ Reader. How much of us losing out on big free agents is on D'Amico? If D'Amico Ryans wants any of these guys, he could have made it happen. If D'Amico Ryans really, truly wanted any of these guys, he could have indeed made it happen. He could have forced the Texans to pay whatever. So, I mean, he's a part of the partnership in decision making. Zadarius Smith. Thank you, Frank Castle, 214 for the super chat. Thank you. Zadarius Smith is headed back to the Cleveland Browns, a 2-year, $23.5 million deal for Zadarius Smith. It's another defensive end coming off of the board. All right, so a lot of the defensive ends starting to sneak off the board here. Running back's a huge problem. I totally agree with this standpoint. Running back is an issue. I don't know how the Texans are going to address the running back spot. The draft is not where I would look to address it this year. The veterans are less and less impressive as it goes on. This will be interesting. Leonard Williams or Daquan Jones. Leonard Williams is interesting. He's been highly compensated throughout his whole career. The play hasn't really dropped off to the point where he's going to stop getting highly compensated. But might not fit what the Texans do. Here's some big dog names from Albert Breer that are still out there. We talked about Leonard Williams, Vikings defensive end / edge rusher Danielle Hunter, Jaguars wide receiver Calvin Ridley, 49ers defensive end Chase Young, Bengals defensive tackle DJ Reader, Titans running back Derrick Henry, Chargers running back Austin Eckler. I would also add defensive tackle Eric Armstead is still out there. It's a couple names for you. Patrick Queen is still out there. I know there's been some conversations that Queen's going to Seattle. That has not come from a real reporting account. So Patrick Queen to Seattle is not a thing. That was from a fake Adam Schefter account. And if you'll remember earlier, we showed the DJ BNMA tweet where, you know what, let's go ahead and pull it up again just to kind of have it. Where he showed that Queen and the Texans had a conversation. Let's see here. Let's pull it up. DJ BNMA. Now this is at 1:48, so this was a few hours ago. Texans are in the mix for former Ravens linebacker Patrick Queen, but I'm hearing folks around Queen aren't sure the Texans can come up with the money to nail him. We'll see what happens. I don't know why they want to nail him. I think you just want to sign this guy, but it's a conversation for another time. Tony Pollard's on the Titans. Joe Blue says, thanks for the stream, making this 8-mile walk easy. Is that a Detroit thing, like you're walking across 8 Mile in Detroit, or you're going for a walk of 8 miles? Either way, I salute you. It's an impressive feat. The 8 miles in distance walk is probably more impressive than the walk across 8 Mile. But you get the gist. How much cap space left? Good question. Let's get a current update from the. Let's see. Over the cap, still checking them in at about $52 million in cap space. That's what over the cap is showing right now. 52 million. That's what they're checking in at right now. $52 million. So as far as like stuff that's come off the cap, and I'm assuming Danico Autry, maybe he's not in that calculation just yet. Stuff that's come off the cap, I'm guessing just a few million bucks. So it's, as far as coming off of the cap, it's 10-ish or so they've actually had come off the cap. A Jadeveon Clowney is available, Vashon. Appreciate you. Pop it in. Yep. Any chance to make a trade for Marvin Harrison or T. Higgins? So these are two different kinds of trades. Marvin Harrison is damn near impossible to trade for. I mean, he's going to go 4th overall at worst, I would think. So how do you get all the way to 4th? Well, you spend a lot of draft picks, and they're not a Marvin Harrison away. Could you get T. Higgins without sending the first round pick that you have at 23 overall? Maybe. I don't know that I want to trade for T. Higgins and pay him, though. Because whatever you pay T. Higgins, immediately Nico Collins gets more if you want to extend him. So do you like T. Higgins more than Nico Collins? I don't. I like Nico Collins more than T. Higgins. So I don't see how you go about getting either one of those guys. All right, Joseph's looking for a who's available, who's still available. Joseph's looking for a who is still available. I've been saying Frankie Louvu all day, but Frankie Louvu no longer available anymore. A running free agent tracker. Okay, let's see if I can just fire off some names here about the who is still available. Boy, some of these websites on all the days for you to work when you do free agency stuff. Today's one of the days that you should make sure your stuff works. You know, of all the days. All right, names still available. Leonard Williams, defensive end / defensive tackle from the Seahawks. Jamal Adams, safety from the Seahawks. Daniil Hunter, edge rusher from the Minnesota Vikings. Justin Simmons, safety from the Denver Broncos. DJ Reader, defensive tackle from the Cincinnati Bengals. Quandre Diggs, safety from the Seattle Seahawks. Almost called on the Mariners. Derrick Henry, running back from the Tennessee Titans. Aaron Jones, running back from the Green Bay Packers, officially released today. He's available. Curtis Samuel, wide receiver from the Commanders. Tyler Boyd, wide receiver from the Bengals. Kendall Fuller, cornerback from the Commanders. Stephon Gilmore, cornerback from the Cowboys. Chase Young, defensive end from the 49ers. Devin White, linebacker from the Buccaneers. Patrick Queen, linebacker from the Ravens. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, safety from the Lions. Let's see. Josie Jewell, linebacker from the Broncos. He's probably one of the only people that actually likes him. Azeez Al-Shaair, linebacker from the Tennessee Titans. The Texans chased him a year ago. He's an interesting name. Javon Kinlaw, defensive tackle from the 49ers. Kenneth Murray, linebacker from the Chargers. Jordan Brooks, linebacker from the Seahawks. Patrick Queen, we mentioned him. Josh Reynolds, wide receiver from the Lions. So those are some of the names. Just firing some names out there. Eric Armstead, defensive tackle from the 49ers. He's still available, yes. I'll take Al-Shaair. Yeah, he'd be really nice. He'd be really, really nice. So Al-Shaair at linebacker, that would be good. Update for the Texans. Players lost. Blake Cashman to the Minnesota Vikings, 325.5. Jonathan Greenard to the Minnesota Vikings, 476. Devin Singletary to the Giants, 316.5. And Cam Johnston to the Steelers, terms not yet displayed anywhere. This is a horrible free agency so far. Yes, it is. Not fun. Jordan Alexander. Sheldon Rankins is still available. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And Patrick Queen to the Seahawks has not officially happened anywhere. We have an update from Aaron Wilson on the Texans' pursuit of Saquon Barkley. Aaron Wilson says, on Texans and Saquon Barkley, sources emphasized they were extremely competitive on their offer. 3 years, a bit more than $33 million. In the end, Barkley got 3 years, base of $37.7 with a max of $46.75 and preferred to stay in the NFC East. Okay, so, I mean, you can money whip him and make him not stay in the NFC East, so I'm not worried about that. That doesn't give me any calm. That doesn't give me any calm or make me feel any better about the Texans' pursuit of Saquon Barkley. You could have paid him to stay, or you could have paid him to not be in the NFC East. That didn't make me feel any better. Javon Kinlaw is an interesting player. Did not work out for the San Francisco 49ers, former first-round pick. Obviously, D'Amico Ryans coached him in San Fran. So, player to watch. Depth piece, rotational piece. They probably have enough defensive tackles. They probably have enough defensive tackles if they wanted to stay away from that. And depth standpoint, they need a starter next to Collins. But from a depth standpoint, they have enough depth defensive tackles. But they need a starter next to Collins. I do want to say that. I don't want to get misquoted here. We better have an A-plus draft because this free agency stinks so far. Not great. Not great. Haven't seen anything about Eric Armstead. Haven't seen like any chatter or anything like that. So haven't seen anything about Eric Armstead. Can't swarm without any players. That's true. That's true. Free agency did not start yet. Yes, it did. None of the deals are official, but all these deals are pledged. They're not executed till Wednesday. One kicker changed. So this free agency reminds me of the dark days when the Texans couldn't win. Anthony says, hope we get Hunter. It starts on Wednesday. Thank you for being stuck in the Stone Age. It started today. The agreements are not official until Wednesday. Aaron Jones. Yeah, I'd love Aaron Jones here. I would love Aaron Jones here. That'd be great. That'd be great. Cam Johnson was a weapon. Yeah, Cam Johnson was nice, man. I wish the Texans had kept Cam Johnson. I wish we got to watch him again. But he's going to punt for the Steelers. All right, let's see what the Blue's working with here. Looks like he's mobile, walking around. Blue, what do you got for us here?
What's up, Cody?
What's up, Blue One?
Yeah, I'm at work right now, man. Trying to stay in the street, you know.
Nice. Fire away.
Man, I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed, man. And considering what we picking in the draft, it's like I said earlier, you better pull a bow side of head. This shit ain't looking good, man. It's really not. Like, I don't see why we get one of the top ones. When I look at who's left, like I don't really want Derrick Henry. I don't like picking up old types, even though we got Archie, 30-year-old GL, and that's cool. He was productive last year, but I don't trust the cereal. I don't trust the cereal. All the credit, I feel like she mostly goes to Rico last year. He brought his guys in, 49ers, and I know Casario played a part in it.
Blue one, it's kind of hard to hear you, man. I kind of get the gist of it. I'm going to let you go here a little bit because it's hard to hear you. But he doesn't trust Caserio. He's seen some of these other guys kind of pop on to some other teams. Feels like the Texans should have taken a swing on those guys. The biggest one to me is the running back situation. It's baffling to me that the running back situation has gotten to the point where it is, where you're down to like, okay, yeah, Derrick Henry would help a little bit. Aaron Jones would help a little bit, but I don't know how the running back situation gets to where it is. And look, I'm not out on Nick Caserio by any means, but there's a lot of work to do to sort of restore a little bit of excitement to this offseason because, they haven't done anything. Danico Autry's a nice edge player, had some sacks last year, 11.5, solid player, 2-year deal, 34 years old. He's a little bit older. Austin says everybody's overreacting on the super chat. Austin, I appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you. Maybe there is an overreaction. There's still time to fix this. Like, there's still players out there that are impressive that would make you excited about the Texans offseason. There really is. I know it seems like there's not, but there's still players that would be exciting and interesting for the Houston Texans. And it's tough because you sit here today and a lot of teams got better and didn't spend a lot of money getting better. And a lot of teams that you're going to compete against in the AFC got better and didn't spend a lot of money getting better. So it stings a little bit. It stings a little bit watching other teams take care of their business like that. The Lions signed defensive end Marcus Davenport. Okay, cool. Okay. Austin says wins get you the excitement. Yeah, the wins are the way to go about things. The wins are the way to go about things. But it's hard to get wins if you don't have a running back and your depth on defense is questioned. It's hard to get those wins. Barkley used the Texans to drive the value up. It feels like he got into a good negotiation conversation and really, really got exactly what he wanted. Got some big money. The Texans, according to Aaron Wilson, didn't get as close as the ultimate offer that the Eagles put together. They didn't get that close. I appreciate the super chat, Eric. Thank you so much. Okay. Going to let Underdog Fantasy take care of you guys for a second. Check out the link in the description down below. Going to run to the restroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll do a little wrap up here and everybody get to their evening, and then a lot of fun stuff coming your way here on this. So my friends at Underdog Fantasy, the best way to play fantasy, check them out in the description down below. You're going to get 2 times your first deposit. Use my promo code Stoots, and I will be right back. Don't y'all go anywhere. I'll be right back. All right, I told you I'd be right back. Underdog Fantasy, best way to play fantasy. That's less than a minute break. Come on, you guys gave me a break here. Somebody asked me, hey, do you wash your hands? I got the little spray. Anybody get signed while I was gone? Of course not. Vinny. At least they'll have $100 million to not spend next year. Yeah. That'd be fun. Nathan's speculating they're waiting for Caserio. Sarah's waiting for me to be done. Is Danico Autry old? Well, he ain't young. He ain't young. P Nasty wants to weigh in. P Nasty, what do you got?
Hey guys, like Cody's not our therapist, okay? Like we got to understand that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, maybe they do have a plan. Maybe they are smarter than us. You know, all this cap money, it rolls over to next year. And when we sign CJ, when we sign Will, we're going to have to bargain shop. So let's get those reps in. Like my big main concern though, is making sure that Nick and D'Amico were philosophically aligned, like making sure that Nick didn't want to spend and D'Amico came. As long as those two are on the same page, I think we'll be fine. But the one thing I'm not looking forward to is Lonnie Johnson penalties on 3rd and 14 for an automatic first down. I'm just kind of like, really? Lonnie Johnson of all people? But hey, we got to trust the process, guys. I am worried about the running back, but hey, slow is smooth, smooth is fast. All right, get your gear ready. Make sure you go out and get new uniforms. Let's give a lot of love to Stoots. Let's get these super chats going. Let's get this man paid and keep it up, Cody. Thanks a lot.
P Nasty, I appreciate you jumping in. He is much more optimistic than most people. I appreciate the optimism. I will say, look, obviously it's not just 2024 that you're focusing on here in free agency. You've got to have and take into account 2025 and 2026. But man, you can't sacrifice 2024 in this round of free agency and not be able to go out there and take care of business in 2024 the way that you need to and want to take care of business in 2024. So you got to strike a balance, and there's still time. There are still players that would be impressive and would make things exciting. There is still time. Oh, my guy that was there on the video, I was going to get to you in just a second. This is not happening. CJ Stroud's not going anywhere. Stop it. Stop it. CJ Stroud's not going anywhere. Cody, didn't know you were live. Where do you stand right now? How things are planning out? They got a lot of work to do with not a lot of pieces to do that work. So they've got a lot of work to do with not a lot of pieces to do that work. And there's still good players out there. They're going to need to go through and snag some of those good players. And when those deals come, probably a little bit closer to day 2 of free agency, a little bit closer to that. I mean, executive of the year in the offseason to please fire him now. Rough go of things for Nick Caserio. This is Armstead and Aziz Al-Shaair reunion with D'Amico. That'd be great. Two really nice players would help the Texans a lot. Can you get Saquon to flip? No, they didn't want to pay him. They didn't want to pay him. Now, if they showed up with all the more money, I guess, but they didn't even want to pay him. Tiki Barber upset with Saquon. Tiki probably taking that one. Tiki probably taking that one pretty hard. Pretty hard. Okay. Over 6 hours live here, talking free agency. This has been incredible. I never anticipated this when I started the live today to talk about free agency. So this has been awesome. This has been a lot of fun. The live reaction of Saquon getting signed, I'll have to pull that. That'll be an interesting one. Landry Locker is going to be live tonight, this evening, just after 8 o'clock. So check out his channel. He popped by for a little bit. The Locker Room right here on YouTube. I never anticipated over 1,000 people showing up when we were going to go live here, and I never anticipated over 6 hours worth of live streaming. But this has been fun. It's fun talking football with y'all. It's fun. We all get to kind of hang out, commiserate, talk about where the Texans can go, where they should go. They got to have a big next 24 hours here and fill in some spots, some important spots. And we'll do a quick little recap here of exactly what has gone down, and then that'll wrap up the live stream here for a little bit. So The quick recap, Jonathan Greenard and Blake Cashman are both headed to Minnesota. 476 for Greenard, 325.5 for Blake Cashman. Devin Singletary is headed to the Giants, 316.5 for Singletary. Cameron Johnston, the punter, is headed to the Pittsburgh Steelers. No numbers on that. The Texans have signed Lonnie Johnson, special teams defensive back from the Saints. They signed Michael Ford, a special teams defensive back from the Browns. They signed Danico Autry, Tennessee Titans defensive end / defensive tackle, 11.5 sacks last year for Autry. And then Jeff Okudah for a contract that could be worth up to $6 million on a one-year deal. He'll likely be the cornerback starting opposite Derek Stingley. That's where we are on the Texans right now. Obviously, follow along on Twitter at Cody_Stoots. It's in the link in the description down below. The live comments on social media. The comment section of this video off obviously be live. Plenty of stuff to get to there. We'll have more content on YouTube. I appreciate everybody. This is seriously one of the most fun things I think I've ever done in my entire life. This was fun talking about football for a couple of 6 hours here. This was great. Really enjoyed this. Lots more coming on the YouTube page. Subscribe, tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell your colleagues. Go sign in on your wife's phone on her YouTube. Subscribe to your significant other's phone. Thank you, everybody. This was a lot of fun. And if you're new here, we finish the live streams the same way each and every time. It's my hope for you. It's my charge to you as well. I want you to eat good, sleep good, be good. And we'll talk Texans again, very, very soon. Thank you, everybody.